Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents His First Surrender by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Boudreau. 1. Rocky Hudson. Everything was neatly laid out in front of me. A toolkit of leather and straps and whips and toys, all resting on a soft velvet red pillow inside the drawer. The vibrant red matched the color of the walls in the windowless room. There was a queen-sized bed with crisp white sheets pressed against the far corner, but my attention instead drew to the swing hanging across from the bed. The thick, silk-black straps were tied around large silver rings bolted into the ceiling. The seat of the swing was plush and wide, with a zipper that allowed for the bottom to open, allowing even more access to whoever was sitting on the swing. I admired it for a moment, standing there with nothing on but my black jockstrap, thinking I had just made the best purchase of my entire fucking life. Now I just need someone to try it with. I turned my focus back to the open drawer, a soft white light shining from all sides of it. The metallic plug reflected some of the light, catching my eye. Decision made, I grabbed the plug, feeling the heft in my hands, and poured a small amount of lube over it. My cock grew stiff. I rubbed myself, lowering the jockstrap and releasing my growing dick. I needed this. My week had been long, and my stress had reached peak levels. I had been working on a tough case that put me in some sticky situations and kept me up without sleep for 3 days in a row. The work was difficult, but thankfully it was all worth it, since I definitively closed the case earlier this afternoon. I let out an exhale from deep in my lungs, letting go of everything except the sensation of the cold plug against my hole. I spread my legs a little wider, my body ready to take it in, my cock twitching and throbbing in the air. And then my phone alarm started to blare out, startling me and causing the plug to slip right out of my hands, falling onto the gray wood floors with a loud clunk. I bent down and tried picking it up, but the lube spread and made the damn thing slipperier than a fucking salmon. It flew out of my hands as if it wanted to fly home for the summer, where the home of lubed-up butt plugs happened to be. Iowa, maybe? Texas? My alarm still sounded like a siren echoing off the walls, breaking through the image of dildos tumbling through wild open fields. I ignored the plug and went for my phone, turning off the alarm and checking the screen. Why did I have an alarm set for... Oh, shit. Fuck. I was supposed to be at Miami Beach in 20 minutes for a meeting that had completely escaped my mind. With the insanity that this week had brought, I totally forgot about the time I had set aside to catch up with an old flame of mine. Someone who I had a feeling wouldn't mind giving my new swing a spin. I wiped off my hands with a paper towel and went for the plug, round 2. This time I was able to grab it without it leaping to the other side of the room. I wiped it off and placed it back into the drawer. The room locked itself as I closed the door, heading straight for my bedroom, where I got changed into a pair of black shorts and a royal blue t-shirt. I walked into the bathroom, which was flooded with afternoon sunlight, and checked myself out in the wide mirror, making sure my hair wasn't doing anything unruly. After brushing my teeth and spritzing some Tom Ford cologne onto my vital areas, I headed out. On the way there, I set my Tesla to auto drive mode and called the guy I was meeting with to let him know that I might be a few minutes late, considering the traffic seemed to be getting worse and worse the closer I got to the beach. He didn't answer. I figured he might have been driving too. I put my phone down and glanced out the window at the huge Royal Caribbean cruise ships that were docked at port, one of the ships getting filled with excited passengers, some of them already waving at the passing cars from the top deck. Ahead, the roads started getting more crammed until my car had rolled to a complete stop. Fucking hell. I hated being late to anything, and especially to something like this. I never met with old friends or flames, always letting them get snuffed out by the passing of time. But, on a whim, I had decided to meet with Rodrigo after he had texted me one night out of the blue. We weren't particularly close, and he had moved away 2 years ago, but I could still remember some of the orgasms that man had given me over the times we had gotten together. He did things with his tongue that should be made illegal. My cock twitched back to life. Maybe if this coffee date went well, we could see if that explosive sex was still possible. The room was already set up and ready to go. All he had to do was come over. I reached the coffee shop we were meeting at, a quiet little place tucked toward the end of South Beach next to a large hotel that reflected a shower of sunlight onto the pavement. I was lucky enough to grab a parking spot right down the street from the shop. For South Beach, that was like finding a golden ticket in your chocolate bar. I felt good, excited about the day ahead. There was something in the air. It was difficult to pinpoint, but I could feel it. As I walked, I passed a tattoo shop, their doors thrown open. I could hear machines buzzing as the artists inked their clients. The thought of getting another tattoo crossed my mind. Maybe after this meet-up, I'd been wanting to add to the few that were on my ribs. My thigh could use a touch-up, too, where I currently had a surrealistic scene tattooed of an octopus growing out of the roots of an elm tree being the main focus. Around the tree were a few different types of flowers, all of them colored in vibrant ink. Colorful enough to hide some of the scar tissue underneath. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Rodrigo. I stopped outside of the doors to the coffee shop and read the message, rolling my eyes toward the very end. Hey, Rocky. I was really looking forward to catching up with you, but something came up last minute. I can't make it today. I feel terrible. I know I always do this, but my grandma's cat is just super sick, and she ended up falling down the stairs and breaking her shoulder. My grandma, not the cat, but then the cat was hurt when my grandma had fallen on top of her. Sorry, I swear I'll make the next one. Well, there went all that shit about being excited and ready for a fun time. I turned back to the tattoo shop. I didn't bother trying to reschedule. This was the 4th time Rodrigo had done this to me. I rarely let people even get one chance to disappoint me. Meanwhile, Rodrigo's record of canceling at the last minute remained unbroken. I texted back a simple, "That's fine," to his paragraph of steaming hot bullshit. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and stepped into the busy tattoo shop. A smiling pink and white-haired guy greeted me as I walked in. He leaned over a glass display showing off a variety of piercings, ranging from the normal to the ones that looked like little penises.
"Here for a tattoo?"
he asked. I nodded. Someone grunted in pain, the buzz of the machine pausing for a moment.
"Here's the portfolio with all our artists. Check it out and let me know who you'd want me to schedule you with. Cleo and Jackson are both taking walk-ins right now if you wanted it done today."
Perfect, thank you. I grabbed the thick leather-covered portfolio and took it over to the comfortable chairs sitting against the electric yellow walls. The name of the tattoo shop was painted in bold blue strokes across the far wall, Blue Tail Tattoos. There were colorful candy skulls hung up on either side of the painted name. I flipped through the portfolio, the frustration and disappointment still simmering but very much disappearing. I was never one to get hung up over someone. I kept everyone at arm's length, and farther if possible. Maybe that was why this time had sucked, because I let myself get excited about something for once. Fuck it. I just had to stay with my routine. Work and fucking guys with strictly no strings attached. No coffee dates or dinner dates or Netflixing and chilling. I had to stick with what was working for me, and not letting anyone in had been working for me for years now. As I tried to distract myself with the tattoo portfolio, my phone buzzed again, this time with a message from my hookup app. I opened it, deciding I could meet up with someone else and just keep it strictly physical. My cock twitched against my thigh at the idea of picking up that plug again. Maybe this man would be the bright spot to my shitty fucking day. "Hey, sexy," the headless torso pic messaged me. There was long hair in the photo, appeared to be tied in a messy bun. "Looking?" I usually went for guys with a little more meat on their bones, but I didn't mind all that much. On his chest, it appeared like he had gotten a fresh tattoo of a cross. I looked around the buzzing tattoo shop. Well, I guess that's a sign. Looking for a fun time, yeah. You? I messaged back. The man's grinder name, Sarah Fiend, wasn't like the typical ones on the app, and his profile, although mostly blank, seemed fine. Yes, he typed back. It was only 5 miles away, it seemed. Come over and I'll have you on your knees praying to me. All right, so this guy wasn't playing around. That didn't sound like a bad proposition at all. I had a feeling this guy was hung like a stallion, too. I went to type back but stopped, interrupted by loud shouting just outside. Someone was yelling for help, their voice sounding desperate and strained. I didn't bother wasting another second. I might have kept up a give-no-fucks-about-anyone attitude, but that was only a facade. Underneath that, I strived to help anyone I could, especially when someone desperately needed it. I tucked my phone back in my pocket, thanked the guy who'd helped me, and ran outside. I spotted the source of the shouting right away. A woman stood underneath a stop sign, and she was trying to pull back her purse from the hands of a hoodie-wearing thief.
Let go, you fucking asshole!
I didn't see this ending well. If a man was that disconnected to try and rob a woman in pure daylight on a busy street corner, then he might have been crazy enough to do something else. I had to intervene. Hey! I shouted as loud as I could and ran toward them. The woman looked to me for a flash of a second. It was enough for the thief to snatch the purse from her hands. He took off in a run, the purse swinging wildly in his grip. Air whizzed past me as I took chase. Again, I didn't have a second thought about it. This shitbag had ruined this girl's day, and now I was about to ruin his. It was only fair. Jesus Christ, what else is today going to bring? If only I knew. The can of galaxy-sized worms I opened the moment I gave chase. I was triggering a chain of events that would forever change my life in ways I never even thought possible. If I had known what was coming then, well, I wouldn't have done anything any different. 2. Rocky Hudson. The sidewalk pounded against the soles of my sneakers as I ran through the busy Miami street, dodging girls in their brightly colored bikinis and guys in their tiny tank tops. I managed to only get a few, "Hey, what the fucks?" hurled my way as I barreled past, my attention focused straight ahead, on the only man at the beach wearing a sweater and jeans, a purse wildly swinging in his grip as he ran. Stop! It was useless. Shouting at a fleeing thief to stop was about as useful as shouting at a waterfall to dry up. I knew that, but still it was worth a shot. Stop! Okay, that one was just for fun. The man continued to run, turning down into an alley between two small boutique hotels. The vacancy sign flashed neon pink as I ran by it, straight into the cramped alley. The smell of trash hit me across the face as strong as a physical blow. There were large dumpsters lined up against the walls, all of them open and reeking like pure death. More importantly, though, the motherfucker I'd been chasing down for the past 10 minutes was nowhere in sight. The alley ended in a tall brick wall, impossible to scale. There weren't any doors or windows either, so the man couldn't have snuck into one of the buildings. I eyed the open dumpsters, their dirty green lids looking like laughing mouths, taunting me. Or helping me. The one on my far left caught my attention. I spotted movement. Like a cat hunting down its broken-winged prey, I stalked toward the garbage. The closer I got, the louder I could hear labored breathing. He must have been trying to catch his breath, which had to have been impossible, being buried underneath fresh and ripe trash. I reached the dumpster and readied myself. This guy was cornered. Either he could act like a timid dog and submit, or he could act like a rabid dog and lunge. All right, the game's over. Get the fuck— oh, shit! Something jumped out of the trash, but it wasn't the thief I'd been chasing. Instead, a crazy-looking black cat leaped into the air, claws outstretched and hackles raised. It landed gracefully on the other side of the alley and looked to be as scared as I felt. Another sound made me turn from the cat toward the entrance to the alley. For fuck's sake. I took off running, the man with the stained white sweater now turning onto the street, the dark green purse still in his hand. There was a bus, its door wide open. I could tell he was running toward it. If he made it, I wasn't sure I'd been able to catch him. I ran harder, pushing my body to the limits. Smoke rose from the bus's exhaust as the thief was only a few feet away. I wasn't about to give up. I kept running, almost on him. And then the bus doors closed. At the exact moment when the man decided to jump, he hit the closed doors face first, falling backward and hitting the ground with a heavy thump, the purse falling next to the bus stop. Someone nearby shouted and went to go help the thief. I made it to his side first, grabbing the purse and standing over the crumbled and sweaty mess of a man. "Was all of that worth it?" I asked him. His face was beet red, spreading across the top of his balding head. He reeked like old fish and rotten cat litter. "Maybe," he answered. I rolled my eyes. This fucker.
"Thank you! Oh, my sweet baby Jesus, thank you!"
I handed the purse back to its rightful owner. The girl ran a hand through her windswept brown hair, catching her breath. She opened the purse and double-checked to make sure he hadn't swiped anything from inside. "Got everything?" I asked after a quick call with the police.
"Yes. Thank you again, sir, really."
She shook her head, throwing a wary glance at the man still on the ground, head in his hands. I was at the ready, just in case he decided he had a shot at escaping.
"It hasn't exactly been my month. I've been getting things stolen directly out of my bedroom, so when this happened... Well, yeah. Thank you."
She smiled a soft and genuine smile.
"My name's Hazel,"
she said, extending a hand. "Rocky." We shook hands. The police sirens sounded down the street. Moments later, the cop car pulled up to the bus stop. The officer, Officer Hawk, took our statements and arrested the thief. He opened the back of his cop car and let the man fall in. This time, the door didn't shut in his face. "Everyone good here?" Officer Hawk asked as he finished up. "Yep," I said, already wanting to just go home. I had come to the beach for a hookup, not expecting I'd get in a morning jog at the same time. I was ready to head home, have some lunch, and enjoy the rest of my weekend. This past month had me taking on a huge caseload and left me feeling spent. I was ready for some damn time to myself.
"Thank you, officer,"
Hazel said.
"Oh, shoot, wait!
The police car was already pulling out to the street. She stopped waving, her shoulders hanging slumped as she walked back to where I stood. I arched a brow. "Did you need something?"
I figured I could finally talk to someone about my creepy-ass roommate. I'm honestly not sure if it's bad enough to call the police, but maybe Officer Hawk could have known who to point me to?"
"Like a private detective? This have to do with your things going missing?" She nodded.
"Yeah. For months now, I've been noticing that my underwear has been going missing. Sometimes they show up, but not in the spots I was sure I'd left them in. It has to be my roommate, but I don't know. He also has some dumb, cunty, and transphobic friends who might have something to do with it all. The ones that have the loudest hate toward me are also usually the ones who want to fuck me the baddest. If it's not Jesse, it's the trash he hangs out with."
Her expressive light green eyes went wide for a moment.
"Sorry, I shouldn't be bothering you with all this. I'm going to get going."
She had no idea I was a detective. I wasn't a doctor. I didn't have a Hippocratic oath binding me to help whoever needed it. I could nod, wish her the best, and go home. This didn't involve me. I already helped in getting her purse back. I don't think anyone would have judged me for walking away and letting her figure out the rest on her own. "Hold on," I said. "What else can you tell me about your roommate?"
"Huh?"
She crossed her skinny arms, the straps of her teal shirt hanging onto her shoulders where a vibrant sunflower had been tattooed, its canary-yellow petals popping against an ocean-blue sky. "I'm a private investigator. I work for Stonewall Investigations." I pulled out my wallet and grabbed my card, handing the matte black card to Hazel. She took it, the confusion on her face washing away.
You can help?
I'll try to. A blush broke through the light makeup on her face. Her gaze dropped to her sandals.
I can pay you. I just don't think it'll be—
I made another on-the-spot decision. Don't worry about the payment.
No, I wouldn't want that. How much are we talking here, like 300?
Hazel was lowballing the estimate by a few thousand, but it didn't matter. She wasn't paying me. Thankfully, my bank account was doing fine. The means by which that money had landed in my possession was something I'd never wish upon even the worst of enemies. But it allowed me to work for free for the rest of my life if I wanted to. I didn't want to, of course, but for Hazel, I figured I could make an exception. I've got some time for a pro bono case. Let me work on my karma. God knows I need to. Hazel arched a recently done eyebrow. A silver ring at the end of her brow glinted in the sunlight.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Detective Hudson. Really, thank you. I've been feeling so uncomfortable in my own apartment. I've been wanting to move out, but with my mom being sick, I haven't had the money, time, or the energy to figure it all out, so I've just been dealing with it.
Well, hopefully I can put an end to it.
Hopefully.
She adjusted the purse strap on her shoulder.
So, I live with 2 guys, Sam and Jesse. Sam's my best friend since forever ago, and we've lived together for the past 3 years. Jesse used to be a distant friend, and when we first moved in together, things were fine. Then he started hanging around with a really shitty crowd, and everything changed. He turned into a creepy drug addict, and I'm pretty sure he graduated to full-blown drug dealer not that long ago.
What makes you think Jesse's stealing your underwear?
I know it's not Sam, for sure. Like 1,000% sure. I've caught Jesse snooping around in my room once before, about a year ago. He didn't have anything with him, and he said he had heard a weird noise inside my locked room, so he wanted to check things out. So I know he can pick the lock, and I know he's got no qualms about going into my room without me being there. Plus, he's the poster child for creepy panty thief. It has to be him.
You mentioned his friends?
Yeah, 3 of them, specifically. Andrea, Julie, and Nick. They all seem to actively despise me for some reason, and none of them really speak to me. I've heard Nick say a few transphobic things when he walks by me, which I try to ignore. I don't let meth-mouthed losers get into my head. But still, it's not great. Whenever they're over, Sam and I just leave the apartment.
Which is a good opening for someone to break into your room. Hazel nodded.
I don't know if any of those 3 are involved, but I'm almost willing to bet my life on the fact that Jesse is the creep that's doing this.
I'll figure it out. Hazel's smile was a big one.
When can you get started?
I glanced down at my watch, but didn't bother to actually check the time. Right now. 3. Sam Clark. The elven knight on the screen fell into a fiery lava pit, pushed by the dragon currently flapping its wings and spewing flames all around the arena. I groaned before cursing up a storm. Shit, oh come on! Damn it, Icy, where the hell were the heels? Icy Priest 238 popped up in the chat, apologizing profusely, saying that his cat disconnected the keyboard. I rolled my eyes and shot a look at the camera on my laptop before cracking a smile. It's all right, Icy. Just pop me a res so I can get back in there. And buy a mic before your cat ends up holding your dumbass hostage. That was Julius Charge 98, an Orcan warrior who had a short temper and a large vocabulary made up of mainly curse words. I'd been playing with him for 3 years now, and we'd become really good friends, even though we still hadn't gotten the chance to meet in person. Will do, Icy typed into the chat box. I shot a glance at the small window in the corner of my screen, showing how many people were viewing my stream. Tonight was a good night, I had to admit. Unnecessary death aside, I had a total of 55 consistent viewers. That was a jump from the 5 or 10 I'd been getting since I started streaming 6 months back. My keyboard clacked and clicked as I jumped back into the game, occasionally answering a question or two one of the viewers would have for me. A warm breeze came in through the open window, rustling the white plastic blinds, stained yellow with age. Outside, someone must have been having a party by the pool, because loud reggaeton was beginning to compete with the sound of my spells being cast. Can you guys hear me all right? Yeah, of course we can hear you. Oh, fuck, that twat-wad blew me up. Julius flew off the screen, his character icon flashing red. Oh, are you talking to your fans? I don't have fans, I said, adjusting the headset so that the mic was closer to my mouth. I have Samsonites. It was a play on my username, Samsonite23. Right. Forgot to call Samson lice. Samsonites. Samson lice. Knights lice. Boys, Silkora7 shouted into her mic. Can you two focus on the boss, please? I'm running low on mana and patience. All right, I said, sitting up in my chair and causing it to squeak loudly in the process. Let me just buff Julius real quick and... Okay, let's beat this mother... My computer crashed, the screen blinking black before shutting down. Fuck her! I tapped on the keys and clicked the mouse furiously, hoping it would come back alive and I'd still be in the game, not dead, but thriving, maybe with 100 new viewers. Yeah, that's what I hoped for. What I got instead was another hard crash, the computer's fan whirring loudly as it tried booting back up before sputtering out, the screen staying dark, and my friends' voices no longer in my ear. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Freaking damn it! My frustration bubbled up and manifested in me slapping my cheap wooden desk, the thin legs wobbling a bit underneath the pathetic blow. I grabbed both edges and steadied it. With both eyes closed, I filled my lungs with air and tried to remember this was all just the beginning. Someday soon, I wouldn't be playing on a laptop that could barely handle Microsoft Word, much less War of Worlds. I'd be making enough off my streams that I could buy an entirely new setup and upgrade my whole situation, and then, once my production value went up, that would draw in more and more viewers. I wasn't exactly sure what day that would be, but it didn't matter. I just knew it was coming. It helped put things back into perspective. I opened my eyes for a brief second, expecting to see the game back on my screen. The laptop was as dead as a doorknob. Why is that even a saying? Since when are doorknobs ever even alive? I leaned back in the chair, almost causing it to tip over. I latched onto the scratchy wood table, miraculously avoiding a splinter. A series of doorbell rings made me jump out of the chair. I almost tripped over a discarded pair of gym shorts, half falling on my bed, using the mattress to push me back up. I bounced on the wall and through the open door, like a little ping-pong ball. The rings filled the apartment. I walked past Jesse's room, his door open. He was lying on his bed, flicking up and down on his iPad, completely unmoved by whoever was at the door. I rolled my eyes, passing Hazel's closed door and entering the cramped, dim living room. We lived on the second floor and faced toward the center courtyard, meaning the other buildings in our apartment complex blotted out the sun pretty much throughout all hours of the day. There was one 24-minute span in the afternoon where I'd get a dash of sunlight through my bedroom window, but that was it, and only on days when there wasn't a cloud in the sky, which, in Miami, cloudless days were about as common as snow days. I reached the door and looked through the peephole. There was a man standing there, his face distorted and extra round, his electrifying blue eyes magnified and made even more intense. I was suddenly very confused. He certainly wasn't the mail lady, nor was he the two angry trolls we were unlucky enough to call next-door neighbors, and those were about the only people I expected to be ringing on our door out of the blue. Now he was knocking, his fist rapping hard against the door. I opened up and looked up into those lightning blue eyes. Now that he wasn't behind a dirty lens, I could see even more detail inside them. They were the color at the center of an impossibly hot flame, a blue that shifted and danced and swirled in whatever ways it wanted to, regardless of whether or not light was hitting his eyes. They effectively rendered me speechless. Sorry for the intrusion, but does Hazel Rose live here?
Holy shit. Is Hazel dating this beautiful specimen of a man? And if so, why is she keeping him a secret from me?
Yeah, but I don't think she's home. I know she's not. Hazel's at work.
Oh, damn, okay. This guy even has her schedule memorized. His tone was clipped, and his posture told me he wasn't here to play around. His shoulders were stiff and his jaw jutted out, highlighting the sharp lines that drew a perfect square. Is there something I can help you with? I asked. I wanted to simultaneously help this man with absolutely anything he needed, but also tell him to come back when he didn't look so pissed off.
I was hoping you could answer a few questions. You're her roommate, correct?
My eyebrows drew together. Correct. What is this about?
I'm Rocky Hudson, a private detective working for Stonewall Investigations. Hazel hired me to look into a problem she's been having. I'm wondering if you might know about it.
I positioned myself in the center of the doorway and crossed my arms. Your tone seems pointed. I cocked my head. Are you thinking I did something?
I have no idea who did anything. Right now, I'm just trying to get some answers.
He crossed his arms, too. I couldn't help but notice the way his biceps pushed against the sleeves of his black shirt. His right arm had a colorful sleeve of tattoos, a blast of reds and pinks and blues and greens. I quickly glanced at them, spotting a whale and a tree, its roots wrapping around the whale's tail, but I wasn't able to pick anything else out without openly staring at him. Which, I mean, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, all right?
How long have you known Hazel?
15 years, since we were 6 years old. We've been through plenty of shit together. I'd never do anything to hurt her. Those piercing blue eyes pinned me to the spot. As much as I wanted to close the door on this man, I knew that even if my muscles were working properly, I still wouldn't have closed the door.
So you didn't steal anything from her?
Steal? Are you joking? Of course not. And then realization hit me like a 2-ton hammer. This was about Hazel's underwear going missing, straight out of her bedroom. When she told me this, we both instantly began to suspect Jessie may have been involved, but I didn't know she'd go out and hire the sexiest private detective in all of the United States. Possibly even the entire Northern Hemisphere. All right, let's say the sexiest private detective in the entire world, just to be safe. I looked over my shoulder, seeing that Jessie was still in his room, but the door remained open. I stepped out into the humid hallway, closing the door behind me. That did 2 things. 1, it made sure that Jessie couldn't overhear anything I was about to say. And 2, it put me straight into the intoxicating cloud of whatever cologne Rocky was wearing, his scent a mixture of woods and leather and pure, unadulterated, unfiltered, raw sex. At least I think that's what sex smells like. We were too close. I took a step back, feeling myself hit the closed door. It still wasn't as much space as I would have liked, but it would have to do. All right, let's talk, I said, looking up into those blue orbs and finding that my knees were beginning to go weak. He clearly suspected me. His thick eyebrows were drawn together and his lips were tilted into an annoying slant. An annoyingly sexy slant that I felt myself wanting to kiss right off.
4. Rocky Hudson. I wasn't so sure about this guy. We stood in the hallway of his apartment building as he gave me a short rundown on his and Hazel's relationship with their roommate Jessie, who they both suspected. He sounded authentic and wasn't giving me any signals that set off my internal lie detector. He had great eye contact, confident posture, and even tone. He also had a bright smile and a couple of freckles that dotted his face like small, starry constellations, matching the light behind his expressive gray and stormy eyes. They were magnified underneath the thick lenses of his glasses, allowing me to see the tiny flecks of blue inside the hypnotizing gaze. Not that any of that shit matters. I caught myself thinking about Sam's features and quickly shut that down. My focus had to stay on the case, not on my dick twitching in my briefs.
So, do you get it now? I'm not the one you want to check out.
Sam pointed a thumb over his shoulder at the closed door behind him.
Your guy's in there.
And what if he's out here? Is Jesse home? I asked.
Yeah, he was probably getting ready to jerk off or something. Want to talk to him?
I nodded, spotting a couple more freckles on Sam's neck. He ran a hand through his unruly head of light brown hair, pushing some of the thick strands off his forehead.
All right,
he said. He turned and opened the door, stepping in and letting out a breath of surprise. I followed him, instantly spotting who'd caught him off guard. The man who, I assumed was Jesse, stood in the hall separating the bedrooms. He looked surprised to see us, his owl-like black eyes held wide open, his mouth slightly gaping.
Oh, hey,
he said, taking a few steps toward us.
Need anything?
Jesse looked about the same age as Sam, but had an entirely different energy about him. His eyes darted all around us, but never settled on either. He wore a baggy gray t-shirt and a pair of stained blue sleeping shorts. His head was buzzed down practically to the skin, and when he offered us a weak smile, I could see his teeth were closer to piss yellow than ivory white. I'm Detective Hudson with Stonewall Investigations. I stepped forward and offered a hand.
Hi, Detective?
Jesse didn't shake. I put my hand down, and Sam cleared his throat behind me. I'm here because your roommate Hazel thinks someone is stealing her things. I like to start from the inside and work my way out, so I wanted to ask both you and Sam some questions about it. Jesse shook his head and rolled his eyes.
I've already told her. I don't have anything to do with her things going missing.
What's your relationship with Hazel like?
It's fine, we're just roommates. I barely really talk to her, or you, Sam. I just mind my own damn business.
So would you mind if I just take a quick look around? Jesse reeled back.
What? No, you're not looking around. Not in my room, at least. Actually, I don't even have time for this. I have to go.
With a huff of annoyed air, he turned and walked into his room, slamming the door shut and locking it. I looked to Sam, who just shrugged and rolled his eyes. He adjusted the glasses so that they sat higher on his nose.
You can look around the apartment, he said. Check my room, if you want. You'll see I'm not hiding anything.
Part of me, a part that was buried miles deep underneath all the scar tissue that covered me, that part wanted to believe Sam wholeheartedly. Something about him made my instincts scream at the top of their lungs, "You can trust him. He's a good one." Too fucking bad I didn't trust anyone, not even my own instincts. I started looking around their cramped living room, spotting signs of each of them everywhere I looked. There were a pair of discarded red heels by the door, sitting next to a pair of muddy old tennis shoes. I could see the indentations on the old black couch where Hazel and Sam most likely sat, watching trash television on the old TV set, hitched up precariously on the eggshell white wall. There wasn't much natural light coming in, so I flicked on the 2 floor lamps, shedding an orange glow on everything. In the kitchen, their refrigerator was covered in photos and postcards and a couple of wedding invitations. Most of the photos were of Sam and Hazel with friends of theirs. Only 2 photos had Jesse in them. They were group photos, and he had been delegated to the farthest corner of the group, barely in the shot. It was obvious to me that Jesse didn't fit in with the pair, and that made me even more inclined to believe Sam when he said he had nothing to do with it.
Do you want water or anything?
I turned to face Sam. He leaned against the wall, staring at me with a curious look on his face, like someone who'd just unearthed a strange rock, like he was turning me over in his mind, trying to figure me out. I'm good. I licked my lips, realizing how dry they were.
Beer?
Sam offered, his kindness showing. Sure, I said. Why not? Sam walked around me and opened the fridge.
So,
he asked.
Live around here?
I could tell he was a little on edge with my presence. Not too far. I live in Coral Gables.
Oh, nice. My uncle lives there. They've got some beautiful houses in that neighborhood. He'd take me walking when I was a kid, and we'd give them all stories.
He grabbed 2 bottles of Stella's. He set them on the pastel yellow counters and opened a drawer full of different kitchen utensils.
There was always this one house. It had a mailbox with a manatee wearing a top hat, and the manatee looked half drunk, half drugged. I always said a weird magician lived in there.
You're actually not far off. The man who lives there owns a company that throws kid parties. I've seen him walk out dressed like a clown, a magician, a cowboy.
Wait, you've seen him?
He's my neighbor. Sam's jaw dropped.
No fucking way, really? Huh, that's crazy.
It is. I figured you were talking about the house across from mine the second you said manatee. Sam, still appearing to be in slight disbelief, rummaged around the drawer until he found the beer opener. The kitchen was small, forcing us to be close, forcing me to take a deep breath and to stop imagining what it would feel like if I pressed Sam up against the counter and started kissing the back of his neck. Fuck, I really needed to get fucked. Sex wasn't always a constant thought for me. Even though I thrived off great sex and definitely craved it more often than not, I wasn't one to lose my cool and start imagining myself rubbing up on someone I'd just met, especially not when I was working a case. But, well, here we are.
Here,
Sam said, handing me the cold beer. He raised his in the air, we clinked.
To figuring this shit out.
I offered a smile and took a chug. The beer definitely helped with the dryness in my mouth, but it didn't help in dousing the growing flames inside my core.
All right.
Sam looked around the small kitchen.
If you're done in here, I guess I can show you my bedroom.
Exactly what my revved-up sex drive wanted to hear right now. I had to remind myself that even though I was here, with a beer in my hand and a sexy barefoot guy only inches away from me, I was working, and it didn't matter that Hazel wasn't paying me. I still wanted to do the damned best I could to help her. I followed Sam to his bedroom, drinking the beer, keeping my eyes from falling to the ass that was eating up his gym shorts like a 5-star meal. He stepped into his room and opened his arms, twirling and offering a sarcastic smile.
This is it, where the magic comes to die.
I laughed at that, surprised at the sound. You've got jokes.
Yep, jokes and a crippling student loan debt. Those are about the only 2 things I've got.
More laughter. Well, you've got great taste in movies, so there's that. I pointed at the poster of Bridesmaids on the wall, a big blast of pink taped onto his light blue wall just above his twin-sized bed.
No kidding. You like Bridesmaids too?
It's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, I watch it if it's on TV. Sam nodded with pursed lips, looking impressed.
I actually got that from one of my subscribers. It's signed by Kristen Wiig, down there at the bottom.
Subscribers? I asked, leaning in to check out the signature.
Oh, I stream video games. I'm not famous or anything, but I've got a couple, regulars. Shelley from Toronto sent me the poster after I did a rapid-fire round of questions. Apparently, Kristen Wiig is her cousin. I don't know, but I freaking love it.
What kind of games do you play? He seemed a little taken aback by the question, like he wasn't expecting me to dig any deeper.
Mostly MMORPGs. They're
I know what they are.
Oh.
Shit, I didn't mean to be that blunt. Sam looked down at his feet. I could feel the flames in my core firing me up. Sorry, I said. It's just... Before I could even start with an explanation, before I could even say my brother's name, something hot pink and lacy caught my eye. It was coming out from under the corner of Sam's mattress. He followed my gaze and gave a confused sound as I walked toward it, recognizing that they were a pair of panties.
What the...
Sam looked from the panties to me, his eyes wide under the glasses.
Those can't be... I never...
I lifted Sam's mattress. He took in a sharp breath of air, but I remained calm. Laid out underneath the box spring were 7 pairs of panties, different colors and fabrics, but all the same size and same description that Hazel had given me. These were hers. Sam had lied to me, and to Hazel.
Detective, I don't know how those got there. I swear on my life. I really don't.
This was exactly what I'd been expecting. Even though my gut had been shouting at me to blindly trust him from the jump, I knew I would have been falling straight into his trap. I wasn't that dumb. He could bat those long eyelashes and wring his soft hands all he wanted. But I had all the proof I needed. So why the fuck do I still want to grab him and kiss him and tell him to calm the fuck down, and that it'll be all right? 5. Sam Clark.
I could feel all the blood slowly drain from my body. My face must have been see-through. You could have probably traced all the little veins and capillaries and made a cute little art project out of my pale-as-tits face. The shock not only drained me of color, but also drained me of any mental faculties I had. My brain went haywire as I looked down at the colorful underwear, laid out as if they were all taunting me. I didn't do that. I managed to spit out past the cotton balls that now filled my throat. Detective McSteamy currently looked from the underwear to me, a scowl on his face. I could tell he didn't believe me, and why would he? The underwear might as well have spelled out the word guilty in all their lacy glory.
Sam.
He dropped the mattress, the underwear disappearing except for the pink one that hung off the corner, as if it were trying to escape this messed-up situation.
Tell me the truth. Why are you stealing your roommate's panties?
I didn't steal them. I started to feel desperate. It was the kind of desperation a terribly innocent person feels when the lens of suspicion turns to them. Through the loud and plentiful thoughts of shouting and running and crying, one thought pushed past all the others. "Jesse," I said, feeling as if I'd just found the long-lost piece needed to complete the puzzle. "Jesse must have done this. When we were outside, he must have..."
"Sam, they're in your room, under your bed. Is there anything else in here?"
"No, I swear. Please, you've got to believe me. Jesse must have dumped them all in here." The way the detective looked at me told me everything I needed to know. I had to get Jesse in here. Had to let Rocky, the detective, see how guilty Jesse was. This had to have been him. I hurried out of the room and slammed a fist on Jesse's closed door. "Open up! Open the damn door, you creep!" Rocky put a hand on my shoulder. I jumped, lurching away. He stood in the hall, taking up the entire space. He stood a good 6 inches taller than me. I craned my neck to look directly into his eyes, trying hard not to back down even though I felt like curling up into a ball and going to sleep.
"Why, Sam?"
No, no, no. No. I covered my face with my hands, took a deep breath, then another. "No," I repeated.
"I'll have to tell Hazel," he said matter-of-factly.
"Just get out!" The words flew out of me like a fireball from the maw of a dying dragon. "Go!" I felt stupid. I felt so fucking dumb. I should have never let this man into my apartment. I should have never thought he'd be on my side. I shouldn't have ever let myself imagine what he'd feel like pressed up against me, how those lips would taste against my tongue. I felt so stupid.
"Just tell me why."
"You're not doing that. You're not going to coerce me into saying what you want to hear. I didn't do it. That wasn't me. Now go." I moved toward him. For a moment, I feared an electric shock would jump from him to me, sending me launching through the air. Nothing happened. The electricity in the space between us didn't react, and neither did he. He just stood there, those swirling blue eyes still spelling out paradise, even though a storm rocked the horizon. Was he believing me? Or was he just searching for a weak spot in my armor? Jesse opened the door then. "What the hell?" I turned on him, angrier than I'd ever felt before. "How dare you? You're sick! You're fucking sick!" Jesse, who had changed into a pair of ill-fitting dark jeans and a tight black shirt, stepped forward, his hands turning to fists at his side. "Fuck you!" The anger radiated from him. I instantly shrank back, feeling myself already biting off more than I could chew. Conflict was never my thing. The only battles I liked fighting were behind my computer screen, where magic and swords ruled over words and fists.
"Jesse, back off."
It was Rocky. He sounded like a dog trainer breaking through to an aggressive Rottweiler, turning it into a tail-wagging pup. His words were direct, his tone strong. Jesse looked to Rocky and then to me. He pushed past the detective and went toward the door, grabbing his keys off the table before leaving the apartment, the door slamming behind him and shaking the thin walls. "Do you believe me now?" I asked, feeling a little lightheaded. There wasn't an answer. I realized he didn't. He still thought I was the one responsible for stealing the underwear. "Go!" I put a hand to my mouth, then moved it to the back of my neck, squeezing. "Go!" Rocky, to his credit, turned and started walking. I didn't do it. I felt like I needed to drill that point home. It scared me that someone would actually think I was capable of such a disgusting act. And what if I couldn't convince the detective that I was innocent? What if Hazel believed him? My entire life would be ruined. I wouldn't be able to come back from something like that. "Please." Rocky stopped. He faced the door, his back to me. He dropped his head, and I could almost feel the torrent of thoughts inside there. Even without those icy blue orbs on me, I already knew they danced with doubt. "I've got to look into it more." I let out an exasperated breath. Did I have to drop to my knees, crawl, and beg? I would have. I would have done it in a heartbeat. But he didn't give me a chance. He walked out the door, and this time it didn't slam. It shut, almost quietly, leaving me alone in the apartment, the walls feeling as if they had suddenly all caught fire. I foolishly expected to feel relief wash over me. From the moment Rocky Hudson showed up at my door, things turned to shit. I expected him leaving would make everything suddenly better. But there was another side to the rusty shit-covered coin, one that glittered with a substance I couldn't quite name yet, something undiscovered until now. It was a side that intrigued me in a way I'd never felt before, which, considering I'd never really felt anything before, had to mean something. Why do I want him back here? It scared me, blocking any kind of relief that I'd been expecting. I couldn't understand why I felt such a draw toward the detective, even though he clearly thought I was some kind of weird, panty-sniffing troll. I closed my eyes, rubbed the bridge of my nose. This was bad. Hazel. I had to call her. Had to do it before Rocky did. I ran to my bedroom, the pink underwear practically shouting at me as I entered. I ignored it and snatched my phone off the dresser. "Hey, Sam." "Hazel, where are you right now?" "At work. I can only talk for like 3 minutes." "We're going to need way more than that." I looked at the underwear, my stomach churning. "Tell your boss I'm having an emergency. You've got to come home." Thankfully, Hazel's boss was one of the most considerate human beings to have ever walked this planet. Sure enough, Hazel texted me 3 minutes after we had hung up, saying that she was on her way. It took her another 15 to get home. In that time, I paced something that could only be described as crop circles into the tan living room carpet. So many different emotions were colliding inside me, the two main ones being anxiety and dread, but there were others, too. There was a calm assurance in thinking that Hazel would never believe I'd do something like that. I'd feel brief waves of peace, knowing that it would all get figured out in the end, and then I'd feel a sharp pang of excitement, imagining the stern-looking detective with those ice storm eyes of his apologizing to me. I pictured him saying, sorry, and that he should have chased after Jesse from the start. Because I know it's him. It has to be him.
The excitement I felt picturing the apology would then morph, shaping into something else, something I couldn't quite pinpoint. All I knew was that it made my body temperature shoot up about 25 degrees. It made me lick my lips without thinking and had me feeling an ignition at the base of my spine. So, yeah, I was going through a torrent of emotions by the time Hazel walked in through the door, her expression a mix of worry and confusion.
What happened?
I dove headfirst into the explanation, starting from the underwear and working my way down to the detective knocking on the door. Hazel stood there, her face shifting, but only barely, her lips turned down into a disbelieving frown. Was she not believing me?
Where's Jesse now?
She asked, looking around the apartment. No idea, he just stormed out.
Can I see? Your bedroom?
Of course. I walked with Hazel to my room. She stepped in first. Her gasp was immediate. And the rest are under the mattress. I felt terrible. Hazel must have felt so violated. She lifted up the mattress.
Jesus.
Dropped it back down. She turned to me, her eyes wide, her mouth open. You believe me, right? I didn't do this. For a fraction of a second, I thought her answer was going to be no. Instead, she nodded, offering a weak smile.
Of course I believe you, Sam. I know Jesse has to be behind this.
She ran a hand through her wavy brown hair, the thick locks glistening like they were straight out of a shampoo commercial.
I'll talk to the detective. I'll tell him he has to focus on Jesse. The creep must have heard you two talking and ran into your room to dump these in here. Hell, I'm sure if we search his room right now, we'd probably find the rest.
I straightened my back. So why don't we?
What? Search his room?
Hazel waved a dismissive hand in the air.
I don't want to give him any more reasons to hate us. What if he finds out?
How's he going to find out? I didn't give Hazel a chance to answer. Just stay here. I'm going to take a look. We all pay rent, don't we? She cocked her head and gave me a "this is such a dumb idea" look, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I felt like I had a solid chance of finding evidence that Jesse was the sick perv behind the thefts. I grabbed my phone and started to record, wanting to get every step on camera, from me walking out the bedroom and across the hall to Jesse's closed door. He never locked it. Most of the time he barely even closed it. I reached for the doorknob and turned, immediately finding resistance. He had locked it. Shit. I deflated like a balloon. There went my James Bond moment. I thought I'd for sure save the day by finally being brave, finally taking things into my own hands for once. I jiggled the knob some more, the door not budging.
Move over.
Hazel smiled at me, a bobby pin in hand, already bent so that it resembled a long metallic finger. She crouched down and slipped the pin into the small pinhole-shaped lock on the door. She turned and twisted the pin with one hand, keeping the other on the knob, sucking on her lip as she concentrated. My heart started to beat faster and faster. The sooner we got in there, the sooner we could get out. Jesse could have gone for a walk around the block for all I knew. He could be getting home any second now.
I think I've got it.
The lock clicked, the knob turned, and the door creaked open. Right there, on top of the chipped and broken drawer he had pushed up against the wall, were rows and rows of small plastic bags filled up with white powder, some of the bags being filled up with blue powder. My eyes bugged out of my head. Holy fucking shit! Hazel looked over my shoulder, echoing my statement. And then another lock clicked. Hazel and I looked at each other like two frightened squirrels hearing the sudden and terrifying purr of a hungry house cat. I almost tripped as I grabbed the door and slammed it shut. Hazel jumped onto her feet and practically ran into my bedroom. I turned to follow, but Jesse entered before I could disappear, calling out my name. Sam, we need to talk. Later, Jesse. I turned to see him standing in the living room, his friend at his side. It was Nick Ricks, a sketchy guy who always looked like he was running away from something, always throwing nervous glances over his shoulder, always with his hands stuffed into the pockets of his oversized jeans.
He wore a wide-brimmed black cap almost religiously, leaving me to wonder what the majority of his face actually looked like. He had a tattoo of a bleeding angel wing on his forearm, and a few tattoos of different cartoons around his neck, all of them appearing to be pretty new. There was a tattoo on his chest of a cross that appeared to have been done in jail. It was peeking over the low-cut and stained wife-beater he wore. He was already making the apartment smell like a bucket of lit cigarettes. He'd only entered Jesse's circle recently, and from the start I never got good vibes from the guy. Today was no exception. Still rushing with adrenaline from our failed snooping session, I shook my head and walked past Jesse, heading into the one bathroom we shared for all three of us. "We can talk later," I said, stuffing my hands in the pockets of my shorts so he wouldn't spot them shaking. "Where's Hazel?" Jesse asked. "She's out." I went into the bathroom and shut the door, clicking the lock shut and turning the water on so I had some noise and my loud-ass breathing didn't give me away. I knew Hazel would be safe in my bedroom, where I doubted she would come out from. I leaned on the dirty counter and looked into the toothpaste-dotted mirror. My hair had gotten unruly and my glasses were dirty while my beard was starting to grow unchecked. I hadn't realized how far I'd let myself go, and why all I could think about was what Rocky must have thought of me. Even with him suspecting me, it looks like he's still pursuing Jesse. I splashed some cold water on my face, pushing all thoughts of the asshole detective out of my head. Outside of the bathroom, I could hear Jesse and Nick leave the apartment again, most likely coming for drugs. I wondered if calling the cops would be the next best thing, but the last time a detective was in here, not that very long ago, I was the one who ended up being a suspect. Calling the cops could wait. For now. I'd check my room and make sure he hadn't snuck in some kind of insurance policy. Watch, there have been bricks of cocaine stuffed into my pillows and I had no idea about it. I'm pretty sure that was an entirely different kind of tooth fairy. After that, I wanted to get a haircut so I could look like a human again. Then I wanted to take Jesse up on that conversation he wanted to have with me. 6. Rocky Hudson. A loud honk blared through the air. "Fucking asshole!" I shouted at the car in front of me, which had decided to stop suddenly for some unexplained reason. The car behind me swerved and avoided rear-ending me by a fraction of an inch. I drove around the beat-up Mazda, the exhaust sounding like a damn rice can. "What the fuck?" I said out of my window. A little shit of a teenager who must have gotten his license 3 hours ago had his phone in his hand, clearly taking pictures for his Instagram. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I could see cars coming up from behind us. I peeled off, leaving a cloud of dust and dirt behind me. Fucking Miami. I loved this city, but they handed out driver's licenses like fucking candy. My commute to work topped 20 minutes at most, and in those 20 minutes, I'm guaranteed to see someone shaving, a girl blow-drying her hair while trying to read the news, and a little chihuahua sitting on a booster seat with his paws on the steering wheel. Shit was crazy here. I pulled into my parking spot just down the street from Stonewall Investigations. The offices were located barely a street away from the beach, so there was constant foot traffic with tourists and beachgoers carrying their chairs and coolers. I walked around a family of 5, the kids already kicking around a soccer ball. Stonewall Investigations was tucked between 2 taller buildings. The path leading up to the front door was welcoming, with a trickling fountain and perfectly maintained bushes and flowers, a rainbow flag waving in the breeze. It was a great place to work. I didn't mind having to come into the office, something I used to dread in my other jobs. I had come from a job in finance and found that my days had been drilled down to the boring core. Nothing excited me besides the few hours I had scheduled for my other interests. Speaking of, I glanced at my watch as I entered the main lobby. It was just 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I had a meeting with Jesse scheduled in the next 10 minutes, but the rest of my evening was free, so that would hopefully give me enough time to get home and prepare for tonight. The last few days had found me overly wound up, and tonight I planned on releasing all that tension.
My velvet room was clean, and my body was thirsting. "Hey, Holly," I greeted Holly Barrios, the curly-haired and always smiling receptionist. She beamed at me and waved before turning her attention back to the phone between her ear and shoulder.
Yep. We've got someone who can help you out. Yep, absolutely.
I walked by her desk and into the well-lit hallway, a river of Miami sunlight streaming in through the windows. I passed by a couple of closed offices, hearing the detectives speaking to their clients in muffled tones. A phone rang as I passed Shiro's office. His door was open, his feet thrown up on his desk. He gave me a casual smile and a friendly wave and threw his feet back on the ground, reaching for the ringing phone on his desk. That was another thing I liked about Stonewall. All I had to do was say hi to the other detectives, and then we all pretty much focused in on our own shit. Sometimes I noticed a few detectives working together and taking things in a more collaborative direction, but that wasn't me. I didn't like collaborating. It only led to connecting, and I fucking hated connecting. Only one other detective managed to break through, Angel, and even then I wouldn't say we were best friends or anything. I liked sticking to my own lane and getting shit done. And today, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I reached my office and unlocked the door. The space wasn't the 40th floor corner office with a wraparound view out to Miami Beach, but I liked it more because of that. I enjoyed the coziness of it, the hominess. It didn't feel like a regular office, with fluorescent lighting, uncomfortable and squeaky chairs, and an ugly brown desk. No, my office had plenty of natural light coming in, especially since it was one of the only offices to have two windows that looked out to the street, where there were no other tall buildings to block the sun. The walls were painted a welcoming and soft light gray color, with all the furniture sleek and modern and black, with silver accents catching the sunlight. The blue and white rug I had imported from Morocco took up half the room and tied everything together, making it feel more like a home than an office. I went to my desk, rolled back my leather chair, and sat. My desk was clean, as it usually was, with only a small succulent sitting on the edge of the desk inside a white ceramic pot. I liked to have things organized and under control in all aspects of my life, and that extended to the cleanliness of my desk. Life had taught me that there were many things out of my control, but keeping my desk clean, that I could control. I opened a drawer by my legs and pulled out a simple manila folder. Inside it were the few things I'd been able to compile on Jesse, Sam, and Hazel since yesterday's incident. It was mostly notes I'd written down from sifting through their social media accounts, but there were also a couple of other golden nuggets of information that I thought could be helpful. Example number 1, the article I'd discovered on Jesse's parents winning the lottery in their small Texas hometown. They'd taken out the total lump sum of $7 million, and from what I could tell, they picked up and moved to a beach house in Central Florida. The win had happened 6 months ago, and yet Jesse still lived in a 3-bedroom apartment without so much as a breadcrumb thrown his way. Why was that? Did his parents know something about Jesse, something that stopped them from supporting him? Then there were the photos I discovered of Jesse and a friend appearing to be mocking Hazel. The photos seemed to have been taken without Hazel knowing. One photo had Hazel coming up the stairs to her apartment, Nick at the bottom holding up a middle finger and aiming it directly at Hazel, another hand holding his crotch. It made me sick. I wondered how the photo hadn't been reported yet. I screenshotted it and set it aside, finding another photo with Nick inside the apartment. He was up against Hazel's door, and he seemed to be spitting on the handle. Jesse must have been the one taking the photo. Fucking shithead. I wanted to knock both of them out. And clearly Jesse had an obsession with Hazel. I wondered what other photos he had that didn't make it online. My stomach twisted. There were also some questionable comments left on Jesse's wall, most of them by 2 girls who both wore big silver chains and wife-beaters in their profile pics. Kendra Fernandez and Monica Silverman. I found one photo of them kissing, Jesse giving a thumbs up off to the side of the photo. They seemed like they were good friends, up until Nick came into Jesse's life. There were photos and comments by Kendra and Monica pretty much posted every day on Jesse's wall, until there was a notification about 2 months ago that said Nick and Jesse became friends. After that, Monica and Kendra seemed to disappear. I jotted their names down along with where they both worked. Monica was a bartender and Kendra was a bouncer, both at the same dive bar in downtown. If they'd had a falling out with Jesse, then they might be willing to divulge his dirty secrets. I glanced at the round white clock on the wall. 10 minutes until Jesse arrived for the meeting. I leaned back in my chair, letting my head fall on the cushioned headrest. I stared up at the ceiling, and as my mind had been annoyingly doing recently, I started to think about Sam Clark. Not for any reason in particular, just, well, I didn't really know why. I couldn't understand why I kept thinking about that damn smile of his, or the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he squinted, or how he smelled like cedar and ocean spray. I caught myself wondering how he'd taste. Would it be just as intoxicating as his scent? My dick pulsed between my thighs. I squeezed them together, only making the problem more pronounced. Sam, without even being in the room, could somehow make me rock hard in seconds flat. Christ on a fucking saltine cracker. I adjusted my boner, sitting it on my thigh, my black pants straining to hold it down. This wasn't the first time this had happened. And frankly, it wasn't even the worst thing that's happened since Sam infiltrated my every waking thought. No, that happened on the day I met him. Even though I briefly suspected him of stealing his best friend's underwear, for some reason I still couldn't stop fantasizing about his underwear. Sam had dropped to the absolute bottom list of my suspects. Not that there were that many to begin with, but I could say with 90% certainty that Sam was innocent. Not only did I have a chat with Hazel, who assured me that Sam must have been framed, but I also spent hours looking through Sam's internet footprint, and one thing was very clear. Sam loved Hazel with all his heart. He always threw her big parties for every birthday, and he always wrote long and sappy status updates on the day of their friendiversary. They had hundreds of pictures together, and they constantly commented back and forth on each other's posts. They truly seemed like best friends. And aside from that, I genuinely didn't believe Sam was the kind of guy who'd do something like that. I barely knew him, but after years working this job and talking to guilty people face to face, I developed a good sense of character. Sam didn't send up any red flags. He spoke with conviction and emotion, the kind of emotion that only comes from someone who's innocent, scared they'd be accused of an act they'd never commit. So now my sole focus had turned to Jesse. Well, at least when my cock wasn't trying to grab hold of that focus. A knock on the door pulled me out of my thoughts. Moments later, Holly's face appeared in the crack of the opening door.
Rocky, I've got Jesse here to see you.
Perfect, I said, Holly opening the door all the way. Jesse walked past her and stepped into the office. He wore a forest green shirt that had a small hole near the neckline and a pair of khaki cargo shorts that offended me just by looking at them. He walked over and took a seat across from me. Thankfully, I didn't have to stand to shake his hand, seeing as how the thoughts of Sam still had me up at full mast. Thanks for coming in today. Sure, Jesse said, shrugging. I just want to get this over with. You're going to see Sam's a fucking creep. Good. Jesse still thought he was coming to Stonewall so that he could further incriminate an innocent man. I knew there'd be no other way of getting him here, so that was the bait I had laid out, and he happened to greedily snatch it up. So let's start with what you can tell me about Sam and Hazel. Jesse didn't waste a second. He started rattling on about how they're both freaks who got off on making him feel uncomfortable. I stopped him mid-sentence. So why don't you just move out? He seemed a little stunned by the question, as if the thought had never occurred to him. Maybe because you've got an obsession with Hazel and don't want to live apart from her? Well, the lease, I can't break it. Plus moving is difficult. I don't want to be bothered with that shit, and I shouldn't be forced to move either. I nodded, pretending to accept all the bullshit he was shoveling. Have you tried talking with them, then? Figuring out why you three don't get along?
They just don't like me.
And it sounds like they have good reason not to.
Listen, I came here to talk about Sam.
Jesse was getting agitated. A large vein pounded on the side of his forehead.
I don't want to talk about me. He's the one with the panties under his bed.
About that, my eyes narrowed to slits. When we came back in the apartment, you were midway between Sam's room and yours. Is it unreasonable to think you could have planted Hazel's underwear in Sam's room? You had enough time to do it. He let out an odd laugh. He sounded like a damaged whoopee cushion sputtering out air.
That's not what happened. Sam's had an obsession with Hazel, it's obvious. He's wanted her since I met them.
It wasn't unusual for a criminal to project their emotions onto someone else. Jesse was doing exactly that. I could see it written across the worried look he now wore. His eyebrows were halfway up to the sky while his pupils had dilated 2 sizes too big. There were beads of sweat forming across his hairline, even though the AC was kept at a cool 71 degrees. Jesse's chair had turned into the hot seat, and he was feeling the flames. I just had to get him to crack. Jesse, just be honest with me. You've had a secret crush on Hazel. It grew out of control, and you did some fucked up shit because of it, but that doesn't mean it's not too late to fix things. To stop things before it got worse. Come on, Jesse, the truth. I could almost see the inner workings behind those scared brown eyes. He was calculating which option worked best for him. Continue the facade and digging himself in deeper, or come clean now and try to work something out. His phone vibrated against my table, drawing both our eyes. I saw Sam's name pop up, and I could read a brief piece of the text before the screen locked again. Sam, let's meet at... Jesse seemed to be thrown out of his thoughts with the text, making up his mind.
I shouldn't have come here.
He chose to keep digging his grave. Jesse, he wasn't listening. He stood up, the chair almost tipping over with how quickly he pushed it back. I followed suit, standing, hoping I could defuse the situation. Jesse, we can talk this out. He was already at the door. Without even so much as a glance over his shoulder, Jesse disappeared, the door shutting with a force that made me wince. I didn't waste a moment. I snatched my keys and phone and hurried out of my office, down the hall and into the lobby. Holly sat behind her desk, looking spooked. Did that guy just walk out? I asked her.
Yeah, he looked pissed. Slammed the door on his way out.
Thanks, I said. There was a cap hanging by the door. It was all black with a wide tongue, and it wasn't mine. I grabbed it anyway and slipped it on. I'll bring this back, I said over my shoulder to Holly, opening the door and stepping out into the Miami summer heat. The humidity bitch-slapped me across the face. I tucked the hat lower on my head and hurried down the street, looking left and not spotting any sign of Jesse. I looked to my right and saw him just as he was turning. Like a lion stalking its prey, I followed after him, not exactly sure of what I'd find, but trusting my instinct to follow. I turned onto the busy street. It was lined with classic cars, all sporting freshly waxed paint jobs, their bold reds and bright blues glittering like gems under the sun. There must have been some kind of car show in town. A fresh ocean breeze drifted in and helped keep the heat manageable, aided further by fans on restaurant patios spraying clouds of mist onto the sidewalk. Jesse was up ahead, walking with his head down, focused on his phone, typing furiously and almost knocking into 6 pedestrians and 2 skateboarders. As I followed about 7 feet behind him, I realized there was another instinct at play, too. One that was pulling me toward Sam, one that roared to life when that text message came through. I wanted to follow Jesse, if only to keep an eye on Sam. Sam. 7. Sam Clark.
Thanks, Sam. Have a great day,
the hairstylist cheerily said. I walked out of the hair salon feeling like an entirely new man.
It felt like the birds were all singing a little louder, and the sun was shining a little brighter, and the people I walked past all turned to look at me before bursting out into colorful and perfectly choreographed dance. Yep, that's how getting this haircut made me feel. I checked myself out as I passed a heavily tinted SUV, admiring the sides of my head, which were no longer covered by a curtain of unkempt hair. I'd let myself go for way too long. Now, with the sides faded and the top cut short and styled with a matte paste, I felt like I could do a decent job at brokering world peace, like I could tackle any kind of problem and solve it without even breaking a sweat. At the corner, I pulled out my phone and went to Jesse's number, deciding that maybe world peace was out of my reach right now, but I could still try to use my enhanced gaze superpowers to broker another kind of peace. My fingers dashed across the screen, the message practically writing itself. Jesse, I need to talk to you. I get that we haven't been the best of friends, but this all has to end today. I want to put everything behind us, and I know Hazel wants to do the same thing. Let's give this a shot. Come and talk things out with me. Let's meet at Cafe Cubano in 30 minutes. I hit send, not wanting to overthink things. I'd been doing that lately, obsessing over things I totally shouldn't have. Obsessing over people. Well, a person. All right, fine, Rocky. I was obsessing over Rocky Hudson, the asshole detective with the pouty lips and the blizzard blue eyes who kept popping up in my sexiest and steamiest dreams. It was almost annoying how often I thought about him. Sometimes I'd think of how stupid he must be to suspect me of stealing my best friend's underwear and hoarding them under my mattress. And then other times I'd think about how that was his job, and that I was the stupid one to assume he'd see the innocence in me. But most of the time, I'd think of how Rocky Hudson had lit up some dormant fire inside me, a distant flame that flickered stronger and brighter the longer I thought of him, growing more and more intense by the day, surprising me with how often the inside of my core was licked by the heat. My phone buzzed with a response from Jesse. "I'll be there," was all it said. The crosswalk sign blinked on, and I followed the flow of people. The road ahead, lined with tall, skinny palm trees, seemed to stretch out into the ocean, as though the concrete blended in with the sand, which then blended into the water to then merge with the sky. The bright blue water mixing with the soft blue of the sky reminded me of Rocky's eyes, painting them across my vision. Yeah, Rocky has me all kinds of messed up. I took a turn, away from the beach, toward the coffee shop I told Jesse to meet me at. It was a Cuban coffee shop, so you knew you were in for a massive shot of adrenaline with every cup. As I got closer, I could smell the sweet coffee beans being ground up, the scent alone already making me feel more awake. Good. I've got to be on my toes right now. The coffee shop was a trendy establishment with plenty of outdoor seating underneath a large silky blue tarp, protecting the chatting coffee drinkers from the hot Miami rays. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun beat down hard on the pavement, reflecting off the glass door as I opened it and stepped inside, instantly being hit with a blast of cool air and an even stronger scent of delicious coffee. The line wrapped around a display, each shelf displaying a different kind of coffee, all of them from Cuba. There was the Cuban flag hanging behind the counter, and salsa played over the speakers, making me want to swing my hips as I made my way down the line. With the haircut I had just gotten, I wasn't opposed to having everyone make a circle and watch me pretend like I knew how to dance. I definitely have to stream when I get home. What game should I play? I ordered my cortadito, basically half espresso and half steamed milk, and went to grab a seat on the patio, still thinking about what game I'd stream tonight, completely forgetting the fact that I should have been worrying about an accounting exam I had coming up instead. Halfway through my cortadito was when I spotted Jesse walking down the street, head bent down against the sun. His hands were stuffed into the pockets of his shorts,
He walked like someone who was simultaneously late and pissed off, his shoulders back and his pace quick. I glanced at my watch and saw that we were still good on time. I finished the rest of my coffee as if I were taking a shot, and I stood up as Jesse walked onto the patio. He lifted his head, his eyes meeting mine. The annoyance in his gait also reflected behind his gaze. "Thanks for coming," I said, offering a hand to shake. It felt weird, like I was meeting with a stranger, not someone living under the same roof as me. He didn't take the hand, he just sat down, his lids narrowing as he looked up at me. "Okay." I sat down, taking a moment to see if Jesse was going to say anything. He didn't. I just jumped into it, my body buzzing with caffeine and anxiety. "All right, Jesse, I know this is as uncomfortable for you as it is for me, but I just need you to be upfront with me, right here, right now. Why are you stealing Hazel's underwear? For fuck's sake. I can say with 1,000% certainty it wasn't me, yet they still found their way under my mattress, conveniently moments before we caught you in the middle of the hallway. Jesse, come on, just come clean. We can work something out. We can find you a good doctor, get you to therapy." I didn't want to say all that. Jesse sat up straighter in the wicker chair, a vein rapidly pulsing at the base of his neck. "Is this why you asked me to come here? To accuse me?" "No." I could tell my first plan wasn't going to work, so I had to fall back on plan B. Which, funny enough, there wasn't one. I improvised my way through. "I asked you to come because I wanted to talk to you about, I said the first thing to pop into my head. Moving out." Jesse started shaking his head, and I could see the anger boiling up inside him, as well as I could see that handsome man standing near us on the street, his back turned to us. "I'll pay for your moving fees and your rent for the next month so you can find a sublet for your lease." It was an offer I knew I'd have trouble backing up, but if it meant getting this creep out of our lives, then I'd do anything. I'd sell plasma in the morning and sperm in the evenings, and then see if there were any college kids who needed clean pee to pass drug tests. Whatever it took. And I mean, obviously there were better ways of making money than turning your body into a human fluid farm, but I wasn't kidding when I said that Cuban coffee was no joke. My mind was buzzing. "You're ridiculous." Yes, I was. Especially considering how I knew Jesse's family had just recently come into quite a lot of money. I shouldn't have to offer him anything, but still, I wanted to try my hardest to get him out of there, for Hazel's sake. "Just take the offer, Jesse. Get out of our hair. The detective won't keep looking into things. We can call it off." "I'm not leaving." "Why?" I crossed my arms against my chest, mainly so that he wouldn't see the tremble in my hands. "You clearly hate living there. You never hang out with us. You never have. We would invite you all the time in the beginning, and you'd just give us attitude." "I'm not talking about this shit with you." "About what? How much you're in love with Hazel? How you're willing to keep renting a room you hate because you want to be near her?" That must have struck a raw nerve. Jesse's nostrils flared, his lips raised. It was like he'd been replaced by an angry pit bull, showing his teeth and getting ready to lunge. I uncrossed my arms, placing my hands on the table as if I were about to give some kind of TED Talk. "Jesse, you don't have fuck this." A flip had switched. Jesse launched up from his seat, the table falling over onto its side with a loud clatter. A woman next to me screeched as she dropped her coffee in surprise, white porcelain shards scattering all across the stone floor. I didn't have much time to think. Jesse was on me, his fists flying. One fist landed hard against my cheek. I put my arms up to try and absorb some of the blows. His punches connected with my forearm, a blistering hot pain shooting through me. I stumbled back. Another fist landed in my gut, knocking all the air out of me. People were shouting for Jesse to stop, but it was useless, their cries falling on deaf, rage-filled ears. I didn't fall to my knees as badly as I wanted to. I kept my feet underneath me and swung my hand upward, my knuckles digging into Jesse's ribcage. I barely made a dent. Jesse was bigger than me, and he had the advantage. It was then that I realized I was a goner. Jesse wasn't going to stop, and no one seemed to be intervening, everyone most likely too frightened by the intense anger radiating off my attacker. My eyes shut tight as he lifted another fist into the air. I knew this would be the one. Once it connected with my head, I'd be done. My eyes stayed shut tight. I heard a grunt and a scuffle, and I realized I still had all my consciousness, meaning Jesse never got to punch my lights out. I opened one eye, then another. In front of me, kneeling on top of Jesse like a hunter bringing home a prized catch, was Rocky Hudson, looking as if he'd walked off a photo shoot for the cover of GQ before coming to save my life. God, I hated this guy. And now I also really, really fucking loved him. "You okay?" he asked me, not even out of breath. Meanwhile, Jesse grunted and whined underneath him like the pig he was. "Yeah, I'm good." My cheek and forearm felt sore from the blows, and my stomach shook in a weird way, but nothing was broken or bleeding. You'd think that with the threat of annihilation by pummeling was over, my heart would start slowing back down to its normal pace. But for some reason my pulse only quickened, my heartbeat pounding hard in my chest, escalating with every glance I threw to Rocky, the pain being subdued by the dose of adrenaline. After a few minutes, police sirens cut through the air. By the time they arrived, Jesse had calmed down. We both spoke to the police, who wrote down our statements and gave a stern talk to Jesse, warning him that another incident like this would land him behind bars. I was asked if I wanted to press charges, but I felt like being dragged into a legal fight with him would only prolong having him in my life. Jesse said he would move out by the end of the week, so I felt like severing him completely out of our lives would be the best scenario. He was also told he had to pay for the damages to the coffee shop, and he was barred from ever coming back there again. When it was all over, I was left standing on the sidewalk, emptying now as the sun was beginning to set. Detective Rocky Hudson stood there with me, both of us looking almost comically awkward. The pain from the punches felt a little louder now, the places that were hit still pulsing. My instincts kicked in, and I filled the awkward silence with the only joke I could think of, a terrible joke. "So," I said, "you, were following him or me? 'Cause you could have just asked me out on a date if that were the case, Detective." Dumb joke. And then Rocky did something that surprised me. The asshole laughed. He laughed at my dumb joke, and something shifted inside me, a key clicking into place. I wasn't exactly sure what it opened yet, but holy hell did I feel something happen. Maybe that feeling was my entire life falling into place, or maybe it was my entire life falling apart. Little did I know, the night ahead was about to answer that very question for me. 8. Rocky Hudson. The only thing in my vision was Sam, and he was in trouble. I didn't give a fuck about blowing my cover or any other on-duty worries I might have had. I just knew I needed to get to his side and stop Jesse before he killed him. Those fists were flying, and they were landing hard. But the patio was crowded, and everyone was clustered around the fight, creating an almost impenetrable wall of heads and shoulders. And no one was doing anything to stop them except shouting a few harmless words. I pushed through them, almost knocking someone over, but I didn't give a fuck. I could hear Sam's stifled cries. It tore at my gut like a cat clawing at a scratching post. I grabbed Jesse's fist as he raised it in the air, ready to land what would most likely have been a finishing blow. Instead, I twisted his arm with as much force as I had, sending him spinning down onto the ground with a surprised shout. He hit the hard stone floor with his chest. I could hear the air sucked out of him, replaced by wheezes. That was when I pushed a knee down onto his back, and the rest was, well, relatively short history. With him subdued, we waited for the police to show up. They didn't arrest him, but he was cited, and if it happened again, he would for sure end up behind bars. I wanted him locked up for life, but Sam seemed to be ready to wash his hands of it all. I stood with Sam on the street, looking down into a pair of dusty gray eyes that had some kind of unexplainable power over me.
"So,"
Sam said, his smile wide even after the shit he'd just been through.
"You, were following him or me? 'Cause you could have just asked me out on a date if that were the case, Detective."
Those gray eyes had so much power over me that I found myself laughing at his joke. Actually laughing. I never laughed. Not the loud, boisterous laugh that had come out of me just then, surprising me and Sam both, judging by his expression. "I was tailing Jessie," I said when the laughter trailed off, as if I really needed to explain. Besides, I didn't want to ask Sam out on a date. I wanted to ask him to come straight home to my bedroom. Images flashed across my mind. Images of Sam, his lithe body twitching and flushed and laid out on the bed, his wrists bound behind him, his eyes covered by a velvet-red blindfold. I quickly silenced those thoughts before my bulge became any more obvious. "Why'd you ask Jessie to meet?" I asked. Sam looked down at his scuffed white Converse.
"I thought I could help, but clearly I only ended up making things worse."
You helped." He looked up, exactly what I wanted him to do. I wanted another chance to look into those eyes of his.
"How?"
he asked.
"I just made a bigger mess. At least Jessie's moving out, but shit."
He winced and rubbed his arm where a bruise was beginning to appear. A part of me wanted to reach out and grab him, only so I could pull him against my chest and tell him it'd be okay. And then, after I whispered into his ear, felt him melt like putty in my hands, then I'd ravage him. I'd consume him, every piece of him. Once we were done, sweaty and breathless, I'd whisper to him again. I'd assure him that I'd always make sure things were okay. You did help. The way he reacted today, it's the way someone who's guilty would react. Listen, Sam, I believe you. I think Jessie is the one behind this, and today's meeting helped solidify that for me. Him moving out won't affect my case. I'll find proof he was stealing Hazel's underwear, and I've got a feeling that with some digging I'll find a lot more. His eyes jumped from mine down to my lips, then down to his Converse.
"Is this you apologizing?"
"What? No, absolutely not." I cocked my head. "Is that what you're looking for?"
"No, I just... Well, yeah, kind of."
His eyes came back to mine, and against the strongest and most deeply rooted instincts tugging inside me, I said, "I'm sorry." He looked as surprised as I felt.
"Okay, well, I accept it."
His lips curled into a warm smile, matching the warmth behind his gaze.
"Thank you. Not only for helping Hazel, but for helping me, too."
"Anytime."
"So,"
Sam said, rocking back and forth on his heels. I noticed then that he'd gotten a haircut. Somehow, in all the chaos of the fight and the resulting aftermath, I had missed out on that little detail.
What's next?"
I swallowed down a compliment, instead sticking to his question. "I'm going to gather more evidence, and I'm going to prove Jesse's a fucked-up creep. With the way he's acting, I'm sure he'll make a mistake soon. He'll let something slip, and I'll catch it."
"Well, maybe you can start in his room. He's got a stash of drugs in there. I think he's getting into dealing."
"What? Why didn't you call the police?"
"So they can come and find a stash somewhere in my closet that I don't know about? The same way you found Hazel's underwear under my bed? I don't think so. I'm done sticking my head into things I shouldn't."
This was a new detail, and definitely another red flag. I'd have to look deeper into Jesse's drug pushing. Sam licked his lips. Somehow, it looked like the most innocent thing in the world while also being the hottest. My pulse quickened.
"All right,"
he said, rubbing the back of his head. I could see some purple and blue start appearing on his left cheek, where he must have been punched hard.
I should get going. I've got work to do.
I really had no idea why, but I didn't want him to leave. Around us, the crowd had shifted from daygoers to the nighttime partiers. Short, vibrant dresses and white button-ups passed us by, people walking toward the beach for their date night. A car honked nearby, and someone shouted through the window telling someone else to move out of their way. "If you need anything." I reached into my pocket and grabbed my wallet. Inside, I had a couple of business cards I rarely used. It didn't have my personal number, only my work contact. I considered adding my personal number, but second-guessed myself, something I also rarely did. But with Sam, things worked differently. I pulled one of the glossy cards out and handed it to him. Our fingertips touched for the briefest of moments, and yet that was enough to shock me from feet to scalp. He pulled his hand back, as if he'd gotten burned.
"Thanks,"
he said, looking at the card, flipping it over, examining it as if he were trying to memorize it. Did he feel what I did? Was he trying to stall? Should I say something? Maybe he wanted to hang out before going home. We could get a drink or two. What the actual fuck? Since when did I ever get this nervous about someone? I rubbed the bridge of my nose. This was childish, stupid. "Sam, do you want to get a drink before going home? Looks like you're about to get a pretty bad bruise. Vodka tonic should help with that." He tilted his head to the side. I could see him considering it. I could also see the gentle throb of his pulse marking the spot on his neck I wanted to suck between my teeth. My dick gave a similar throb.
"It is starting to hurt a little."
He lifted a hand and gently rubbed his cheek, the other bruise on his forearm already taking hold. It made me wish I had intervened sooner.
"Maybe one drink."
"There's a bar just around the corner. It's a chill spot, and they've got great drinks, too." He considered it a little longer. "We won't be long there. I want to work on the case tonight." It felt like I was bartering for a life-saving bottle of medication. For a split second, fear entered me at the thought of Sam rejecting me. I hadn't tasted bitter rejection in what felt like years, mainly because I hadn't put myself in a situation like this. Everyone I'd had a connection with, if you could call it that, came through an app, and the connection was never emotional. It was only physical. I never opened myself up to this kind of anxiety.
"Fine, yeah, let's go. I'd rather not go back home now."
The anxiety disappeared, replaced by a buzzing excitement, one that surprised me by its intensity.
"And I guess I owe you a drink for saving my life."
"You don't owe me anything," I said. On the way to the bar, Sam called Hazel and filled her in on everything that happened. They both agreed that she should stay over at a friend's house for the next few nights until things calmed down and Jesse moved out. I wondered if Sam had a place he could stay. He struck me as the kind of guy who'd have a walk-in closet full of friends, all of them obsessed with the bright-eyed and smiley Samuel Clark. He had that kind of air around him, the kind that pulled everyone into his orbit one way or another. Sometimes it ended up in a catastrophic collision, like the one I'd witnessed between him and Jesse. But I had a feeling that there was another type of collision possible. A powerful, soulful one. The bouncer carted us both and led us into the tiny dive bar. It wasn't the typical Miami Beach club with their neon lights and loud techno music and sweaty dancing bodies. This place had one janky disco ball hanging over a barely usable dance floor tucked away in the farthest corner with a classic Madonna song playing. The rest of the bar was taken up by, well, the bar. It stretched from entrance to end with seating all along the length of it. There were a couple of tables, most of them already taken by laughing patrons, all of them holding mugs of beer or martini glasses. One table still remained empty. We went to it, Sam sitting down and holding the spot as I went to go get our drinks. I returned a few moments later holding a rum and coke and a vodka tonic.
"Thank you,"
Sam said.
Cheers.
He lifted his glass as I took my seat. I lifted mine. Cheers. Our glasses clinked, and the alcohol went down smooth. I got the feeling neither of us knew exactly what we were cheering to.
This is a pretty cool spot.
Sam looked around at the cramped bar while I continued looking at him. He was one handsome fucker. I couldn't get my eyes off him, even when his returned to mine.
Do you come here often?
He asked. I shook my head. The spell still not breaking, my gaze hitched on his. I usually stick to my routine.
And what's that? Work?
Work is involved, but I definitely play. Sam arched a brow.
Oh?
I just don't have to leave my house to play.
Oh.
I smiled and drank the smooth rum, tickling the back of my throat with the Coke. How about you? What's your routine like?
My routine? It's, not that exciting. I go to class during the day. I'm studying business at FIU. And then I come home and try to stream for as long as I can before my eyes start tearing up.
And how's the streaming going? Sam shifted in the chair. I noticed a flush fill his cheeks, even under the dim orange lighting of the bar.
It's fine, I guess. I've got a few subscribers that really love hanging out and watching my stream, so that's super cool. I know it's very Gen Z of me. I don't know. I really love it. I like connecting with people over video games. It's hard to understand.
Not at all, I said. I get it. Before I amended with an, I think. Sam laughed before taking another drink. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The truth was, I understood it much more than I let on. Video games had played a crucial role in bonding my brother and me. We'd spend hours playing together, leveling up and trying to outgear the other, losing entire weekends to playing games and not caring about a damn thing. Fuck. I'd do anything to have one of those weekends again. I shot back the rest of my rum and Coke, swallowing it like a shot, even though the glass was still half full. We chatted a little longer, going over some of the bare basics. He had asked me where I was from, and I told him New York without going any deeper than that. He was born and raised in Miami, his parents both having immigrated from Cuba when they were in their teens. He was an only child and got along with both his mom and dad. He had never been out of the country, and had a dream to go scuba diving in the Great Barrier Reef, even though he was terrified of fish. I learned a lot about him in a very short amount of time. It was nice, forgetting about the day and just listening to Sam. He had a way of telling stories that wrapped me up from the second he opened his mouth. He was animated and motioned with his hands when he spoke as if he were painting some kind of elaborate portrait, paint sloshing all over. It wasn't until midway through a story of how he got over his fear of the ocean that I realized something. Holy shit, this is a date. I sat up in my chair, suddenly feeling like the seat had caught fire. The nape of my neck grew warm, my leg bounced up and down under the table.
So,
Sam said, crossing his arms. His cheek hadn't grown any more purple, so maybe the hit wasn't as hard as I feared.
What about you? All I know is that you're from New York. What part?
My seat grew hotter. Manhattan. Sam flashed a grin.
I've always wanted to go to Times Square. Is it really as bright as it seems?
Even brighter. Going there at night feels a little surreal. The lights are something else.
And when did you move down to Miami?
10 years ago. When my entire life was put through a garbage disposal. Sam must have sensed the rigid walls I threw up. He cleared his throat and looked around the bar, which had filled up with a mixed crowd. Some people dressed up, others still in their bathing suits, everyone with a drink in their hand. There was a long moment of silence between us. Fuck, I messed up. I shouldn't have even asked him out. What the hell was I thinking? I didn't do this shit. I didn't sit and talk about myself. About my past. That wasn't me. It hadn't been me in a very, very long time. What was I thinking? I was thinking about staring into those gray eyes for the rest of the damn night.
"All right," Sam said, clapping his hands on the table. "I should probably get going."
Fuck, this isn't a date, it's a disaster. As much as I felt like this had been a mistake, I also didn't want him to get going. I felt as if the evening were just starting, like we were poised with our fingers on the floor at the starting line, just waiting for the blare of the horn to go off. I had to make a choice. Did I push and see where this night would take us? Or did I let him walk away? "If you want to go somewhere quieter," I said as we stood from our chairs. "My place isn't too far from here." Why did I want him to say yes so bad? My phone had already buzzed with a message from a hookup that wanted to meet later. I could have let Sam go. I could have gone on with the rest of my night just fine without him. So why was I dreading the next words that came out of his mouth? "Sorry, Rocky, I can't." I couldn't stop my eyebrows from jolting up halfway across my forehead. "Right. Well." That was new. Not many people declined an invite over, not that I liked gloating about shit like that. But still, for some stupid fucking reason, I expected Sam to say yes, as if he hadn't just had a huge public brawl only hours before. All he probably wanted to do was get into his bed and go to sleep, even though all I wanted to do was get him in my bed and forget all about sleep. Outside, we awkwardly stood underneath a street lamp. It felt like neither of us were sure on how to end the night. Instinct made me reach out for his hand. I wasn't exactly sure where that instinct had even come from, but it was loud and powerful. I reached out. Sam pulled his hand back, slipping them into the pockets of his pants. "Thanks again for tonight, and for earlier, for saving my life, basically." Sam looked up at me, his gray-blue eyes glittering like diamonds underneath the yellow street lamp. The smile on his face softened the hurt from the rejection I'd just felt. "Let's do it again. Not the almost getting beaten to a bloody pulp part, though." I nodded, finding myself smiling, even though I was internally berating myself for reaching for Sam's hand. "Sounds good to me." "Good." Fuck. I wanted to kiss him so bad. I wanted to pick him up, carry him to my car, and take him right there in my back seat until we could write an entire goddamn essay on the fogged-up windows. I wanted Sam Clark, and I wanted him in a way that surprised me. "Well, have a good night." Sam offered a weak wave. I wondered if he was thinking the same thing I was. We said our goodbyes and started walking in separate directions, my mind whirling in 1,000 different directions, but always managing to land on one particular subject. Sam. I wondered when the next time I'd see him would be. I had no idea it would be so soon, and under even worse circumstances than how I'd found him today. 9. Sam Clark. Walking away from Rocky Hudson was one of the hardest things I'd ever done in my life. Not only because his stare, his lips, his arms, his face, his entire goddamn body was enough to make me want to drop everything and join the Church of Rocky, but also because I really didn't want to go back to my place. I had a feeling Jesse was home, and I wasn't entirely sure how he'd react to me walking in after the day we'd just had. The last thing I wanted was more confrontation. But then again, I couldn't stay away from my apartment forever. I'd have to go back at some point. I definitely wasn't sleeping tonight. But maybe I could at least blow some steam by getting lost in a game? Damn it. Spending the night with Rocky sounded like something out of my wildest fantasies. I could tell just from his gaze that the man could turn me inside out with his tongue alone. Forget about whatever he was packing down between those sexy legs of his, the muscular thighs filling out the dark jeans he was wearing. And then he'd touched me. He reached out for my hand, and I freaked. I snatched my hand back like I had touched a hot stove. Why even bother with fantasies? That's all they'll ever be. I freaked the hell out, and I bolted down the street. As badly as my body wanted Rocky's, my mind threw up a miles-long spike trap, one I couldn't get over. I had baggage, and I wasn't about to unload it all on the detective, so instead of taking my virgin ass straight to Rocky's bedroom, I walked it toward mine, every step filled with more what-ifs, as though they were multiplying like rabbits inside my head. At least the night was nice. The gentle breeze carried the scent of salt and ocean with it, camouflaging the smell of the dumpster I walked past. It calmed me down and helped me forget about the still persistent throbs that came from the places I'd been hit. Hotels stretched up toward the starry night sky as if they were going to break through the few heavy clouds that threatened a random shower. It wasn't that I hated any kind of touching, I just needed time. I had to build up that trust. And when Rocky reached out for my hand, I realized that there had been zero time to build trust in the steamy detective. Going home with him would only invite disaster. I sighed, wondering why the hell I was so messed up over something that had happened years ago. My phone started to ring. I dug it from my pocket and answered, Hazel on the other end.
Hey, girl. Sam, are you still out, or are you home by any chance?
I'm out, but heading home. Why? What's up?
Everything's fine. I just need to pick up my laptop, but didn't want to be the only one in the apartment with Jesse around.
I let out a relieved breath. Okay, yeah. I'll be home in like 15.
Perfect, same here.
I heard Hazel getting into her car and starting it, the engine coughing to life.
How are you feeling?
All right. I'm sure I'll feel it more tomorrow when I wake up. The bruises aren't too bad. I looked down at my purple forearm.
Did you get to talk any more with the detective?
Actually, I didn't waste a beat.
We went out on,
a date, I guess. I think. Anyway, yeah, we talked some more. Well, mainly I did the talking while he did the listening and emotional blockading, but whatever. It was still a nice night.
Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. And this was the detective you were calling a sniveling and spineless worm the other day?
Yeah, so about that, let's just agree I never said that. Hazel's bubbly laugh filled my ear.
He does have that broody, mysterious kind of quality to him. And you felt like you two hit it off?
I think so. I mean, when I say date, I'm using that term very loosely. I'd love to get to know him better, don't get me wrong, but I don't know.
You're scared of getting hurt?
Very. I looked both ways before crossing the street. And he looks like someone who could absolutely devastate me.
Yeah, with his damn it!
A honk cut through my phone.
Ugh, Miami drivers, I swear. I think I'd rather drive through an active war zone than here.
I laughed. All right, I'll let you focus on the road. See you soon.
Bye!
The call ended, and I slipped my phone back into my pocket. A high-end clothing store was closing for the day, the employee giving me a friendly smile as I walked by while she locked the door, the bright white display lights staying on, shining on 4 chic mannequins wearing peacock-inspired body wraps. One of the mannequins was a man wearing a tiny teal-blue Speedo. I wonder how Rocky would look in those. Jesus. I need Jesus. Without Hazel to occupy my mind, my thoughts boomeranged right back to Rocky. He had not only managed to save my life and take me out on an impromptu date, but he'd also managed to implant himself directly into the center of my brain, making it impossible for me to push him out. He was like a splinter, a very annoying splinter that I couldn't pull out, even if I wanted to, which, weirdly, I didn't. For the rest of the walk home, I allowed my imagination to drift off, painting all kinds of scenes in my head, mainly of Rocky in various states of undress, but there were also other scenes. Us on the beach, listening to music and laughing over dumb stories. Us taking our first trip together, Rocky and I buying those silly airport coloring books and finishing all the pages before the flight landed. I imagined a hell of a lot, and for the most part, it kept the negative thoughts at bay. Until I was about 3 streets away from the apartment. I passed a 2-story house, all the doors and windows thrown open, music drifting out into the street, a group of drunken college kids yelling loudly as one of their friends had apparently just arrived. It drew my attention, but it wasn't the happy group of frat guys that sent me on a spiral. It was the girl behind them, sitting on the stairs leading up to the house. She wore a black dress and a pair of black Vans, with a jean jacket thrown over her shoulders. Her mascara was running down her face as she cried. A friend of hers sat down on the step. He put an arm around her, but she pushed him back. She stood up and yelled loudly, "Fuck all of you!" before storming off, leaving the house and disappearing down the street. It sent me right back to the night I was at a party like this. It brought me back to the dumb glee I had experienced, partying it up with my friends and living my best life, thinking everything in the world was okay, that nothing could possibly go wrong when you were having this much fun. That was all, until someone had slipped something in my drink. In a matter of minutes, I had gone from completely coherent to a blubbering mess who couldn't even stand. So I wasn't able to storm off and curse all the fuckers out. Instead, I had to be carried out and taken straight to the hospital. Thankfully, Hazel was there with me and instantly realized something was wrong. If it wasn't for her, I was sure that whatever monster drugged me would have taken advantage of me without batting an eyelash. That was why I couldn't see myself going to Rocky's place and feeling comfortable enough to even do anything. It took me much longer to trust people after that night. Everyone I remembered talking to at the party seemed like they were fine, regular people. No one stood out as a date rape kind of person, which in the end really taught me that people could wear so many different masks without ever revealing their true face. Our apartment building stood on the corner of a quiet street. There was someone walking their 2 chihuahuas up and down the patch of grass in front of the building, the bright pink leashes reflecting the headlights of a passing car. I noticed Hazel's car was parked on a meter. I took out my keys and unlocked the front door of the building. I wondered if Jessie was even home. As I climbed the stairs, avoiding the elevator that broke down way too much for my liking, I started feeling more and more nervous. Maybe this was a bad idea. My cheeks still burned from where I'd gotten hit, and if Rocky didn't intervene... I pushed the heavy stairwell door open and stepped out into the hallway, onto the forest green carpet and under the fluorescent white lights. That's when I heard it. A blood-curdling scream, one that shot through me like a bullet, shredding me with its passing. It was Hazel. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. I ran, my heart pounding painfully in my throat. Her screams morphed into strangled cries. I fell into the apartment, the door having already been cracked open. "Sam!" Hazel choked out. She stood in the living room, her hands raised, her palms covered in dark red blood. "Get help! Sam!" 10. Rocky Hudson. But was she murdered by him or by someone else? Was there ever a payphone by the Applebee's? Will this ever be answered? Tune in to next week's episode of Crime Hunters to find out, and don't forget to use offer code DEADBODY for 15% off body pillows from this week's fab sponsor. The podcast faded out. I didn't even bother switching to another episode or changing the music. It wouldn't have made a difference. No matter what was coming through my car's speakers, all I could hear in my head was Sam's voice. I couldn't stop thinking about the guy. Fucking hell. The entire drive home had me consumed with the idea of Sam and how he tasted, how he felt. The attraction went beyond primal. It felt almost instinctual. Like nothing else in the world made more sense than Sam and I getting together. There was no explaining it. I couldn't think of anyone who had made me feel this way, and so quickly, too. It meant I had to forget all about him. I'd figure out this case for Hazel, and I'd exorcise Sam out of my life. I'd light up sage or some shit, whatever it took to get him to stop taking over my every thought. I drove over one of the main bridges that connected Miami Beach to the rest of Florida. It was a tall, wide arch, and it was lit up with bright purple lights on either side. Lights that would slowly change into blue, then green, then purple again. The other bridges were also lit up in the same fashion, setting the tone for anyone entering the beach at night. I lived in Coral Gables, a residential neighborhood that bordered the University of Miami. It was a neighborhood with money. That part was clear from the large homes and the fleet of expensive cars parked in the wide driveways. Lexus and Mercedes and BMWs. There were gated homes with massive front yards and smaller homes with large backyards, while the streets were all lined with palm trees and manicured bushes. My house was surrounded by a tall black gate, which opened automatically as I pulled up. There were thick green vines growing through the gate, making an impenetrable wall of green so that passers-by couldn't get a glance at my property. I enjoyed privacy, and this home offered me that. I drove up the cobblestone driveway, parking my car next to the stone fountain of a jumping dolphin, its long snout appearing to be turned into a grin. The previous owner had said a witch doctor gifted him that fountain, and promised a lifetime's worth of good luck to anyone who lived in the house. When I asked if he thought that was true, he answered, "Well, my wife left me for my best friend, and my 2 kids both hate me for reasons I've yet to figure out. Oh, and I broke 3 bones in the span of 2 weeks, all while I was home. So no, I don't. But it's a nice fucking fountain, though, ain't it?" It was a pretty nice fucking fountain. The Tesla's locks clicked on automatically as I walked away. A toad, its bumpy back turned to me, sat on the path leading to my door. The little guy must have sensed me coming and hopped off into the bushes as I approached, the leaves rustling loudly as it moved its bulbous body through the foliage. As I walked inside my house, the lights all came on automatically, flooding the large entrance in light. I stretched, hooking my keys up on the hook next to the large double doors. I kicked off my shoes and unzipped my pants, pretty much my ritual whenever coming back home. As I walked through my foyer and the living room, I started to kick off the pants. When they were by my ankles, I stopped and finished pulling them off. I folded them up and placed them on the washer as I walked past the laundry room. In my kitchen, I went for a beer, grabbing one of the Coronas and popping it open. I leaned against the island, the marble cold against the back of my thighs. The beer was welcome, although I found myself wishing I'd brought Sam back to enjoy a beer with. The night had gone very well, even with how fucked up it had all started as. The image of Sam being beaten up flashed across my mind, making me see a lightning bolt of red. I took a big chug of the beer, focusing in on Sam, on the time we spent after I had found him. His smile never seemed to waver, even though I was sure he had to have been in some kind of pain. He had a way about him that got me going, in all kinds of different ways. I wanted to learn more about him while simultaneously cracking myself open for him, something I hadn't done for anyone in as long as I could remember. Sam had me feeling brighter than bright. He also had me picturing him in ways I hadn't seen yet, picturing him with that smile of his slowly falling to his knees in front of me, his chin tilted up so his eyes could lock with mine as he leaned in and kissed my cock from balls to tip. I pictured him stroking me, using both hands to bring me pleasure, his permanent smile still on, but tilted more toward a devilish grin. The daydreams had me rock hard. I rubbed myself, almost absent-mindedly, the fantasies of Sam Clark transporting me somewhere else. I knew there was work to be done, but I had to take care of the rising pressure inside my balls first before I completely lost my goddamn mind. Fuck it, I need to jerk off. I set the beer bottle down on the countertop and walked back into the hallway and into my living room. I took off my shirt and tossed it onto the white leather couch. My nipples were hard to the touch. I pinched one between my fingers, letting out a deep breath, rolling it, barely able to even wait until I got upstairs. Sam had me so fucking worked up, I could have blown my load right there on the couch. My erection strained against my briefs. I dropped those too. I stood naked, hard cock jutting out and pulsing lightly in the air. I gave myself a couple of strokes, but I needed more. My body wouldn't be satiated tonight with just my hand. Not when Sam still swam through my mind, lighting up a bonfire at the base of my spine. And he looked so fucking good, too, with his new haircut and that permanent smile of his. A smile I wanted to see wrapped around the base of my dick. I left my clothes in a pile on my living room floor. I walked through my house, cock swinging back and forth, and went up the curving staircase, taking two at a time, my balls slapping against my thighs with the momentum. The lights automatically turned on as I walked across the dark hardwood floor, still wearing my long black socks, still hard as a fucking rock. I went to the door, the one past my bedroom, stopping at the keypad, the letters and numbers glowing blue against the black console. Before I could tap in the password, a sound echoed throughout my silent house, startling me at first before I realized it was just my ringtone. Not many people called me, especially not at 10 o'clock at night. With a frustrated sigh, I started back to my living room, where the sound was coming from, my boner slowly deflating as I walked. If this is a fucking telemarketer calling, I'm going to snap. I reached my phone, the ringtone still echoing around the large space, bouncing off the vaulted ceilings. The number wasn't in my contacts, but it didn't appear to be a telemarketer either. I answered, and was instantly greeted by a panic-stricken voice.
Rocky, it's me, Sam. It's Sam. We need your help.
He was out of breath and his tone trembled. I was bending down to grab the underwear I'd left on the floor as I asked him to start at the beginning.
It's Jesse. He's dead, and they think Hazel did it. They think she murdered him, but that can't be what happened. Rocky, please, they're taking her to jail.
Before Sam had even finished, I was already fully dressed and out of my house, locking the door and running to my car. I'll be right there, Sam. Are you somewhere safe right now? I asked him, the call seamlessly connecting to the car as I jumped into it.
Yes, I'm here. I'm home. I didn't know who else to call. I'm sorry.
You called the right person, Sam. I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I floored it, my wheels screeching as I raced down the street, no doubt attracting some attention from the normally quiet neighbors. It sounded like I was drag racing down the streets, and frankly, I couldn't give a single fuck. My top priority was getting to Sam. Thankfully, the streets were relatively empty tonight. I zoomed through lanes, my pulse pounding hard. Sam's terror-filled voice triggered something in me that I thought was long dead, buried with the rest of my family. I reached Sam's apartment complex, pulling into a spot just outside his building, right next to the police car that was currently pulling out. In the back seat sat Hazel, her head held in her hands, sobs racking her shoulders. I could hear them through the glass. I could also see that her hands were red, a dark red, the color of dried blood. The police car drove off, the officer not even throwing me a glance. Sam stood at the stairwell leading up to his apartment. He looked at me, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand. Tears still streaked his cheeks, reflecting with orange from the streetlight just above us. "Are you okay?" I asked, seeing no blood on him.
Yeah, I'm okay. I don't know. I'm in shock.
Another officer walked past me, up the stairs, a roll of yellow crime scene tape held loosely in his hand. "Tell me exactly what happened." I looked down into Sam's eyes and tried to ground him. Tried to let him know I was here now. Help was here. I tried, even though I could tell the fear already washed over him and threatened to drown him. The second the shock wore off, Sam would feel it like a visceral wound.
I came home,
Sam started, collecting himself. His lower lip stopped quivering, and his hands slipped into the pockets of his shorts.
I came home after the date, or meeting, whatever, the thing we had. I got here, and I heard Hazel screech. I ran upstairs and found her standing there, blood on her hands. Jesse was in his room. I didn't actually see him. I couldn't, but Hazel said he had a lot of stab wounds. There was a lot of blood.
Sam closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I stopped myself from reaching out and laying a compassionate hand on his shoulder. He continued.
I called the police right away. Then I called you.
Sam's lower lip trembled again.
They took her away. They think she did it. But she said she got the blood on her hands because there was blood on his doorknob smeared underneath it. She didn't realize at first what it was. She tried rubbing it off and it spread to her other hand. She didn't.
The tears he'd been trying to suppress bubbled up to the surface. Did she have blood anywhere else on her? I wanted to keep Sam away from the dark waters that his thoughts pushed him toward. I had to keep him focused on the facts, on helping Hazel.
No,
he said, confident, sniffling.
Just her hands.
And she was going into Jesse's room?
She said she heard a weird noise. I think it was his last breath. She just went to check if he was all right.
I looked up the staircase, wondering who I would have to bribe to get into the crime scene. Sometimes the cops were all right with an outside detective coming into an active scene, but most of the time they were angry dickheads who had raging attitude problems. I'm going to look upstairs, see if I can spot anything. I'll ask the neighbors if they heard or saw anything. This must have happened sometime in the past 3 hours, so chances are good that we'll find whoever did this.
Thank you, Rocky. Again, I mean Detective Hudson, thank you.
Of course, I said, never able to receive gratitude with grace. Just wait down here, I'll be back.
Actually, I'm going to my parents' house. I can't stay here, I can't. I wanted to follow Hazel to the station, but the cops said it'd be useless. She'd be separated from me and wouldn't be processed until the morning.
Go. Be with family tonight. Hopefully I have some good updates to give you tomorrow.
Hope,
Sam said, huffing.
That's funny.
Sam, his shoulders dropped and his head down, left then. I didn't want to let him go alone. I wanted to be at his side. I wanted to assure him that hope wasn't funny, it was real. But then again, did I even believe that? I walked up the stairs toward the apartment where a flow of people was going in and out of.
Detective Hudson?
It was Officer Melissa Tate standing at the top of the stairs. She was a short, tight-lipped woman who meant business at all hours of the day, her dark hair up in a perfect bun. She smiled, hidden crinkles revealing themselves at the corners of her forest-green eyes. Officer Tate was one of the good ones. Hell, I'd go as far to say that she was one of the great ones. I worked with her before on a few different cases, and we managed to lock up 3 serial rapists and 2 big-time drug dealers in a matter of weeks. She was one of the few people who'd been able to crack through me. Not all the way, but far enough to see a piece of the real me. Hey, Melissa.
It's way past your bedtime. What are you doing up, hon?
I arched my brow. You know I don't have a bedtime.
Mm-hmm. I've heard the stories.
What happened here? I could see the living room behind her. Nothing seemed out of place from the quick look.
Looks pretty cut and dry. We found the victim stabbed to death inside his bedroom. The suspect was found with quite a lot of blood on her hands. The murder weapon was one of her kitchen knives, which seems to be missing now.
Anyone see anything?
Someone 4 apartments down said he saw the victim, Jesse, outside in the parking lot, and he appeared to be kissing a thin woman with long brown hair. He said it was quick, and if he had blinked, he might have missed it. The 2 of them then moved so they were out of sight, most likely coming up to the apartment themselves. This happened 4 hours ago.
I sucked my teeth. Could Hazel and Jesse have been in a secret relationship gone terribly wrong? From my initial searching, I hadn't seen any suggestions that Jesse was seeing someone. And why would the kiss be kept so short if it weren't a relationship that needed to be kept quiet? Can I see the crime scene? Melissa nodded and grabbed me a pair of sanitized blue slip-ons to put over my shoes.
There's a lot of blood in there.
I walked in, not immediately seeing the blood, but smelling it first. The drying blood had an acidic stench that twisted my stomach into knots, even from a room away. There were multiple crime scene investigators working in the apartment, taking photos and documenting everything they could find. I made sure to stay out of their way as I walked through the living room, toward the hallway and to Jesse's room. I walked past Sam's bedroom, the door open as someone dusted his nightstand for fingerprints. Jesse's bedroom was a bloody mess, the place looking like it had been trashed by a team of 10 people. There were blood splatters on the wall and across the smashed mirror, along with blood all over the bed, soaking into the white sheets. Jesse's body had already been taken, so I would need to examine him at some other point. But just from the scene alone, I knew I should be expecting a body that looked like a pincushion. He must have been stabbed at least 10 times. There were even shreds in the bed sheets where the stabs must have missed Jesse and cut through the sheets down to the mattress. All around the floor were see-through bags of white and blue powders, adding another wrench in the bloody gears of this case.
The lab has to test it, but we think it's cocaine and ketamine,
Melissa said behind me.
Think the drugs had a part to play in this?
A robbery gone wrong? I don't think so. This seems more personal. A robbery would have been a shot to the head, and they would have run off with all of this. No, this was someone who had feelings for Jesse. Twisted ones. Dark ones.
And what do you think about that?
Melissa pointed to above the bed. At first I thought it was just more blood splatter, but then it dawned on me. I wasn't looking at a spray of blood, I was looking at a symbol, drawn with the blood. Above the bed, the blood still dripping, there was an ellipse, about half the width of the headboard and seemingly placed directly above the center of the bed, blood having dried as it dripped down the crusted white walls.
Could it be a signature?
Melissa asked, moving aside as another detective walked out with one of the bags of cocaine.
You don't think this is the start of something, right?
No, I said, although I wasn't entirely sure of my own answer. It looks more like a message than a signature.
A message saying what?
We both looked at the circle of blood, neither of us coming up with any answers. I did know one thing, though. I was going to get to the bottom of this, one way or another. 11. Sam Clark.
I slept for a grand total of 2 hours. I woke up, half sitting and half lying down on my parents' couch inside their tiny one-bedroom apartment, their 3 cats staring expectantly at me as if I had a bag of food hiding behind my sore back. I wiped the drool from my mouth and the sleep from my eyes, and for a flicker of a second, I dumbly assumed that all of yesterday had to have been some kind of crazy dream. There was no way I had gotten into a fistfight, went on a date, and got home from said date to find my best friend being framed for murder. There was no way, right? Right. No, that all actually happened. I've got to talk to Hazel. I couldn't even begin to imagine the night she'd been put through. I grabbed my phone off the scuffed white coffee table and sat up on the couch. A slant of morning sunlight filtered through the center of the closed blinds, their heavy gray fabric blocking the rest of the light. First, I called the Miami Police Department, who were as helpful as me calling the weatherman. They wouldn't give me any information except for what jail Hazel had been taken to. That sent me down a rabbit hole of, "Hold, please," and "1 minute," while I was transferred around like a hot potato. I couldn't understand why it was so difficult for someone to get a hold of Hazel, or at least tell me exactly where and when I could see her. Finally, someone answered me with useful information. "Hazel is being held in the FTC of Miami, the Federal Detention Center," she clarified. "Wait, she's not at the Women's Detention Center?" The lady on the other end of her phone clicked her tongue. "Says here the person you're looking for is at FTC. Birth name is Paul Velasquez, right?" Oh, no, 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 no. My stomach twisted itself into a knot. Hazel had been taken to a male facility even though she was a trans woman. She didn't belong in there. The harassment she must have been put through. Or worse. "When's the soonest I can see her?" I was already putting on my sneakers and tying the laces. "You can visit him, I said pointedly. "You can visit before 2 today." "Bail. How much is her bail?" "Bail is set at—" I could hear her clicking the mouse. Whatever it was, I knew then and there that I had to pay it. Hazel didn't have rich family. She wouldn't have anyone to go to besides me. I'd pay it, however many hundreds it cost me. Hazel's bail is set at $25,000. I stuttered before I spat out, $25,000? Are you freaking kidding? A powerful stab of sadness hit me right in the chest. That was way more than I was assuming to pay. It didn't matter how much bodily fluids I donated, I wasn't coming up with that kind of money. Maybe if I sell my car, and I can try to sell... No, that won't be enough. Bail bondsman, I can go to one of those. Like a loan, I'll just pay it off. Maybe once she's found innocent, it'll get thrown away. Is that how it happens? Can that... Hello? Sir? Do you need anything else? No, thank you. I hung up, my thoughts still racing in 1,000 different directions. Both my parents, who had been quite scared when I woke them up in the middle of the night, were still knocked out, my dad's snores sounding like loud foghorns from behind their closed bedroom door. I wrote up a quick note on a yellow sticky note pile they had sitting on the crumb-dusted kitchen counter. I'll be home for dinner, going to get Hazel out of jail. I set it down and was about to recap the pen before I quickly jotted down another line. Love you guys so much. After the note, I topped off the 3 food bowls and called over Braddy, Fatty, and Patty. They purred like charged-up lawnmowers as they dug in, completely and blissfully unaware of the total chaos that currently surrounded me from every single side. I hurried out of the apartment and went straight to my car. Morning dew made the green grass glitter, wetting my ankles as I crossed over it. There was a heavy layer of condensation all across my windshield. I wiped a large streak of it away as I got into my seat. It didn't take me long at all to get to the jail. The FDC building was a large, imposing, and utterly lifeless concrete tower, with tall, narrow windows across every floor, none of them able to be opened, all of them covered in a silver sheen that stopped anyone from seeing in. The entrance of the building had a circular golden seal just above the doors, with an eagle in the center of it reminding you of the freedom that was lost behind those concrete walls. Inside, there were very little touches of gold. Beside a golden handrail that resembled more of a copper color, there wasn't any color. The walls were white, the tiles were white and black, the doors were gray, the window frames were a crusty off-white. This was where Hazel had spent the night, in this lifeless warehouse of criminals and thieves and thugs. I could already hear the distant shouting of the inmates, and I wondered which one of those shouts was directed at Hazel. She was just like me, she hated conflict. Hell, I couldn't even get her to play games with me because she even hated fighting online. What was going to happen if I couldn't get her out? How could I leave her in a place like this? After passing through the security checkpoint, I walked up to the check-in window. An overweight and pimply-faced man wearing a dark blue polo shirt sat behind the thick glass, offering me barely a smile before he asked for my ID. "Who are you here to see?" he asked, his eyes raking over my license. "Hazel Rose?" And then I remembered. "She's in the system under Paul Velasquez." The man, his name tag said Stephen, glanced up at me with brief surprise before returning to my license. "How does that even happen? Why is she here?" I blurted out. "Why wasn't she taken to the women's detention center?" "If her papers say male, she's put with the males. I can't change that, unfortunately. It's a system, and the system is one hell of a beast." He looked over the rim of his brown glasses and offered me an apologetic look. Now it was my turn to be surprised. His sudden compassion was welcome, even though the truth hurt like a physical stab. "All right," Stephen said through the speaker in the glass, his voice slightly distorted. "If you go down that hall and take a left, you'll see the visiting room. I was able to get you a 30-minute visit, which won't count against her 4-hour monthly total." "Thank you." I gave him a weak smile. What he said barely even registered until I was halfway down the hall. If worst came to worst, and Hazel was stuck here, then she'd only get 4 hours to see people on the outside. That totaled a whopping 2 days for the entire year. I couldn't even begin to imagine the toll that would take. A boulder formed in the center of my throat. I swallowed it down as I entered the visitation room.
It was a musty-smelling place with fluorescent lights and scattered tables with rickety chairs around them. It made me think of an extremely sad cafeteria, replacing the kids with adults, half of them wearing their light blue prison jumpsuits. I looked around desperately for Hazel's face, not seeing her. Then I felt a hand grab me by the elbow.
Sam!
I spun around, and Hazel fell into me. I wrapped her into the tightest hug I'd ever given. Tears flowed uncontrolled into her hair. She still smelled like her favorite strawberry shampoo, even though it was fading, replaced by the smell of sweat and secondhand cigarette smoke. "All right, go sit down," the burly officer said behind her, his voice knocking us out of our moment. We separated. I looked into my best friend's eyes, seeing all her pain reflected back at me. Her mascara ran down from her eyelids in dried and splotchy serpentine rivers, smudged under her eyes where she'd rubbed, some of it darkening her hands. "Oh, Hazel." My voice cracked, but I knew I had to stay strong. This wasn't the moment to break down. This was just like hitting a boss encounter. I had to buckle down and stay strong because crumbling down into a ball and crying never defeated any Lich King. We took our seats, grabbing a table by the only window in the room next to the constantly humming vending machines. I wasted no time in asking, "Are you okay? Has anyone hurt you?" Hazel shook her head, the shake ending in a tear-filled nod.
"It's so scary, Sam. I shouldn't be here. I didn't do anything."
She took a breath, broken by a rogue cry.
"An officer helped me out and moved me to a less crowded cell, but still, I feel the stares. I hear the terrible comments. It's only a matter of time."
More cries. I reached across the table and grabbed her hand in mine. "I'm getting you out, okay? I'm going straight to a bail bondsman when I leave. You're not spending another night in here."
"You can't pay my bail, Sam. I wouldn't let you even if you could."
I shook my head, feeling a well of sorrow rise inside me. "I don't care what I have to do, Hazel. I'm getting you out." She tightened her lips into a weak smile. It looked like a smile that a mother gave their delusional child. "Yes, honey, of course you can sleep on a bed of candy." The door buzzed open, and a guard stepped in. A couple of the visiting guests looked toward the door, most likely expecting the guard to head toward them and tell them their visiting time was up. Someone else walked in after him. A woman wearing a sharp maroon blazer over a white blouse, tucked into a tailored pair of black pants. The guard pointed in our direction. Her heels echoed off the floor as she cut across the room, winding through the tables, heading straight for us.
"Hazel?"
she asked as she drew closer.
Yes?"
Hazel looked up at the woman with clear questions in her eyes.
"Hi, Hazel. I'm Shonda Morrison from the Morrison & Juliet law firm. It's great to meet you. Unfortunately, it's under these circumstances."
Shonda put out a hand which Hazel warily shook. The name of the law firm rang a bell, but I couldn't place where I had heard it before.
"I'm sorry, I'm a little confused."
Hazel looked from Shonda to me, her eyebrows practically knit together.
"I never hired an attorney. Are you like a public defender? Are you doing this for free?"
"Oh, I'm getting paid." Shonda's glossy lips curved into a smile. "But don't worry about the tab." It clicked into place just then. "You're Shonda Morrison," I repeated, as if she hadn't said that already. "From TV, holy crap. You were all over the news. You helped defend that huge national case with the New York governor. And she also must cost a fortune. What the hell was she doing here?"
"Is that true?"
Hazel asked. Shonda nodded, a short strand of brown hair falling across her forehead.
"It is. Now come on. Let's get you into some nicer clothes and get you out of here."
The confusion was reaching a maximum.
"But my bail has been paid,"
Shonda said. She motioned toward the door where a guard stood with his hands on his belt. "Let's go." Hazel looked to me.
"Did you do this, Sam?"
"No." We stood up, the uncomfortable steel chairs screeching against the scratched floor. There were a few glances thrown our way, and the whispers were beginning to escalate into a constant buzzing. People were recognizing Shonda. She stuck out with her expensive clothes and powerful air.
Even if someone hadn't known her from TV, they still could easily assume that Shonda Morrison was someone who you wanted on your side and not the other way around. Perfect, Shonda said, turning to the guard and waving him over. Can you please take her to collect her things and get her processed? We'll be waiting outside. Sorry, Miss Morrison. Hazel's head tilted down to the floor. I won't be able to pay you, not as much as I'm assuming you charge. Again, don't worry about it. Someone's covering your tab. That piqued my interest. Hazel had a good number of friends, but I didn't know of any who could cover her bail along with the bill for one of the top attorneys in America. Judging by the look of surprise on her face, Hazel had no idea who it was either. Really? She asked, the corners of her brown eyes beginning to fill with tears. Really? Yes, really. Shonda must have seen the tears coming. She opened her arms and, surprising even the guard, pulled Hazel into a tight hug. I've heard your story, and I'm so sorry for what you've been through over the past 24 hours. I promise to make sure everyone else hears your story too. You've got a lot of people who care for you, Hazel, and now there's just one more to add to the pile. Hazel sniffed and wiped away the tears as she nodded and repeatedly said thank you. I hadn't realized I was crying until the tears dripped down over my top lip. I wiped my face as Hazel was taken by the guard, her head held much higher than when she initially walked into the visitor's center. You're a guardian angel, I said to Shonda as we walked back into the stuffy, windowless hallway, a fluorescent light flickering ever directly above us. No. I'm the one Hazel's guardian angel sent. And who was that? Who hired you? Who paid for her bail? Shonda, walking with an energy that said she owned this place, didn't even miss a beat when she spoke the name, even though my heart must have skipped 6. Detective Rocky Hudson. 12. Rocky Hudson. My doorbell rang, the chime bouncing around the walls of my house. I set aside the notes I'd been writing and shut the laptop, closing the screen on a picture of Jesse at his high school graduation, his smile bright and wide, very much unlike the yellowing grin he had acquired over the years. I checked my watch, realizing my food wasn't supposed to get here for another 20 minutes. I had left the front gate open so that the delivery person wouldn't have trouble getting in. Did someone else decide to ring my door? I wouldn't mind a box of Girl Scout cookies if that were the case. The doorbell rang again just as I reached the door. I peeped through the peephole and was surprised at the face I saw staring back at me, those big gray eyes looking even wider when seen through a fisheye lens. I opened the door, the heat and humidity punching me in the gut. I squinted against the bright sunlight and looked down into those spellbinding eyes. Sam, what are you doing here? How did you even find out where I lived? I'm here to, Sam stumbled like someone who had been carried solely by instinct. Come inside before you melt. I threw him a bone. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He looked around my foyer, a slight look of disbelief on his face. How do you live here? Are you here to audit me? Do you work for the IRS? Sam stopped gawking and looked to me, cracking into a smile when he realized I was joking. He looked cute today, wearing a pair of light blue shorts and a white t-shirt, his hair styled so that the front rose in a kind of small wave. His glasses seemed freshly cleaned, the black frames catching the afternoon sunlight flowing in from the floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding him. So, where'd you find my address? You aren't the only one with detective skills, okay? I crossed my arms and tilted my head. You asked your uncle if he knew where the house with the top hat-wearing manatee mailbox was? Maybe. Well, make yourself at home, I said. Want anything to drink? I'll have some water, please. I started toward the kitchen, throwing a glance behind me as I walked. Sam looked like he wanted to tiptoe around the house, like some kind of lost fawn that had stumbled its way into my living room and was too scared to touch anything. Is that real? Sam asked, pointing at the Banksy hanging on the wall.
The canvas, covered in strokes of evergreen and gold and ivory, took up about half of the stark white wall in my living room. It was framed in a sinewy barbed wire, dropping a thin and prickly shadow underneath it. The light that streamed in from the sliding glass door bounced off the silver border. "It is," I said, admiring the piece with Sam at my side. "I grabbed it when it first popped up here for Art Basel."
"Oh, wow, that's wild."
Sam stepped closer to the painting, his eyes wide. My attention drifted from the colorful canvas to the colorful human standing only a few feet away from me. If I were a betting man, I'd bet that even Banksy would have his eyes pulled from his masterpiece to Sam. He had a way of attracting the spotlight without even doing anything noteworthy. He was just standing there, a hand in his pocket, a half grin on his face, and yet he was all I wanted to look at.
"Wow,"
Sam said, stepping away from the painting and looking around the rest of my living room. He walked over to the sliding glass doors and made another surprised noise.
"That pool!"
I opened the doors and stepped outside with Sam. My backyard was large, not only extending outward in a field of lush green grass, but also wrapping around my house where the basketball court was. The star of my backyard was definitely the pool, though. It went to 7 feet deep, where a rocky waterfall spilled a roar of water down into the saltwater pool. A green slide curved through the plants that climbed up the waterfall. The water rippled and glittered under the sun. It was made even more tempting by the heat and humidity that made me break out into an instant sweat.
"I can't believe you've got a waterfall with a water slide through it. Who are you?"
There was a lot more to that question than I think Sam even realized. "Do you want to give it a go?" Maybe it was something in Sam's carefree attitude that triggered my spontaneous side. Normally, I stuck to the rails and rarely deviated. I enjoyed the control of knowing what was going to happen and when, as much as I could know, at least, so spontaneity was never really my thing. But all of a sudden, here I was, already pulling my shirt up over my head before Sam could even answer.
"No, I'm okay."
"Come on." I grinned, feeling a kiddish sort of excitement spread through me. "We can chat in the pool. It's the perfect day for it." As if proving my point, the lone cloud that had momentarily shaded the sun shifted, my backyard flooding with sunlight.
"Wait, I don't even have swim shorts with me."
"You've got underwear on?" Sam took a moment to think, smiled.
"Yeah, today, yeah."
"Mm-hmm," I said, laughing. "Well, there you go." I untied my sweatpants and let them fall, leaving me in a pair of black Armani briefs. I thought I heard Sam exhale a wow under his breath, but that very well could have been my imagination. Sam's open ogling definitely wasn't my imagination, though. His eyes fell straight down to my package before they jumped to my black and white thigh tattoo, the arrangement of flowers leading up so that they disappeared under the briefs before peeking over the waistband, a couple of flowers barely kissing my hip. He seemed to like what he saw, his gaze working like a fire poker, tossing the lumps of coal in my chest and spreading the flickering flames. It was nice. Not necessarily being gawked at, that happened more times than I could count, as arrogant as I knew that sounded. It really did get old after a while. But with Sam, it felt different. I suddenly wanted to stand there for as long as he needed to devour me with his gaze. I wanted to run a hand down my abs and over my bulge just so I could put on a show for Sam, so I could really give him what I knew he wanted. What I wanted. Fuck. This guy's got something special. I don't know what it is, but fuck, I can't even think straight. And not just because I was now picturing both of us butt-ass naked. For a flicker of a moment, I entertained the idea of grabbing him by the hand and leading him away from the pool, taking him upstairs, up to my velvet room. And there I could show him what pleasure really was. I could take him to heights I was sure he'd never witnessed. I didn't have even a sliver of a doubt that I could turn him inside out, making time pass us by in waves, the door to the velvet room remaining shut, as our bodies continuously became one. I had a feeling I knew why he was here, though, and it had nothing to do with me laying him out on a table and tasting him from head to cock to toes. Instead of taking him upstairs, I shot him a sly look and motioned at him with my chin. Your turn. 13. Sam Clark.
Oh God, did he hear me say wow? Oh, bejesus, now I'm staring. Like, I just fully checked him out. Did he notice? My eyes almost fell out of my head before I was able to drag them back up to Rocky's. His half-cocked grin told me everything I needed to know. He totally noticed. I could feel heat blossom in my cheeks, matching the heat that rose through my core. I audibly gulped. How the hell was I supposed to strip down to my, hopefully not ripped anywhere, Hanes boxers when this glorious man was now standing in front of me? He had a freaking six-pack, for crying out gay. And the six-pack had those little V-muscles that dipped down below his briefs as if they were pointing the way to where my face now wanted a permanent residence. And the tattoos. Holy shit, the tattoos. He looked like more of an art piece than the Banksy hanging inside his living room. Also, what the flipping fuck? He has a Banksy? How much would that have even cost? The thigh tattoo had an arrangement of photorealistic flowers, different kinds that complemented each other perfectly, some of them getting lost underneath the black briefs. An octopus's tentacles curled around his leg, almost seeming like it was moving. And that wasn't his only tattoo, either. He had a colorful splash of words on his left ribcage saying, "Brighter than bright." And he had a beautiful watercolor hummingbird on his chest, the vibrant blues and greens glowing like they were inked with stardust. A full masterpiece stood in front of me, and I was floored. And horny. And suddenly very, very shy. This wasn't like being on a webcam and playing video games for random people on the internet. This was very real, and I felt nervous all of a sudden. Like I was at the same pool party my high school crush Tony Swanson was at, and all I wanted to do was sit under the shade and secretly ogle the perfect body rippling under the golden sunlight. At that same pool party, Tony ended up making out with 3 different girls and bumped into me without saying sorry, so it clearly didn't go well. Maybe we should just, dip our feet in. Sure, Rocky said. And then the incredibly hot asshole turned to the pool, put his hands up, and went at it in a run, jumping off the edge and cannonballing straight into the deep end. A wave of water rose and crested onto the floor, some of it splashing against my feet. He rose out of the water like a freaking Atlantean god, his dark wet hair falling onto his face, which he shook off as if he were in a slow-motion music video. I could practically make out the individual drops of water that flew off him. Fuck it. I just had to take the plunge, like Rocky had done. Why not? Sure, I was running on 2 hours of sleep and pure adrenaline, which may have been clouding my judgment, but I really couldn't see a reason why I shouldn't just jump into the pool in my underwear and actually live, for once. I could experience something that didn't have to do with a computer screen and some pixelated characters. I could be spontaneous and go with my gut instead of listening to my fears and anxieties. I kicked off my shoes and pulled off my socks, stepping onto the warm, sun-baked concrete. The water underneath my toes kept them from getting too hot. I took my shirt off next, folding it up and placing it on the chair next to the fire pit. Next were my pants. I glanced to the pool where Rocky was swimming underwater from one end to the other. Before he could emerge, I hurriedly undid my pants and dropped them. My gray boxers didn't have any holes in them, but they also didn't exactly flatter me. They were loose around my thighs and didn't have a button in the front, so I was one wrong, or right, move away from my dick popping out like it was Groundhog Day and it was looking around for a shadow. Well, looks like the penis found its phallic shadow. 6 more weeks of winter and testicular shrinkage ahead. I followed Rocky's lead and ran to the pool, jumping and cannonballing the same way he had. Instantly, my body felt refreshed. The pool was the absolute perfect temperature to ward off the summer sun, and it also worked to wash away the building nerves. Under the water, I opened my eyes and saw Rocky's bottom half directly in front of me. I wasn't sure if it was the magnifying effects of water or if it was actually Rocky, but wow, was he bulging. I swam up and broke through the surface before I could latch onto him like a sex-starved piranha. I took a breath and rubbed the water from my face, much less elegantly than Rocky had done.
"How's the water?"
he asked. "Perfect. You were right. This was a good idea. I feel like my body really needed this." The sound of the waterfall filled my ears so that I spoke louder to compensate. It had a relaxing effect on me, making me forget about the fact that I was currently inside the home of a mysterious detective who had way more money than he'd ever let on. I definitely wasn't expecting this when I woke up on my parents' couch this morning, that was for sure.
"There are days I spend just floating around in here, especially if I've just closed a really difficult case. This pool is my happy place."
And I can see why. I looked around, admiring not only the pool but the surroundings. There were elegant palm trees lined up on the perimeter of the property, their large leaves fanning in the gentle breeze. There were slate-gray boulders surrounding a small pond where the backyard curved and stretched on around the rest of the mansion. I couldn't see any of the neighbors from where we treaded water in the pool, the houses next door obscured by the wall of palm trees. With my jaw slightly dropped, I said, "This is a total paradise." Rocky, water glistening in little diamond shapes up and down his neck, leaned back against the pool's edge, placing his elbows up on the concrete. The light caught his eyes just right, making them reflect the azure blue of the water and causing them to glow impossibly bright.
"So,"
Rocky's voice pulled my full attention to him like a bass on a hook.
"Aside from coming over to take a dip, what other reason do I owe this surprise visit to?"
"Right. The reason why I'd even come here. What was the reason again?" "Well, first off, I wanted to say thank you. What you did for Hazel, it's more than anyone's ever done for her. If she wasn't so exhausted, she'd be here too. I'm sure she'll call you sometime tomorrow."
"Was she okay?"
"Shaken up and in shock, but she'll make it through. She always does." Rocky nodded at that. I drifted over to the opposite end of the pool from him, my boxers almost sliding off as I swam the last bit. He said something to me, but I couldn't hear him over the sound of the waterfall. He put a finger in the air and then swam across the pool, feet splashing in the air, his butt lifting from the water and revealing those two perfect globes covered by the skin-tight black underwear. They were being pulled back slightly, showing me a brief flash of skin and crack. Sparks shot off between my thighs. He emerged right next to me. I could now see the different flecks of crystal blue he had inside his eyes, along with a couple of beauty marks that dotted his face. He was clean-shaven today, so if I were really inclined, I would have been able to count up all the marks. Maybe even playfully trace them with a finger. With my tongue.
"I was asking how you were doing."
"Oh, right. You know, just trying to cope with having my roommate murdered, my best friend framed, and my hottest sex dream come to life all in the span of 20 hours. I'm fine." He smirked, his cheek revealing the hint of a dimple. I wasn't entirely sure why that surprised me, but it did. I wanted to see more of it.
"You sure?"
he asked. "As fine as I can be, I guess." I leaned back and let my legs float up. My toes curled, water swirling between them. It felt good to float, letting the weight of it all just drift off so that nothing else carried me but some hydrogen and oxygen molecules. For a moment, I closed my eyes. When I saw Hazel's bloody hands, I quickly snapped them open. "I'm just worried, you know. I don't want Hazel going back to jail. I know she didn't do it. Rocky let his body do the same as mine, his legs floating out in front of him. We were far enough from the waterfall that we could hear each other perfectly, but still close enough so that we were gently lifting with the ripples caused by the cascading water.
Shonda is one of the best attorneys out there. If anyone can get Hazel out of this, it's her. And while Shonda works her magic in the courtroom, I'll be turning over every rock I can so that I can find who Jesse's actual killer is.
Whoa. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, Rocky, I didn't know. I don't think Hazel even knows that you're going to investigate this. It's a much bigger case than hunting down stolen underwear. I mean, I can give you a down payment, I guess. Can we do that for, detective work, sleuthing? Rocky laughed, the dimple appearing again before he looked away.
I'm not expecting or accepting any money.
You've got to take something. I can Venmo you like $500 now.
Seriously, don't even think about it.
Why?
I'm not exactly wanting anything right now. I don't need a fee that'll potentially leave you in debt. I want to help, and I'm going to.
His tone took on the sharp edge of a sword.
And that's that.
And that's that. It sounded so final, like the blare of an air horn at the end of a marathon. Except nothing about this felt final. Somewhere tucked away in my bones as deep as the marrow was a feeling that this was only the beginning. Of what? I had no idea, but of something. I caught myself staring into Rocky's eyes, that feeling overtaking me, swelling over me like a tidal wave. Our feet touched under the water and it jolted me back to reality. My entire body stiffened, my heart hammered. I looked away, ahead at a small black bird that had landed on the freshly mowed grass, pecking away at whatever inhabitants lived between the bright green blades, completely unaware their death was hopping over to them on thin, silent legs. My mind felt like a ping-pong ball that had been dipped in grease and set on fire. One second I was thinking about how close Rocky and I were, how I could almost stick out my tongue and lick the water droplets off his face, and the next second I was thinking about Hazel and the fucked-up situation now surrounding us. So, what do you think? I asked. Are we going to find out who did this, who killed Jesse?
Do you want the truth or the truth adjacent?
Truth. Rocky cracked his neck, and a sequence of pops filled the air.
I don't know. I was able to check out the crime scene, and although there was a lot of blood, it appeared to have all been Jesse's. The lab needs to send us back the results, but I don't have my hopes up. I also collected a few strands of hair that appeared to be someone else's, but a few shed hairs in his bedroom don't exactly prove someone's a killer.
Hell, they could even be Hazel's hair.
Exactly. But DNA isn't our only option. There were some things that stood out to me. Jesse most likely knew the killer because there wasn't a sign of forced entry. The murder weapon was a kitchen knife, Hazel's kitchen knife if we're being precise, so it might have been something sudden, a spur-of-the-moment decision since they didn't bring the murder weapon with them.
My stomach felt like it had been replaced by a bucket of ice. I hadn't known that. Shit, I said after realizing I'd been holding my breath. Hazel's knife?
Yeah, it doesn't make things look any better. But there's a catch. The knife's missing. If we find it, we could find the key.
And if we don't? Rocky tilted his head, lifted his hand from the water, and splashed.
Then we keep looking for another key. I've been a detective for 7 years now. I've learned that every locked door can be opened one way or another. I've still got to dig into Jesse's past, figure out if there are any motives at play or not. I have interviews lined up, and a couple of stakeouts already planned.
Already? I didn't bother hiding the surprise. This all happened last night. And then, when it hit me like a 2-ton boulder, holy shit, last night.
It feels like this happened 10 years ago. I didn't sleep last night, Rocky said. I spent it doing some preliminary digging. By the time the sun came up, I already had a list of people I want to look more into. Whoa. So maybe this wasn't as hopeless as it seemed. Which leads me to this. Rocky turned his entire body to me. Can I ask you a few questions? What the— Oh, you asshole! It only took me a couple of seconds to realize Rocky was pulling my leg. Unfortunately, though, he wasn't pulling it up over his shoulder. I splashed him. He returned the favor, sending water straight at my face. I closed my eyes and gasped at the exact wrong moment, swallowing some down the wrong pipe. The coughing fit was immediate. Oh shit, sorry. Rocky drifted over to my side and put his hand on my back. You okay? I nodded, my eyes watery and my entire body aware that Rocky was now touching me. In my chest, my heart bounced like a drunken tigger. His hand, large and smooth, felt almost like a burning brand, leaving a permanent mark between my shoulder blades. The warmth was nearly overwhelming as much as the actual touch was. I wanted to push away, to swim to the other end of the pool, to grab onto the stairs and pull myself out altogether. I didn't need to be here. This may have all just been a stupid, horny mistake. I hadn't come here to take a dip in Rocky Hudson's pool. I had come because a deeply buried part of me had been crying out for exactly this. For a breaking of the walls between us. For a touch. For something more. And here I was, short-circuiting because his hand was on my back. And now it was on my shoulder. Wait, why was his hand on my shoulder? And why was I turning toward him? And why the hell couldn't I see straight? Was I about to pass out? Oh, God. He's looking at my lips. He's about to kiss me, isn't he? Mick Steamy, the asshole detective, is about to kiss me. And then another thought careened into the forefront. I'm actually about to have my first kiss. Holy fuck. 14. Rocky Hudson. There was a magnetic pull as strong as the ones on either pole. It was the only way I could describe the constant tug I felt towards Sam. An invisible rope tying us together, one I'd never felt before. And I'd felt plenty of rope before. This was different than anything I'd experienced in years. I knew I had to act on it. I would hate myself if I didn't. Blame it on the sleep deprivation or the out-of-control hormones, but all I could think about was getting my lips on Sam's. When I touched his back was when the dam had broken. Snapped completely in half. He didn't say much, so I grabbed his shoulder, gently turning him, my arm now wrapping around his neck. He looked up at me with those permanently sultry eyes, long lashes batting up and down with every blink. Rocky. He said my name like he was bent at an altar in prayer. It flooded my veins with flammable passion. I didn't even think about the next words to come out of my mouth. Can I? Never, not once had I ever asked someone if I could kiss them. When I was hooking up with someone, it was because we had connected through an app and were fully aware of what we signed up for. But with Sam, like I said, things were different. So different. He nodded, and I could hear the little nervous breath of air he let out. It was a lit match, my bloodstream turning into liquid fire. I didn't waste another second. I pushed in, water lapping up my chest as I leaned forward. Our lips touched, and an entire chorus of angels self-combusted somewhere. It was soft at first, exploratory. Sam felt a little stiff, and not the stiffness I was looking for. His hands stayed under the water by his sides, and his lips were sealed shut. And yet, still, I felt the tingling sensation down in my balls, a sensation that only comes from a good kiss. I reached for him, grabbing his hips and pulling him against me. I wanted his tongue against mine. I wanted to know the way he tasted. I teased him with my tongue, probing at his lips. He obeyed my unspoken command and opened for me. I slipped my tongue into his mouth, finding his, tasting him. I felt myself getting lost, like I had just been pulled into a rip current and didn't stand a chance of making it out alive. His tongue slid against mine, finally filling my mouth, telling me how much he wanted me. Our teeth clacked a couple of times, but I couldn't give any less of a fuck. All I cared about was Sam's body pushing harder onto mine, his tongue probing deeper. It felt like he was gaining more and more confidence with every steamy second that passed. And then I felt it. His cock jerked against me, batting my thigh, telling me just how badly he wanted this. I moved my hand off his hip, down to his ass, staying above the boxers. I pushed him harder against me, wanting to feel every inch of him. He gave me a moan as our hard dicks pushed together. It drove me wild. I slipped my hand down under the band of his boxers, feeling his soft skin against my hand. I squeezed, earning another moan from him. We broke for air. Sam's lips were wet, glistening under the sun. They curled into a smile, one I had to kiss right off.
"Wow, I can't believe this is happening right now,"
Sam said. "I can." I kissed him again, holding him against me, my hand still under his boxers. This time it was Sam who parted my lips with his tongue. I explored him while he did the same with me. The heat inside me grew to uncontrollable levels. There was an overriding need that blurred my vision and obscured my thoughts. It was a need to get him upstairs, onto my bed, underneath me. I started to grind on his cock with mine, wishing there wasn't a barrier of wet fabric between us. Water started to rise in waves around us as our movements grew, our passion spreading. This was new for me. I rarely kissed, and I never kissed for this long. It had always felt too intimate for my liking. I enjoyed distance. It protected me, kept me sane. But everything was so different with Sam. All caution was thrown to the wind. Distance was no longer my friend, but my mortal enemy. I wanted nothing more than to keep kissing Sam, learning the ins and outs of his body, exploring him in every fucking way I could. I reached my other hand between us and grabbed him through his boxers. Sam broke from the kiss, his eyes going wide, another moan escaping his lips as I squeezed. He felt big and thick in my hand, my fingers just closing around his width. I licked my lips, smirking as I stroked slowly, relishing the heat. And then something surprising happened. Sam pulled away. He pushed back, swimming a couple of feet away from me. His eyebrows dipped down like an apologetic puppy dog.
You're...
Did I do something wrong? His eyes popped.
What? No, absolutely not. You did nothing wrong. It's just me. I'm just
not into me. That's fine, I get it. Sam shook his head and said,
I'm so into you it's almost illegal. That's not it. It's just... Well, I'm a virgin, okay?
The admission manifested two bright rosy pink circles on both his cheeks. The red flushed, spreading from his cheeks until his entire face had changed hue. My cock throbbed, straining against my briefs.
Oh.
I was surprised. Listen, I get it, we've all been there. And then I did something else I rarely ever do. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't mean to pressure you or anything, I just got carried away with the moment.
No, don't apologize. Are you kidding me? I should probably be thanking you right now, if anything. Going any further right now...
Brakes have been engaged. Sam looked at me then, a glitter in his eyes.
Well, I mean, maybe we don't have to press the brakes down all the way.
Sam drifted back to me.
Can we keep kissing?
If Sam had finished his question by asking for the rest of time, my answer would have been the same. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Okay, good, because I think I could use more practice.
I cocked my head. Wait, was I your first kiss, too? The blush returned to his face, giving me the answer to my question.
How'd I do?
He asked bashfully. Overhead, a flock of Quaker parrots flew over us, chirping excitedly, their green bodies flashing by like tiny comets. On a scale of 1 to 10?
1 to 5. Let's not give me too much room to fail and hate myself.
I laughed at that, as if Sam could ever fail at anything. I'd give it a full 5. 100? Off the charts.
Really?
Sam asked, his thick brows rising.
I thought for sure I was giving you pufferfish realness with that kiss.
More laughter, coming as freely as the water spilling over the rocks next to me. It just left me wanting more.
Okay, good.
This time he moved as if to initiate the kiss, but stopped inches away from me.
I can't believe I hated you when I first met you.
Hate is a strong word, I said, my eyes dropping to his lips.
You're right. I mean, I strongly disliked you. Mostly for accusing me, but also because I wanted to do this to you.
He went up on his tiptoes, rising slightly out of the water, and he kissed me. This one even better than the last.
And I thought I'd never get the chance to,
Sam said, completing his thought as the kiss broke. Well, I'm glad you've come around. I offered a cocky smirk. Sam took the bait, kissing me again, as if he wanted to kiss the cockiness right off me. We kissed for what felt like hours, floating around in the pool, our bodies pressing and our erections twitching for attention. I respected Sam's wishes and didn't make any moves below the belt, simply enjoying the way our tongues danced together like synchronized swimmers, and the way our lips fit together perfectly. When the kissing spree finally ended, my body instantly cried out for me. As we got out of the pool and toweled off, I considered asking if he would want to stay for drinks. But I couldn't. If I had gotten a glass of wine in me, I would have as equally wanted him on me. And Sam wasn't like any of the other guys I'd been with. The ones who would take me up on that offer in a heartbeat and then ask for more when the time came. See, with those guys it was easy. I'd bring them up to my room, bind their wrists and ankles to the table, and I'd have my entire fucking way with them. That was how I was used to it, how I expected it. Not with Sam. As badly as I wanted to make him writhe and moan under my control, I knew I'd need to take small steps with him.
Thanks for letting me take a dip in your pool,
Sam said, drying his hair with the white towel. I wiped off the water from my chest, the relaxing scent of eucalyptus drifting up from the towel.
And thanks for everything.
Sam's cheeks blushed as red as they did when I'd kissed him for the first time. First time. His first kiss. I was his first kiss. I'm glad you came, I said. You're welcome in my pool whenever you want.
Be careful, you might just find me out here every day from now on.
I gave him a slanted smile and said, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Uh-huh.
Sam glanced at his watch. He was fully dressed again, hiding that lithe body of his. I had tried memorizing the way his chest dipped and the way his nipples perked, and how the tuft of dark hair that grew down from his belly button met a patch of more hair before it disappeared under his very loose boxers. I tried memorizing the shape of him, which had been traced like an outline against the gray boxers when he had climbed out of the pool, his underwear clinging to him like a wetsuit. Here, I said, walking over with him to the glass table underneath the covered patio. I grabbed my phone. Let's trade numbers.
Right, yeah, good idea.
Sam fumbled with getting his phone.
I can text you if I think of anything dealing with Jesse.
Definitely. I looked at him, my head still tilted down to my phone. Or text me for whatever, if you want. We exchanged numbers. I led him back through my home, deciding that I didn't need to put my clothes back on right away, walking in just my black Armani briefs. I don't think Sam minded, especially since I had caught him checking me out in a couple of different reflections we passed as he walked slightly behind me.
So, you've got any other plans for tonight?
Sam asked in a way that suggested he might want to spend more time with me. If I didn't have an important interview scheduled an hour from now, I very well may have asked him to stay. I've got someone I want to sit down and talk with, a friend of Jesse's who answered a Facebook message I sent him. She said she might have some information for me. Sam's eyebrows jumped up.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Damn, already?
I don't like wasting time. His eyebrows dropped back down. He must have picked up on my tone because his lips curled up into a smile.
All right, well, thanks. Again, for everything.
We stopped at my front door. The sun was setting outside, sending a ray of sunlight dashing in through the floor-to-ceiling window, lighting up the captivating gray eyes that held an entire world of stories I wanted to read. I couldn't help it. I had to kiss him. This time, I didn't ask, and he didn't seem to mind, his body already melting into mine as if we'd been doing this for years, knowing exactly how we fit together like a lock and key. The kiss broke as my cock grew stiff, ready to slip free from the leg of my briefs. He must have felt it. His gaze looked hungry, but there was also apprehension there. I certainly wasn't going to push anything, not with Sam.
Bye, Rocky.
He licked his lips as if savoring my taste. He left me, standing there, in only my black briefs, a growing bulge between my legs, throbbing to be taken care of. Thanks for meeting with me, I said. I was currently sitting in a crusty 24/7 diner, the mustard yellow table stained with various substances that told me no one cleaned up the front of the diner, so I could only imagine the nightmares that were being brought to life in the kitchen. Across from me was a woman with a short-cut head of light brown hair and a worried look in her eyes. She was one of the ones frequently pictured with Jesse. I'd had a chance to chat with Hazel, and she told me that Kristen and Julie were girlfriends who seemed to be way more level-headed than Jesse ever was.
Jesse was a good friend of mine. I want to help.
And how'd you meet Jesse?
We worked together. We were barbacks down at Blizzard's. I got promoted to a bartender after a few months, but Jesse never really moved up. One day, a couple of months ago, he came in and just quit. We still stayed friends, obviously.
How long have you been friends?
Like 5 years now?
A waitress came by to take our orders. Kristen ordered herself an entire meal, but I stuck with the water. Do you know why he left Blizzard's? She nodded.
His parents came into some money. Promised to support him if he got his act together.
Do you know how much money?
A lot.
She gave a woo through her crooked teeth.
Life-changing money.
Did he tell a lot of people about this money?
He'd talk about it every chance he could get. He'd blab on about him being a multi-millionaire and how he'd buy everyone new cars and shit. I never saw a dime of it. I don't think he did either.
Money. A universal motive for murder. Do you know if he told anyone specifically, someone maybe he shouldn't have? Kristen chewed her lip in thought. I took a sip of the water, ice clinking together as I set the plastic cup back down onto the table. The fluorescent lights inside this crummy diner weren't doing anyone any favors, highlighting the forehead wrinkles that multiplied as Kristen continued to think. Finally, she said,
No.
And why didn't he ever get the money?
Him and his parents got in a huge fight. I'm pretty sure it had to do with that scumbag Nick that he keeps hanging out with. Once he joined the picture, me and Julie started seeing changes. We stopped hanging out with them about a month ago. It was just too much.
How so?
Nick was a terrible influence. Jesse got into drugs and then started selling them. Not to mention that guy was a huge homophobe. He would openly talk shit about Julie and me. Jesse stood up for us at first, but soon even that stopped. It made the both of us pretty pissed off. I mean, how could Jesse just turn his back on us like that? It was bullshit.
Along those lines, did Jesse have anyone that didn't like him? Did he make any enemies that you knew of? Back to the lip chewing. This time I didn't have to wait long for an answer.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't the nicest of guys all the time. I saw him snap back at a couple of annoying patrons when we were at Blizzard's. He didn't have the shortest fuse, but I do think he got on some people's nerves.
Any names? Another.
No.
Fucking hell, is this a dead end? Did he ever snap at you?
Never. We were good friends. I understood him more than other people. We had similar pasts, dysfunctional families and backstabbing friends. It was hard to trust people, but with Jesse, it was easy. Until it wasn't.
A group of drunken college kids stumbled in through the rotating door, shouting loudly about the girls they wanted to bang. I tuned them out and asked, "What would he say about his family?"
A lot. How his dad was an alcoholic who hit him for no reason as a kid, and his mom was more interested in finding guys to cheat on his father with than raise him or defend him. His little sister was a bright spot for a while, but that went sour. She started hanging out with the wrong crowd and ended up turning against him. They'd fight constantly. I think Nick convinced him not to even talk to his family. He cut them off, and then they won the lotto. Jesse tried fixing it real quick, but the damage was done.
I had been wanting to talk to Nick, but this conversation made my interest spike. "Do you know where I can find Nick?" She shook her head, her frown deepening.
He's deleted all his social media accounts, or at least he's blocked me from seeing them. I think I heard him talking about how he worked at a circus, or maybe that he had a gig for the fair that was coming up. I can't really remember.
"That's fine," I said. "Did Jesse have any relationships I should know about? Girlfriends, boyfriends?" Kristen gave an empty laugh.
Boyfriends. Nah, he should have come out of the closet, but he never did. He dated a few girls, but none of them ever lasted.
"So you think he was closeted?" She shrugged.
I guess I'll never know for sure, but the thought crossed my mind a few times.
She went back to eating. The waitress came around to ask if we needed anything. I was still digesting all the information Kristen had given me while Kristen was digesting her questionably cooked steak, the sad plops of mashed potato looking a little crusty from where I sat. I talked with Kristen for another hour, trying to find any little kernel of information I could use to hunt down Jesse's killer. The interview ended as the diner was becoming full with the late-night crowd. She didn't reveal any bombshells, but I still felt good about the meeting. I didn't have the answers I wanted, but at least I had a thread or two to follow. I wanted to investigate Jesse's family a little further, and I wanted to hunt down Nick and ask him a few questions. One of those avenues would lead to something, I could feel it. And if they didn't, then I was just going to keep on digging. For Hazel. For Sam. 15. Sam Clark, 1 week later. My parents chattered on about politics while I blocked them out as I sat on the couch. The cheap wooden table I was playing my game on shook every time things got intense and I had to do some button mashing. "Icy, come on, don't let the aggro build up," I said into the mic, "or I'm going to get spanked, and not in the good way." I winked at the camera. On the side of the screen, I got a notice that someone else had subscribed to my channel. "Thanks so much," I said, returning my focus to the game. Focus, that was a funny word, considering I barely had any of it over the past week. My mind had dropped into a paper shredder and scattered into the wind, flying off in 1,000 different directions. 1 second I'd be thinking about Hazel and helping exonerate her, and the next I'd be thinking about Rocky and the star-shattering kiss we had shared in his pool. My first kiss. And it was with a man who could light me on fire with a single look. "Sam, now you're the one slacking!" Silk shouted as an ogre ran around me and smashed into her with a crippling blow, her character icon blinking red as she took on damage. My phone vibrated next to me.
I shot a glance down and almost started hyperventilating. Rocky? What's he texting me for? Sam! Sorry, Angel, sorry. I went back to clicking furiously on my laptop. The screen started to stutter as the internet connection began to slow, making the problems even worse. I groaned as it froze to a complete stop just when we were getting the damn ogre down to its last health points. And then my phone buzzed again. Guys, sorry, this computer is having a stroke, and this internet is being run by hamsters. I can't— The screen blinked into black as the laptop finally threw up its keys and pooped out. I sighed, wondering if my new subscriber was going to regret ever giving me $3. Or maybe they'd see how badly I needed it. Another vibration. Okay, what does he want? Did I leave something at his house, maybe? I grabbed the phone before it slid between the scratched-up brown leather cushions. I unlocked the phone and read the text. Then I read it again, and then another time, just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating anything. Rocky. Hey, are you busy today? I've been thinking a lot about you. Every neural network in my brain fried like a crispy chicken nugget. Rocky, the handsome and mysterious and devastatingly sexy detective, had been thinking a lot about me? The same way I'd been thinking about him. Or maybe he was just thinking about me in the way a young kid thinks about their new puppy back at home. Maybe he was just worried if I had enough food or water. No, that definitely wasn't it. He was thinking about me the same way I thought about him. I wondered if he had the same dreams I had, too. Sam? You okay? It was my dad. He looked at me with a caterpillar eyebrow arched into the air. What? Yeah, why? You've been staring at the wall for a good 5 minutes now? My mom chuckled before getting up to go to the kitchen. I heard the ancient coffee machine roar to life. It sounded like a jet plane was about to take off. Probably because it was about as old as me, but my parents couldn't really afford a ton of new stuff on their salaries, so it was either the coffee machine or gas for the car. Clearly, they had their priorities in order. My dad went back to reading the paper after he was sure I didn't just have a stroke. Meanwhile, I tried formulating a response to Rocky's text that wasn't just a string of random letters, numbers, and emojis. I'm free! Exclamation mark. Nope, too excited. I deleted the text, rewrote it. Yeah, I'm free. Ugh, too cold. Deleted it again. Yup, I'm free. Smiley. Okay, that's as good as it's getting. I hit send. Before I could spiral down into a self-doubt pit of what-if text messages, I got up and went over to the small, cracked blue suitcase I had set next to the couch. I knew I'd have to go back to my place eventually, but the thought of sleeping inside the same four walls where a murder happened was— well, it wasn't great. I rummaged through the suitcase and grabbed a pair of khaki shorts and a clean gray t-shirt. It was wrinkled all to hell, but the iron at my parents' house was more likely to set my clothes on fire than get rid of the wrinkles, so I laid it out on the couch and tried to hand-press the wrinkles out. It was a great way to work out my building anxiety, too, so win-win. My phone buzzed again, and my heart skipped a beat, but the name on the screen wasn't Rocky's. Hazel. Hey, Boo. How's it going today? Me. Good. Just here in my parents' trying to stream a little. Rocky texted me like 5 minutes ago. Hazel. No way, saying what? I chatted with Hazel while I waited for Rocky to send back. She was having a rough go of things, but Shonda was keeping her updated every step of the way, and things were looking better than they had the night when everything went down. She was able to prove that Hazel was out of the apartment at the time of death and that, even though her knife was missing, there was still more than enough reasonable doubt to keep her out of jail. At least for now. Without the actual killer caught, Hazel still remained a suspect. I knew Jesse's parents had also hired a 5-star attorney and investigator, and I had a feeling they still had their targets set on Hazel. After everything that had happened, I understood things could change on a moment's notice, and that scared me the most. I used to have a sense of surety that things were good and they'd remain good, as if the train tracks my life were riding on had zero bumps or detours, just a straight line toward a happy ending. How dumb I'd been. The fear of the uncertainty was strong. It kept me up most nights, worried that I'd get a call saying Hazel was back behind bars. Even though I tried keeping positive, it was difficult, especially after seeing her wearing jailhouse jumpsuit. My phone buzzed, and this time Rocky's name popped up on my screen. Rocky, I've got tickets to a stand-up show tonight. Want to come? Do I want to come? Of course I want to come. I was so excited, I opened up Hazel's text message chain and typed in, Rocky wants me to go with him to a stand-up special. I should go, right? As if I needed more encouragement. I pulled my legs underneath me and sat back on the couch, feeling myself getting all kinds of excited by the prospect of another date with Rocky Hudson. Hazel. Are you kidding me? Of course you should go, and then go home with him, too. Me. All right, let's not get too crazy. Hazel. Too crazy? Bitch, you need to get buck wild. I laughed, not expecting any other advice from my best friend. My fingers flew across my phone as I typed out, Fine, I'll go and drop my pants the second I see him. Maybe he'll just take my virginity then and there. I won't even wear a belt. Easy access. Ha ha ha. I hit send. And that's when I realized I was in the wrong text chain. Hazel's name wasn't at the top of my screen. Neither was my mom's, or my dad's, or Abraham Lincoln's for that matter. It was Rocky Hudson. I had just texted the man I was infatuated with about taking my virginity like some wild animal in rabid heat. My body suddenly felt like it was consumed by flames. I read his name over and over again, hoping I'd gotten that stroke my dad was talking about and was just mixing around the letters in my brain. Surely it didn't say Rocky Hudson on my phone. It couldn't have. No way in hell. Rocky, I'll pick you up in an hour. Rocky, don't wear a belt. I melted into my couch and considered buying a one-way ticket to Indonesia or some other distant land I could disappear in and never be heard from again. Somewhere remote and cute, where Wi-Fi still worked, but maybe cellular service was spotty. Me. That was totally a joke. I texted back after what felt like 67 years, but was more than likely 5 minutes. Rocky. LOL. Great. Real fucking great. Ugh! I groaned out loud. My dad turned my way, but the look I shot him must have been all the answer he needed. He went back to reading the newspaper as my mom walked into the living room, taking her seat next to him, almost tripping on her green and blue silk nightgown. What's wrong, Sammy? She asked, sipping on her drink. Steam swirled up and clouded her glasses. Nothing, just wondering if the earth can open up and eat me already. Oh, stop being so dramatic. Is it boy problems? If only you knew. Possibly, I said, not wanting to dive into it. I got up and went to go change, every step I walked feeling like an anchor was tied to my feet. The embarrassment spread through me like a virus, replicating inside every single one of my cells until I was sure my entire body was as red as a cherry tomato. Well, I'm sure it's nothing you can't get over, my mom said in her reassuring mom tone, which didn't do anything to reassure me in that moment of life or death. Mostly death. We'll see about that. Are you going out on a date? My dad asked, throwing himself into the conversation. No, I said. I'm heading to my funeral. They both laughed as I left the room to get ready. And even though I was fatally embarrassed by that mistaken text message, I still left the belt inside my suitcase.
16. Rocky Hudson. Sam's text message came as a surprise. It was clearly sent to me by accident, but that didn't stop the flicker of heat from spreading through my veins. It was easy to imagine Sam arriving at my doorstep, his shorts already unbuttoned, a shy smirk on his dreamy face, his body ready to be ravaged by mine. I was in my bathroom, just getting out of my tub, water dripping down onto the white and gray marble floor. I reached for a towel and started to dry off, but my thoughts kept swinging back to Sam. The same way my cock started swinging back and forth, growing harder and harder until it was something I couldn't ignore. I began to stroke myself, dropping the towel onto the floor. This needed to be taken care of or I'd end up ripping off Sam's pants with or without a belt on. Evening sunlight filled the bathroom, coming in from the large window above the tub. I looked ahead at the wall-to-wall mirror above the dual sinks. My body still dripped with water, down my abs, droplets falling off my already tightening balls. I stroked a little faster, picturing Sam with me, dropping to his knees at my command, his lips wrapping around the head of my leaking cock. I pictured his own dick hard between his legs, but his attention focused solely on mine, both his hands wrapped around my length as I buried myself down his throat. My grip tightened, my legs spread wider, and my head fell back as the orgasm hit me. I unloaded onto the floor, loud splats echoing through the large bathroom, my breaths filling the space of silence, reflecting how fast my heart rate shot up. I looked down at the mess. It looked like I had saved up an entire month's load. Fantasies with Sam hit differently. There was something about him. It was that smile of his. It was his entire being. I cleaned up after myself with a smile on my face, continuing to paint dirty thoughts of Sam. The smile stayed on my face as I got ready for the last-minute date. A date? Fucking hell. My brow arched like the crest of a wave as I buttoned up my shirt, thinking back to the last time I'd been excited about going out with someone. This felt foreign to me. I'd been used to keeping things with as few strings as possible, and that meant dates were a very rare thing for me. Dating required conversation, and conversation required connecting, which, in turn, required opening up to a certain degree. I didn't do open. I kept my shit to myself. Fuck anyone else, the cross in my life had been given to me and was my burden to bear, and that was the end of that. No need to bring anyone else into my crap. I walked around the bed and stepped into my closet, going to the shelves that held my jeans. I pulled out a crisp dark pair and pulled them up, realizing that I'd left off my underwear by the time I got up to my knees and not caring enough to reverse course. I pulled on the jeans, grateful these were the button kind as opposed to using a zipper, which always made things extra precarious when going commando. I checked myself out in the tall mirror hanging up between my jackets and my wall of shoes. The shirt was short-sleeved, my sleeve tattoo appearing extra bright underneath the white lights of my closet. I rolled each sleeve up once and then did the same to the cuffs of my jeans. I popped open the top 2 buttons of my shirt, showing off some of my chest and a flash of the golden necklace I wore. The drive to pick up Sam was spent thinking about where I'd take him. By the time I pulled up to his apartment building, I'd managed to snag us reservations at Oceanside Luna. I waited for him to come down, feeling myself suddenly grow nervous. Surprised at myself, I took a deep breath. When I spotted him coming down the stairs, his silhouette appearing on every floor as he passed by the windows, I grew even more nervous. I was thrown all the way back to being a 17-year-old and waiting outside my date's house, wondering where the hell the night would take us, a list of endless and magical possibilities playing out in my head. The door opened, and I was hit with his cologne first, and then came the cheerful but slightly nervous-sounding, "Hey!" He smelled great, like pine woods and lavender fields and rose petals. I got an even bigger whiff when I leaned in and stole a kiss, his eyes opening wide before I shut mine. "Hey," I replied, sitting back in my seat, leaving a slightly dumbstruck look across Sam's face. He adjusted his glasses before fumbling with the seatbelt. He swallowed loudly and appeared to be sinking farther and farther into the bucket seat, as if the red leather had been replaced with quicksand. "He's not wearing a belt." "You okay?" I asked, a smirk still playing across my face as I started to drive.
"Yep. Yeah, doing great. It's just not every day I get picked up in a Corvette and kissed by, well, in gaming terms, I guess you'd be like the final boss, the impossible catch."
"Don't worry, there's nothing impossible about me."
"I beg to differ."
He looked over the thick rim of his glasses, his eyes catching the light of some passing street lamps. With all this talk about me being impossible, it was really Sam who felt like the unreal one.
"So, what's on the schedule for tonight?"
"The stand-up tickets fell through. I've got us a table at Oceanside Luna instead. Ever had it?"
"Are you joking right now? Of course I've never had it, but I've seen all the Insta posts with everyone who was lucky enough to get reservations. Holy crap. And the news said they were booked for the rest of the year."
He huffed and, almost to himself, said,
"You really are the final boss."
We chatted about nonsense the rest of the drive. Normally I didn't like idle chit-chat, preferring to sit in silence over discussing whatever had been trending last. But with Sam, as I had quickly come to find out, everything was the opposite. Expectations were turned on their heads. I found myself actively enjoying our conversation about the last big pop star scandal, laughing with Sam as we made silly jokes and effortlessly fell into another conversation about politics, a territory that could have potentially been dangerous, but not with Sam. As I pulled up to the valet, we were chatting about Sam's love for bad reality TV shows.
"I swear,"
Sam said as he got out of the car, thanking the valet.
"If you haven't seen Bad Girls Club, then I don't think this is going to work."
I snorted. "I actually have seen that one. I had a client who was on the show. I got curious." My brows rose and I shook my head. "That shit was crazy." Sam laughed, the sound cutting straight through the loud din of South Beach. The restaurant was at the top of one of the tallest hotels in Miami Beach, with views that apparently rivaled anything else on this side of the world. The hotel was a modern marvel of sharp lines and bright lights, a row of soft blue lights leading up to the entrance, and an army of tall palm trees on either side of the ramp that led up to the valet. There was a stone waterfall, with the water streaming down over a neon-pink flamingo, the color popping through some of the white and frothing water. All around us were beachgoers, some walking up with their luggage to check into the hotel, others walking past and loudly talking about the exclusive rooftop restaurant they were dying to go to. The lobby of the hotel was just as elegant and modern as the outside, while still attracting a youthful vibe, with bright pops of neon and eye-catching art installations. There was a colorful balloon elephant sculpture next to the check-in desk, its trunk seemingly waving to us as we walked past to the elevator bays. Sam was wide-eyed the entire time, taking in everything around us. It gave me time to take him in, drink him like an aged red. His hair, still cut short, was styled slightly different tonight, a little more tamed. His glasses looked different, too. They were spotless and framed his face well, drawing attention to his bright and friendly eyes. He wore a pair of gray pants that clung to his form in a way that made me thirsty for a gallon of water. He wasn't skinny, and he wasn't thick. He was perfect for me, his legs looking like they'd fit just right wrapped around my waist. And that ass of his. I kept stealing glances, even as we rode the packed elevator up to the top floor of the hotel, not caring that the mirrored walls could potentially give me away. Fuck it. "After you," I said, as the door opened onto a breezy outdoor patio, palm trees growing up toward the sky, thick leaves rustling in the wind.
This is nuts.
Sam looked around. I peeled my eyes off him, agreeing that the restaurant was pretty nuts. It was an open-air restaurant, so we could look up and count the couple of stars breaking through all the light pollution, the edge of the floor surrounded by tall glass walls, seemingly invisible when looked at from the right angle. The tables were set in a circle, allowing for each diner to have an infinite view of the city and the beach. The hostess led us to our table, sitting underneath a palm tree and looking out to the tall and lit-up downtown. Miami's skyline had really transformed in the past years, and this view was just as breathtaking as a view of the ocean. The bay cut across and underneath the 3 bridges that connected Miami Beach to downtown, the bridges alternating in color between blues, greens, and pinks. Sam wasn't admiring the view like I thought he would. He had his eyes turned down to the menu with a laser kind of focus. He looked a little pale, even though the lights were casting a warm glow on us. "You okay?" I asked as we settled into the comfortable white seats.
Yep, just looking at this really great menu. Whoever designed these, wow, they did a great job. Really great.
He wasn't moving, not even his eyes, as if he was scared. Oh, fuck. You're scared of heights.
You know, funny story. Well, yeah, maybe. I've never been higher up than my aunt's condo, and hers is on the 8th floor. How high up are we again?
Just don't think about it. I wasn't about to remind Sam that we were currently 55 floors above ground. Shit, sorry. I should have asked before making the reservations.
No, don't even stress it. I would have said yes anyway. Before this moment, I for sure thought I wasn't the scared of heights type. Guess you should actually experience some heights before figuring out if you're scared or not.
I reached across the small circular table, making sure not to knock over the vase holding the 3 white roses. Let's go. Sam tore his eyes off the menu, latching them onto mine.
No, it's fine, trust me. I just have to get over it.
He peeked to his side before snapping his eyes shut and taking a deep breath.
Wow, okay. That's a lot to get over.
The waitress came by then. "Thank you," I said as she filled up our water glasses. "We'll actually be heading out now, I'm sorry. My date isn't feeling too well." Sam's eyebrows shot up.
No, I'm fine. Sorry, can you just get me a glass of wine? Do you have any preferences?
She asked, motioning toward the menu.
Just wine. Any wine. Strong wine, preferably.
She smiled an "I got you" smile and turned to me.
For you, sir.
Let's do a bottle of the 97 Lost Valley. A breeze danced through the palm tree leaves above us as the waitress left. It carried Sam's scent my way. He didn't look to his side, keeping his eyes pinned on me, but he did seem a little less pale.
Of course you're a wine guy,
Sam said.
You're practically a professional James Bond cosplayer. I'm sure you also drink whiskey with 1 ice cube and frequently jump out of planes on the hunt for double agents.
Yes to one of those. He cocked his head and laughed.
Are you a big thrill seeker?
He asked, taking a drink of his water. I noticed he didn't raise the glass, instead leaning down to bring his lips to the straw. I wondered if he was hiding his nerves. I can be. I've gone skydiving twice, and I've been shark diving once. Sam's jaw cracked open.
Whoa, shark diving?
It was for an investigation I was doing. The owner of the cage diving company was being investigated for potentially tampering with one of his cages, leading to the death of his ex's boyfriend. It was suspicious from the jump. I went to his company and booked a cage diving session, wanting to just check out the process. To compare it, I booked another diving session with a rival company. That one convinced me to actually do it.
And? How was it? Did you see anything?
I saw 4 black-tipped reef sharks and 1 hammerhead. The hammerhead came right up to the bars of the cage. It was unbelievable.
Holy shark!
Nice, I chuckled. I recommend it, actually. There's something really majestic about sharks and being up close like that in their own backyard. It kind of opens your eyes.
What happened with the guy you were investigating? Did he do it?
Oh, absolutely. He weakened the bars of the cage and chummed the waters extra that day. I've got footage of two great whites swimming toward the cage before it cuts out. Sam's brows almost fell off his face.
I can only repeat myself. Holy motherfucking shark.
Don't worry, the owner's now behind a set of bars, and those aren't opening anytime soon. Don't let that story make you cross off cage diving for good.
Right. Well, it wasn't really just that story that makes me nervous about me and sharks, but I'm not going to lie, it didn't really help.
The waitress brought out our glasses, filled before we clinked them together in a cheer. Sam was looking less and less scared as the seconds ticked by, color coming back to his face. So, what is the craziest thing you've ever done? I asked Sam.
Craziest? Well, I did eat an entire moldy slice of bread once before realizing anything was wrong. I was drunk off my ass, but yeah, that was pretty crazy.
I laughed, kicking my foot out under the table. Sam's shoe tapped against the edge of mine.
I also stayed up for 48 hours straight playing a video game, and that was all for charity. I had a stream on for the Trevor Project. I raised a total of $3,000. Not the best, but the most I'd ever gotten in 2 days, that's for sure. That was also pretty crazy.
That's incredible, I said. Sam took a drink of the wine. I watched his Adam's apple bob up and down. I swallowed, feeling a different kind of heat rise inside me, one that had nothing to do with the external temperatures. We ordered our food and kept chatting, Sam talking to me about his dream of opening up a game development studio. His passion bubbled up to the surface whenever he talked about video games. It reminded me of someone. He had the same light around him, the same kind of energy that my little brother always gave off when he talked about gaming. It was toward the end of dinner that I had realized something. "You're looking out at the view," I said, my eyebrows rising in surprise. Sam nodded, looking out at the glittering city.
I am. I guess you helped me get over my fear. Huh.
He wasn't even just looking out at the view, he was admiring it. The fear that had him sinking into his chair earlier was nowhere to be found. "Look, you can see Heaven's Gate from here. It's going to be the tallest building on the East Coast once it's finished." I pointed at the tall structure, still under construction, but already taking up a large portion of the downtown Miami skyline.
I can't believe I would have missed this view. And for what? Fear is such a funny thing. A weird thing.
Sam finished the last of his wine. He used his napkin to dab at his mouth before settling it neatly on the table next to his empty plate.
I've been feeling a lot of it lately. I've been scared of a lot, but at the end of the day, you always have to climb over that fear. If I gave up and let the fear conquer me, then shit. I would have given up that day I found Hazel.
He cleared his throat. Good. Hazel needed you.
She did. And now she needs you.
How's she been doing? Sam shrugged.
As good as someone framed for a murder could possibly be doing, and I mean that in all honesty. She's been handling it really well. I think she has a lot of hope, a lot of faith in you.
A small ice cube formed in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't that I felt like she had done it, it's that I wasn't entirely sure I could prove she didn't. The waitress came around then with the bill, which Sam made an attempt at grabbing before I snatched it away. He smiled and mouthed a thank you as I handed my card over. I wanted to tell him that he never had to thank me, that whatever I did for him was because I wanted to do it for him. I kept my mouth shut instead. A prickle of fear crept up my back as I started to realize the intensity of what I was feeling. As I looked across the table, locking eyes with the innocent and smiley Sam Clark, I realized that I was falling from a height that rivaled the building we were currently sitting on the very top of.
"Ready?"
Sam asked, still smiling as the waitress brought back my card. "I don't think I'll ever be ready." "Let's go," I said. Downstairs, the line for the valet seemed to wrap around the block. The poor guys were running back and forth with keys jingling in their hands as impatient guests tapped their shoes and crossed their arms. I could tell we weren't going to be headed home right away, and that was completely fine with me. Any excuse I could have for spending more time with Sam, I'd take. "Want to go for a walk?" I asked, looking down the busy street. We were on Collins Avenue, which was lined with clubs, restaurants, and boutiques. The sun had fallen, the boutiques all shutting but the clubs coming alive. Sam nodded, smiling. I led the way, walking past the valet and down the street, slipping into the flow of people.
"Are you a big beach person?"
Sam asked me. I used to be.
Oh?
My parents, they loved it. We'd go almost every weekend when I was a kid. Then my dad got a boat and the game was over. He never wanted off that thing. I'm pretty sure if it were up to him, we would have lived on the boat. My mom wasn't that into it, though. Only when I was finished did I realize what I had done. Talked about them. I hadn't talked about my parents, not out loud, not to anyone. I hadn't done that in years. It felt like I was cracking open a cobweb-infested crypt.
"Are you an only child?"
Another question that should never have been as difficult as it was. I shook my head, the only answer I could manage to give. Before Sam could ask anything else, we passed a particularly busy bar, the patrons clustered on the outdoor patio, cheering for an impending wedding, the bride wearing a small veil as she raised her beer-filled mug. Just then, they shouted that the show was about to start. I looked up and realized we were standing outside of Leopard's, a strip club that had become one of the most popular spots on South Beach. I looked to Sam. Ever seen a show at Leopard's?
Nope, just the viral clips that take off online.
I grabbed Sam's hand and pulled him toward the entrance, a set of heavy gold and black doors where a bouncer sat on a stool, checking IDs as the last-minute arrivals showed up. We were led in and walked through a narrow hall lit up with blue and pink stripes of light, signed pictures of celebrities hung up on the wall. The music was loud and vibrated through my bones as we walked down the hall.
"Is every night with you like this?"
Sam asked, speaking over the music. A woman with red-bottom heels and a skin-tight snakeskin dress walked past us, strutting like she were walking down a catwalk. "Not all of them," I said. "Some get crazier." We turned into the main room. It was a large space with tables and booths arranged around a long and wide stage, 3 stripper poles gleaming on the stage, catching the beams of light. The walls were adorned with lighting fixtures that felt like they were pulled from an Alice in Wonderland book. There were flickering blue and purple candelabras next to a marble torch which sat underneath antlers with lights at the ends. Not all of them were on, but enough were to show off the leopard-patterned walls. All the lights dimmed. We found a spot near the stage where we could stand and not obstruct anyone's view. The music kicked up a notch, and the first pole dancer took the stage, commanding all the eyes in the room with her stunningly tall physique, her muscular legs stomping down the runway in heels that resembled something from an Alexander McQueen fashion show. Her black thong had been set with what appeared like diamonds all the way along the waistband, glittering underneath the spotlight as she wrapped a leg around the pole, grabbing with one hand and spinning around, gaining momentum, her grace making it look effortless. Even as she let go and held herself parallel to the stage with her legs alone, her hands swirling in the air, her hair tumbling down in a silky waterfall of gold. She continued to impress us, a shower of dollars appearing as she let go of the pole and landed in a split that left everyone's jaws on the floor. When she was finished, another dancer took the stage and showed off her gymnastic skills with some impressive and mesmerizing stunts. She was as beautiful as the last woman, with short hair and sharp features, as muscular and graceful, too. I could hear Sam's oohs and ahs as we watched. I could feel him jump up ever so slightly whenever something crazy happened. He'd look back up at me on a couple occasions, almost as if he were checking if I were still there, as if I'd be anywhere else. As I held on to Sam watching this Cirque du Soleil strip show, I was hit by a wave of shock and realization. I was letting Sam in. My walls were quickly crumbling, and it was all because of the man I held in my arms, his body fitting against mine, his breath matching mine. I could smell the strawberry and lavender in his hair, a scent I felt like I could never grow tired of. Something else quickly followed behind the realization. Fear. I felt fear. For the first time in years, I felt a visceral kind of panic slash into my chest. The same kind of fear Sam must have felt when he looked over the edge of the restaurant. A chilling kind of fear that made your hair stand on end. I had already learned my lesson about attachment. I knew it could only bring pain, death. The kind of pain that suffocates you over and over again, and when you finally are able to catch your breath, it just gets knocked out of you again with a force greater than the last. That's what happens when I let someone in. Sure, there could be moments of levity and bliss, but inevitably the pain would always come. Always. I took in a deep breath, my lungs filling with Sam, my heart doing the same. I couldn't allow this. I was falling too fucking hard, way too fucking fast. With his scent still tickling my nose, I separated from him, stepping back. I still watched the show, but my head was somewhere else, in an endless field of questions. Was I ever going to be able to get over the trauma that still made its home inside my chest? Could I ever allow Sam to see that dead, scarred part of me? And if I did, what would happen? Would he accept me? Or would he push me away, only accelerating the pain I was sure would come eventually? 17. Sam Clark. Rocky started acting weird the second the show finished. It had been such an incredible time. Not only were the strippers mind-blowing and the stunts jaw-dropping, but at one point, Rocky had wrapped his arms around me and pulled me into him, and I'd never felt safer. It was a hard feeling to describe. It wasn't the kind of safe you feel when you lock a door or when you shut a window. It wasn't the safe you felt when you clicked in a seatbelt or you followed the speed limits. It was a different kind of safe, one that went down to the deepest part of me, like nothing, absolutely nothing, could have hurt us in that moment. And then he separated from me, and I drifted back into the dark waters, pulled by a riptide of doubt and fear. When the show finished and we left for the now empty valet, my fears were further validated. Rocky was barely looking at me, and the words he'd shared were of the 1 or 2 syllable variety. Something had happened, and I had no idea what. Did I do something? Was I not holdable enough for him? Did he feel that I didn't have a six-pack or bulging biceps underneath my clothes? Insecurities began to spread through me like a poison dust carried by strong winds. "So, what was your favorite part?" I asked him as we waited for his car. I wanted him to say, "holding you," but instead he said, "The stunts some of them did." I nodded, chewing on my lip. My mind whirred like a broken gear spinning without anything to moor it down. The car pulled up then with a loud roar coming from its exhaust, the valet parking Rocky's shiny Corvette directly in front of us. I noticed Rocky slip out a $20 bill as a tip, handing it to the grateful valet. My door was already open. I slipped in and Rocky closed it behind me. In the car, silence reigned. What was going on? Did I smell bad? Was it my breath? I subtly covered my mouth and pretended to yawn. Nope, I smelled like goddamn daisies and dreams. It couldn't have been that.
But then what had twisted Rocky's panties into a tangled bunch? "You can drop me off at home," I said to him as he pulled onto the highway. "Just get off on Kendall Drive."
Are you ready to call it a night?
I thought... He glanced my way, the orange glow of the passing lights playing off his eyes.
You tired?
I shook my head. No, not at all, but, well... Are you upset at something? There it was. Might as well rip it off like a Band-Aid. Clearly something was going on, so maybe he could just be upfront with me and fill me in. If this wasn't going to work, I'd rather he told me now before I caught any feelings. His eyes turned back to the road, both his hands on the black leather steering wheel. The air freshener filled the space with vanilla. I took in a deep breath, expecting the axe to drop down on my head.
I've got some shit I have to deal with, Sam.
Oh. Well, I wasn't really expecting that.
Nothing to do with you,
he continued.
I've just been through shit that fucked me up. I'm still healing. And tonight unexpectedly opened up some of those old wounds.
My eyebrows rose in surprise. Is it okay if I ask what happened?
It's okay.
Rocky's grip tightened around the wheel.
But I'm not ready to talk about it. I'm sorry.
That's totally fine, I get it.
You do?
I nodded, looked out the window. We were driving onto an overpass. Underneath us were quiet homes with their residents tucked into bed, completely unaware of the kind of conversation happening right above their heads. We've all got some shit, don't we? Everyone we walk past, everyone we say hi to, every telemarketer who calls me at 4 a.m. because that's apparently their witching hour. Rocky chuckled at that.
You've got some shit too, huh?
Like you wouldn't believe, I said on an exhale.
Try me.
I considered it for a moment. Did I open up to Rocky in a way he clearly wasn't ready to do for me? Something about this scared me. Was I just opening myself up for more hurt, or was this a necessary step, not just for Rocky and me, but for myself? I had to be able to talk about what happened to me because it still affected me. I was at a party, I started. The floodgates opened with that simple sentence, no turning back now. A frat party. It was my first year of college. I went away for school, up to Boston. I'd never been away from my parents for more than a day, and now I was without them for an entire semester. I went balls to the grimy walls. I drank, and I danced, and I drank some more. It was one of the best nights of my life, so the next day I wanted to do it all over again. We got invited to the same frat house, and I was ready for round 2. I wasn't out at the time, but I thought maybe I could sneak a kiss with a closeted frat guy, so I went to the bar one of them had set up in his room. It was dark, neon lights everywhere. I grabbed a drink he poured and started talking to someone I thought was a good prospect. He seemed so kind, so genuine. I had no idea. Rocky turned off on an exit, but it wasn't toward my house. I focused on spilling out my guts, not really caring which direction Rocky was driving in. Little did I know, this prospect had a roofie in his pocket. Rocky took in a sharp breath. Fuck. I turned away for a second. I thought I had heard my name. That was all it took. He must have slipped it in. I drank about half the cup before it hit me. I couldn't see, I couldn't walk, I couldn't even talk. Thank God Hazel was there, and she knew something was wrong from the second she saw me. She grabbed me, and with the help of someone else, they carried me into the car and took me straight to the hospital.
Fuck. Sam. I'm so sorry.
Rocky's knuckles were pale as his grip tightened even further. His jaw twitched. I could see the anger that rose in him, something like a force of nature.
Did you press any charges?
I tried.
My lip started to quiver. I clenched my hand and dug my nails into my palm. I wasn't going to break down. Not here. Later, once I got into my parents' house, I could lock myself in the bathroom, run the shower, and cry my little heart out onto the cracked tile floor. But not now. His family had money. So much money. I was on a scholarship and had everything paid for, even my ramen noodles. My parents couldn't help, and I also didn't want to tell them. I felt ashamed. My voice cracked. It was the first thing they said to me when they found out I was leaving. Be safe, be smart, and don't drink. I couldn't tell them. Instead of cracking, my voice broke completely. I could taste salt on my upper lip from tears I hadn't even realized were falling. I'm sorry, I said, wiping at my cheeks. Rocky surprised me then. He reached across and laid a hand on my knee, stopping it from shaking. It was a touch I hadn't been expecting, and one I so desperately wanted. It no longer felt like I was shouting across miles of open water to be heard by him. We were now on the same boat, drifting together toward a distant but bright horizon. You did nothing wrong. His words were simple yet powerful. Nothing. It's the other fucker I want to strangle, to damage you in the way he had. Fuck. He deserves a life of pain. Did Hazel... When she found you, were you okay? Or she found me in time, yeah. He wasn't able to do anything, thankfully. Hazel said he was practically carrying me through the crowded hall. She was on her way to the bathroom and saw me. She knew I couldn't have been that drunk since we had just gotten there. She went full mama bear mode, ended up slapping him and leaving some scratches on his face. Good. Rocky sucked his tongue. If I could get my hands on that asshole... Fuck. I don't know what I'd do. Probably land myself in jail. I wanted to say that it was okay, that I didn't need him to protect me. Instead, hearing him talk like that, well, it made my temperature shoot up into fever territory. Thinking that Rocky would be there, having my back and breaking the other guys. I hated any kind of physical violence, but I couldn't help the caveman part of me from waking up at the idea. Well, it's over now. I learned my lesson. What lesson did you learn? I shrugged. That people can wear all kinds of masks. I started talking to this guy because he seemed like the sweetest one out of all the people at that party. He had big brown doe eyes and an electric smile and a moppy head of light brown hair. He'd play with the glasses on his face, and he had jokes that made me laugh right from the start. I swallowed what felt like a lump of coal. But none of that mattered. He was still a monster underneath it all. Rocky stayed quiet for a moment as we drove down the empty highway. It's a good lesson. But don't let it mess you up, all right? Don't stop yourself from finding something good because you're always assuming the worst. The way he said it made me feel as if he were speaking to himself more than to me. That's something I've got to work on, I said. I had a really hard time trusting anyone after that. It's only been until recently that I've let my guard down a little bit. How recently? I looked to him, a cocky smirk beginning to play across his face. Very recently, I answered, being coy. The smile stayed on his face as the conversation shifted into more neutral territory. I thought maybe that since I opened up, Rocky would too. But he kept those iron walls up as we continued to chat, now talking about Kim Petras, a crazy good singer who Rocky had no idea about and who I had to pull up her entire discography for. At one point, I lowered the window and raised the volume, letting the dance beat fill me and the angelic voice lift me as wind filled the car, messing up my hair, making me feel alive. "Do you want to come over?" Rocky shouted over the music and wind. I didn't miss a beat. "Sure." Rocky, cocky grin and all, pulled off the highway at the next exit. Before I knew it, we were driving through the wide streets of Coral Gables, the porches and driveways of the large houses all lit up, the families tucked away in their bedrooms or watching some late-night TV show in their living rooms. I lowered the music a bit, but didn't kill the vibe, still jamming to Kim and feeling a different kind of happiness tonight. It felt good, having talked about what happened to me with Rocky. It felt like I had given him a key, and he'd used it to lock up all the demons that haunted my dreams, to then grab the locked box and throw it overboard, letting it sink down to the bottom of the sea where they'd never touch my dreams again. Was I being a little dramatic? Sure. Was I feeling so much better? Hell yeah. Was I lip-syncing the entire lyrics of Heart to Break? You damn well know I was. Rocky pulled down a street when I recognized it was the one my uncle lived on, which meant it was the same one Rocky lived on. I remembered how nervous I'd been driving down it, looking for the mailbox Rocky had mentioned, a manatee with a top hat. My heart had been beating inside of my throat when I pulled up to his place, but not in the same way it was now. I felt nerves, but they were different. I wasn't walking into the unknown anymore. Even though I'd barely scratched Rocky Hudson's surface, I felt like the unknown was no longer an issue. The heavy black gates opened for us. Rocky drove up his driveway and parked just in front of the door, the lights of his front porch clicking on and bathing the area with clarity. Of course, I wondered where he got the money for this, unless he moonlighted as a dermatologist or a Fortune 500 CEO. I really couldn't imagine that his detective salary could cover all this. But as I was coming to learn with Rocky, things took time. And I was fine with that. Time seemed like an infinite resource when Rocky was in my orbit. Inside his home, we walked to the kitchen, where Rocky opened his wine fridge and pulled out a chilled bottle of expensive-looking champagne, the wrapper a gold and pink, the bottle a jet black. As he walked around his kitchen, his socks and shoes already left abandoned by the door, I couldn't help but drink him in, admiring his beauty. Everything about the man had me wrapped up in his 6-foot-something web. The way his strong shoulders sloped down to biceps that pushed at the fabric of his dark black shirt, his tattoos lighting him up in a way that felt surreal, like I was watching a living piece of art gliding around the room. I could see his chest pushing at his shirt the same way his arms were, making me wonder how it would feel if my hands glided up and down, skin on skin. I could even see his nipples through the fabric, making it even easier to imagine myself leaning down, kissing and sucking and touching. I moved behind the massive marble island, hiding the growing boner. "So," Rocky asked me, holding the bottle of gold-wrapped champagne in the air along with 2 champagne glasses. "Want to open this upstairs? The view from my balcony should be a great backdrop right now." It was kind of him to ask. I had noticed he wasn't one to push without asking, even from our pool fiasco, from the time I had my first ever kiss. He had asked me if it was okay. He didn't push in or force things. It felt as if he could sense my fear and did everything in his power to soothe me. I appreciated that more than I thought I ever would. "Let's go check out that view, then." Rocky led me through his kitchen, my eyes dropping to his firm butt, the light jeans he wore highlighting his body perfectly under the soft, warm lights of his hall. I was so distracted I almost missed a peculiar sight as we walked. It was in the upstairs hall, a wide space with beautiful gray wood floors and walls displaying beautiful works of art, but it wasn't the art that had caught my attention. There was a door, one that would have looked like any other door if it weren't for the lock that blocked the handle. He walked right past the room, but I stalled, cocking my head. He must have realized, stopping a short way down the hall and turning on his heel. A flush of sudden nerves came over me. My cheeks burned red. Had I
Made a mistake? What the hell would be behind a door like that? I've played plenty of video games, and locked doors usually mean treasure or a zombie boss ready to tear apart some limbs. Sometimes both. I swallowed. Which one is it?
Treasure,
Rocky said.
I swear.
He came over to the door. The screen on the lock turned on, and his fingers glided over the numbers. A heavy lock unclicked. I looked to Rocky, and for the first time since meeting him, I picked up on something. Nerves. He wasn't making any eye contact, and he seemed to be thinking hard about opening the door. I put a hand on his, stopping him. It's fine. I can get the full tour afterward. There seemed to be a flash of relief across his face. My curiosity was definitely spiked. As we walked down the hall toward the two large doors that I figured marked his bedroom, I glanced over my shoulder and looked at the locked door. He opened the doors, my guess about his bedroom being correct. We walked into a huge master bedroom, the space most likely bigger than the living room I shared with my parents. In the center of the room was a California king-sized bed with a dark wooden headboard that looked specifically made for Rocky, with its simultaneous grandness and warmth. The walls were a soft light gray, playing with the navy blues and soft greens that popped from the different art pieces and thick blankets, one laid across the bed, a few others spilling out of a large basket that sat next to the balcony door. And the balcony. Holy crap, the balcony. It wrapped half of the room, making two of the walls into wraparound windows.
Like it?
Rocky said as he walked over to the door, unlocking it and opening it, a blast of Miami humidity entering the room. No, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I shook my head, acting as if I just got a whiff of the worst garbage in the world. Are you looking to give this place away by any chance? I hate it so much I think I should, live here just to, hate on it whenever I wanted. Rocky laughed, stepping out onto the balcony. I followed, my jaw dropping even farther. The view really was beautiful. We could see the Biltmore Hotel only a few streets down, one of the most iconic hotels in all of South Florida, where Al Capone himself had stayed, and where Franklin Roosevelt had set up a temporary White House for whenever he vacationed in Miami. Rocky walked to the railing where he turned around to face me. With a bad boy smile, he thumbed at the cork and popped it off, champagne foaming over and falling onto his bare feet. I was about to make a joke that I shouldn't let any of it go to waste, but quickly stopped myself, keeping my mouth shut and smiling instead as he handed me a glass.
Cheers,
he said, his eyes sparkling as much as the champagne. The glasses clinked. I took a drink. Wow, I said, clearly impressed. If gold had a taste, I'm pretty sure this would be it.
Funny. That's exactly what I thought when we kissed.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I thought, wow, this must be how gold and diamonds and heaven taste like.
I couldn't hold back the laugh. You're crazy. He sipped his champagne, his eyes not leaving me. I looked out at the view, feeling an undeniable heat rise inside me. Underneath us, I could see the pool where I had my first kiss. Memories flooding back in, fanning the flames inside my chest.
How's your streaming going?
Rocky asked. The heat gave way to a dose of embarrassment. He didn't say it in a negative way, not at all. He actually sounded genuinely interested in his question. But still I couldn't help but feel a dose of imposter syndrome smack me across the face in that instant. Here I was, standing on a stunning balcony with a man who clearly had his shit together while I was struggling to get people to watch me play video games. I dropped my head. It's all right, I shrugged. I've got a decent viewership, and I have a ton of fun doing it.
So why does it sound like someone's pulling your toenails?
Because it just feels like I've got a lot against me right now. Like, maybe I should just forget about it and focus on something that'll actually pay for a roof over my head?
But streaming is your passion, right?
I nodded. Part of it. I love connecting with people. And for me, video games are not only a really great escape, but they're a really great connection tool. I've made so many good friends through video games. My closest friends haven't even been in the same zip code as me, ever. We've all FaceTimed, but we've never physically been around each other. And that's... I don't know. It's corny if I say it, but it's kind of magical, especially for a wallflower like me. Rocky was looking in my direction, smiling. There was something in his gaze that I couldn't quite read. He looked around before I caught a glimpse of what I thought could be a tear, but there'd be no way.
I know what you mean, he said. How video games can connect people.
He rubbed at the back of his neck, his golden watch catching the light spilling out from his bedroom.
And what do you think is going against you right now?
I had almost forgot I'd even opened up about that, but Rocky didn't let anything slide. Well, the stress of this case hasn't really helped anything. I've lost a lot of sleep, and that shows. I can't be as bubbly all the time on the stream, and I think that turns people away. Then there's my setup, which is only rivaled in performance by a roasted potato running on a bacon and sour cream operating system.
Rocky chuckled at that. Those are things that can be handled.
I hope so.
What's your screen name again?
I narrowed my eyes. Why?
Just wondering.
I hate when people I know watch me. It feels, I don't know, wrong. Rocky shook his head.
I won't watch.
His expression read as someone who would definitely watch. It's Samsonite. I crossed my arms. If I see you pop up in my chat room, I'm blocking you. I'm not joking. The laugh that escaped me didn't really help my case. And I'll report you too, I added, clearly still holding back a giggle.
You would never.
He was right. As if I could ever block Rocky Hudson from anything. He cocked his head and said,
You'll see. Things will turn out brighter than bright.
Brighter than bright. I like that.
Something my mom would always say.
There it was again. A flash of something on his face, something visceral. It went as quickly as a lightning flash, but this time I think I recognized it. Pain. Before I could follow the thread, Rocky took a breath and pushed past the moment.
You've got this,
he said. I wondered if he meant it more for himself than for me. I took it, either way, leaning on the balcony rail as I took another drink, finishing up the champagne and looking out at Rocky's expansive backyard. His arm slipped around my waist, the touch immediately sending a barrage of electrical charges popping through my body. He was taller than me, and I fit perfectly into his side, a discovery I was very happy to make as I leaned into him, resting my head on his shoulder and taking in a deep breath. So, you go to strip shows often? Rocky laughed again. I was really coming to love the sound.
No, tonight was the first time, actually.
Well, finally, I've got you beat on something.
You've been to a strip show?
I put up 3 fingers. And if you count the all-guys one, then make that 6. More laughter, the vibrations rising from his chest and spreading through me.
I didn't realize you were a strip club aficionado.
I'm not really sure why I've gone so many times. I'm counting tonight in my count, by the way. The other times I've gone were in college, when my first drunk thought was, let's go to a strip club. I tend to de-wallflower after I've had a couple of shots.
Well,
Rocky said, separating from me. He walked over to a large wicker chair next to a small round glass table. He sat down, sinking into the beige cushion.
Let's see if you picked up anything.
Huh? I was smiling, even though an inferno was quickly spreading through me. Rocky looked all kinds of hot with how he sat in the chair, legs wide and hands fisted between them.
"Strip for me, Sam."
In that moment, I had one simple thought. It wasn't to run or to clam up and say no. All I thought was, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going to strip for this god of a man and have a good-ass time doing it. And I'm going to make sure he has a good-ass time watching me.
18. Rocky Hudson. Sam had me hypnotized. A king cobra staring down the charmer. I was sure if I zoomed out and saw the scene through a third person, I would have laughed at how gone I looked. My jaw was dropped and saliva pooled. I swallowed before I drooled onto my lap, my eyes tracking Sam's soft, nervous movements. I could almost see his heart beating through his shirt. If I made a sudden movement, I was sure he'd dart away and leave behind a cloud of dust. I didn't move a muscle, just sat there, my legs wide and my gaze locked. Sam moved slow and sensual, turning in a slow circle, grabbing the rail of the balcony and bending over. He reached behind him and tugged his pants down, showing me the top of his ass, revealing the soft white skin, ready to turn red from bite marks. An uncontrolled moan rose through me like a lit firecracker. Sam responded by pulling his pants back up and turning around with a cocky little grin. Behind him I could see the grand Biltmore Hotel highlighted up by the hundreds of lights around the ancient hotel. It framed him as he swayed side to side, running his hand down his bare chest, his shirt discarded in a heap to the side, his fingers disappearing down his pants. I could only imagine the heat he must have felt, the brush of his pubes, the warm skin of his shaft. "Take those off," I said. Commanding the dancers was never my thing, but fuck if I couldn't wait another second. I needed to see Sam naked as badly as I needed water to fuel my body. His smile twisted into a smirk. I licked my lips, watching him as he unzipped, his bulge instantly falling out. He wore a simple pair of gray briefs, and I could see a growing wet spot, marking the spot where my tongue needed to be. The music I had started to play faded into the background. I could only hear myself breathing, my heart rate pounding. I opened my legs a little wider, giving room for my rock-hard cock, which twitched up so that it sat on my thigh, the outline clearly visible through my light pants. Sam's eyes darted down before they came back up to meet mine, his cock giving a rogue throb and making his briefs stretch. His jeans were tossed to the side. He started to dip, slow, his eyes dropping to the floor, but mine pinned on him. I drank him up. The way he dipped, it made his briefs stretch even more. The head of his leaking cock poked out from under the leg of his underwear, almost making me lose my fucking shit. I started to rub myself, watching as Sam dipped and bounced, running his hands up and down his thighs over his exposed tip. And then he did something that turned my body into a furnace. He ran his thumb over his wet slit and brought the sticky pre-cum up to his lips, popping his thumb into his mouth and sucking, a smile growing on his lips as he started getting back onto his lips. "Holy fucking shit," I exhaled. "You've really never stripped before?"
"I've imagined it plenty of times, and maybe practiced in my bedroom, alone."
"Are you glad to have an audience this time?" His confidence grew by the second. He reached down and grabbed a handful.
"I thought that was obvious."
"You little fucker."
"Little?"
He cocked his head, a small curl of brown hair falling onto his forehead. I had no idea what had gotten into Sam, and frankly, I was a little upset it wasn't my cock, but whatever Sam was feeling made him one fucking sexy stripper. And he was all mine. All of it. As he dropped the band of his briefs, pulling them down slowly over his thick shaft, I realized just how lucky that made me. He teased me, pulling them up and down, turning so that his bubble butt was to me, making me even hungrier. I couldn't wait to spread his ass, taking it in exactly the way I wanted to. When he turned to me again, his cock was fully exposed, standing straight in the air, his balls tight against him. My jaw dropped. I could feel a growing wetness smearing my thigh. I'd never been this turned on before, not by anyone. Sam threw a bucket of lit matches directly into my veins. He dropped the briefs to his ankles. I hadn't even realized the playlist we were listening to had ended. It was only Sam and me, with the gentle rustle of the palm trees and the occasional call of a cicada. "Fuck," I said, finding it the only word I could form. Everything else escaped me as I took Sam in, all of him, from the slight slope of his chest down to his stomach, dusted with a fine trail of brown hair, leading down to his trimmed pubes, just begging to have my nose buried inside of. His cock was long and thick. He held it with one hand, and there was still plenty more room for me. He had impressive thighs, which I could easily imagine being thrown over my shoulder as I pummeled into him. "Still want to call me Little?" he asked, toying with me as he stroked himself. This was not the shy Sam who had been treading water in my pool, nervous to share his first kiss with someone. I could still sense some nerves in him, and noticed them more when his gaze would occasionally break from mine. But those moments were getting further apart. Something was happening, and I wanted to ride that moment. I stood up. "Sam, there's nothing little about you." I moved closer, my cock painfully pushing against my jeans, my thigh sticky and wet. I didn't ask this time. I pushed in, his stiff dick pressing against mine as our lips crushed together. Sam's hands gripped onto my hips as I grabbed his head, our tongues writing an endless story together. I probed and he swirled and I moaned. Cloud 9. No, fuck that. We were on cloud infinity. And I was about to take Sam even higher. "Come with me," I said, breaking from the kiss even though it physically pained me to do so. Sam looked up at me with those big eyes I could stare into for the rest of my life. Without thinking too hard about the implications of that sentiment, I grabbed Sam's hand and started back into my house. I could see Sam's hard cock swinging left and right as we walked in a silent, drunken haze. I led Sam through my bedroom into the hall, walking toward the locked door that had caught his attention earlier. I wasn't expecting to show Sam this early, and I realized now why that was. I had been scared. For the first time since I could recall, I'd been scared to bring someone into my velvet room. The fear had been centered around Sam. What if I opened this door and had him running out the front one? I didn't want to scare him away. Since when had that ever happened to me? I never gave a fuck if I'd see someone again the next day. I had learned that was the easiest way to avoid pain, because sometimes from one day to the next, a life could be snuffed out, and you'd never see that person again. Sometimes it was multiple lives. I never cared about scaring someone away. But Sam had me asking if I could kiss him. Jesus fucking Christ. We stopped just outside of the velvet room. The keypad on the door lit up with bright blue numbers. Sam, still hard and still holding my hand, looked like he was about to simultaneously pass out and float up into the sky. I couldn't contain the grin. "You okay?" "Depends. What's on the other side of this door?" Sam narrowed his eyes. "It's not a fucked up meat locker, right?" I laughed at the ridiculousness. "No, definitely not." I pushed open the door. the light inside coming on automatically. It was dim, but still bright enough for us to see. I motioned for Sam to step in first. He looked at me, those eyes lighting me up. He took a breath and straightened his shoulders. I wondered if he really was that nervous. Maybe I shouldn't have brought him here so soon. It didn't matter. Sam stepped in, all my second thoughts instantly floating away. I followed him in and heard him exclaim, "Holy shit," under his breath. We stood inside my custom velvet room, a place I used as a kind of sanctuary, one that helped me pray in the only way I knew how. I didn't bring many into this room. My casual hookups, not that I had any since meeting Sam, but when I would entertain them, I'd stick to the bedroom and that was it. Not with Sam. I wanted to experience him here. I wanted to see him lose his fucking mind. I wanted him to unravel, all while surrounded by the soft red velvet covering these four walls. He turned to me, his cock still hard, and he smiled wide. "This is crazy." "Here, let me give you a tour." I grabbed him by his cock, causing him to jerk up on his toes as I squeezed and stroked, kissing him for a moment before letting go, licking his taste off my lips. I smiled as I turned from his perfect body and walked over to the queen-sized bed, plush white linens tucked in tight under the mattress. The floor, a dark black hardwood, felt cold under my toes. In the air was a relaxing mixture of eucalyptus and lavender, making the room smell clean and spa-like. The 5-foot-tall waterfall set against a glass screen only helped add to the spa effect with the constant sound of running water. And when something else was needed, the Sonos surround sound system I had installed would kick in. "I'm assuming this bed isn't for sleeping?" Sam asked, his gaze falling on the iron loops attached to the curving black headboard. "Nothing in this room is for sleeping," I answered, walking around the swing and over to the sleek black table. Sam, jaw slightly dropped, admired the swing for a moment while I admired how stiff he was. And he didn't seem to be shy about it either, his cock standing out loud and fucking proud. He walked over to me. I couldn't resist myself from stroking him again. I loved how his thick shaft fit in my hand, how soft and warm he was. I loved how his knees buckled every time I'd run my thumb over his wet slit. I brought my thumb up to my lips and sucked. His salty taste filled me, fueling my desire and causing an eruption of pure lust. His eyes, wide and doe-like, watched as I sucked before I went back down for more. This time I brought my thumb to his lips. He opened and sucked me in, his brows rising in surprise as he sucked, his tongue circling my finger. "You like that, huh? Tasting yourself?" He nodded. Between us, I felt his dick jump like he was crying out for attention. I'd give it to him in a moment. He licked his lips as if savoring himself. "Loved it." "Good thing you've got an endless supply," I said, looking down and admiring Sam, his tip still leaking. I couldn't help myself from reaching down and coating my thumb with him again. I brought it back up, but instead of feeding just one of us, I put my thumb to his lips and grabbed the back of Sam's head with my free hand. I pulled him in for a kiss that wrecked me in a way a kiss never had before. Our tongues met and lapped at my wet thumb, both of us vying for a spot, for a taste. He sucked me between his lips before I took it back, taking the last of his juices for myself, the saltiness of him mixing with the sweetness of his kiss. A potion swirling with love and lust, the kind of thing only found in fantasy novels, where magic happened frequently and effortlessly. When the kiss broke, I turned my attention back to the table and opened a drawer, pulling on the matte black loop. The soft white strips of light slowly came on, illuminating the row of toys I had placed down on the soft red velvet. There were alternating sizes of plugs, along with a couple of different shapes. There was a silver vibrating wand that I could guarantee would send him straight into another galaxy. There were 2 silk blindfolds, neatly set between the vibrator and the handcuffs. Underneath it all, lying horizontally, was a long leather crop, one end crowned with a tuft of black feathers, and the other in a small square of thick black leather. "Holy fuck," Sam said. "We don't have to use any of it tonight. I just wanted to show you." And why did I want to show you so badly? Fuck, Sam, what are you doing to me? Sam nodded without saying anything, still absorbed by the collection of toys in front of him. He reached in before pulling his hand back at the last second. "Yeah, maybe I'll wait until next time." "We can wait," I said, registering his use of next time, and also registering how big of an effect those 2 words had on me. The drawer slid silently shut. If I listened hard enough, I was sure I could hear Sam's breathing over the sound of the trickling water. "Let's focus on this first." I faced Sam, his body a temple I wanted to spend the rest of my life worshipping at. I grabbed him in my hands and pulled him into me, kissing him, our dicks rubbing against each other. He covered my groin in pre-cum, making me slick and sticky, making me feel something far past lust. This was an entirely new territory, and I was real fucking excited about the prospect of exploring it. 19. Sam Clark.
Holy crap, holy mother-freaking sex dungeoning crap. Rocky had a sex room. And I was currently in it, hard as a rock and unable to see straight with the level of need that was coursing through me. This was the last thing I'd been expecting. When we walked past this room earlier, I thought maybe it was a room where he kept his expensive jewelry, or his designer shoes, or his stacks of gold. I don't know, rich people were weird. Or maybe it was where he kept the things that couldn't be replaced, like photo albums and old family DVDs. It made sense that someone with his amount of money would have a secure room to keep things they couldn't replace. My imagination took me in all different directions, but it never once took me toward the actual answer. And now there I was, having completely undressed and standing naked with the man of my literal dreams, surrounded by plush red walls and an array of sex toys that made my cock twitch. Being a virgin, I hadn't really gotten the chance to explore the things my body liked. My experience went as far as my hand and my laptop, with a couple of fingers and a cucumber thrown in there for good measure, but that was it. I had never played with a sex swing or with a feathered whip. Freaking gay hell, I didn't know what the majority of items inside that drawer did. But I definitely wouldn't mind figuring it all out. Rocky kissed me then, his big hands holding my hips as he pulled our bodies together, his tongue lashing mine. His heat was overwhelming in the best kind of way. I breathed him in, kissing him back, my hands gliding up and down his muscular back. The sinews of muscle dipped and rose under my fingers, his shoulders like solid brick walls. I trailed my hands down, swallowing his moan, as I grabbed his ass, squeezing him and feeling more firm muscle. Between us, his cock throbbed, pushing against my belly. I responded in the same way, both of us twitching and pulsing as the kiss continued, enveloping us both in a tidal wave of passion. "I can't believe this is real," I said in a soft tone, looking up into Rocky's eyes, my hands resting on his firm butt. "I can't believe you're real." "So you aren't scared?" "Are you kidding? I feel like a rabbit staring down a fox. I'm fucking terrified." I swallowed, smiling at him. "And I'm also more turned on than I've ever been in my life." "I don't want you to be scared." His hand came up to my face, his touch gentle. I was sure I could trace the trail of circles his thumb made on my cheek. Even weeks from now, I was sure I could trace the sparks under my skin. "I think I know how to calm myself down," I said, a sly smirk across my face. I reached down and grabbed Rocky in my hand, feeling the heat from his shaft spread through me like a wildfire fueled by powerful winds. I gave him a stroke, smiling wider as he dropped his head back, exposing his throat, the top of his chest flushing a gentle pink underneath the trimmed hair. Still smiling, I slowly went down to my knees, admiring every inch of Rocky as I dropped. I licked his treasure trail, licking my way down from his belly button and burying my nose in his pubes. I took in a deep breath, feeling a powerful intoxication come over me. Rocky's cock pulsed against my chin. I turned my attention to his shaft, holding him in one hand and kissing his length, looking up to see a love-drunk expression start to take hold of Rocky. His eyes became half-lidded as I licked him up and down, sucking on his balls before trailing my tongue back up to the head, tasting him on my tongue the second I popped him into my mouth, my lips wrapping around his thick sides. I had imagined this moment way more often than I'd like to admit. I imagined how Rocky would taste and how he would feel and how he would look. I pictured all those things about 100 times as I blew my load into an old sock or down the shower drain. Nothing compared to the actual moment. My imagination had nothing on the new flavors and sensations that filled me. I became hungry, starved. I wanted more. I started to bob up and down, my mouth salivating, his cock hitting the back of my throat when it wasn't even halfway into my mouth. Even when I gagged, I kept going, encouraged by the deep moans that came from above me. I twisted and sucked, using a free hand to massage his balls. This may have been my first ever blowjob, but I'd been working with a dick for the past 23 years of my life. I knew exactly what Rocky would like.
"Oh, fuck, Sam, you suck dick like a pro,"
Rocky said, his eyes hazy with passion. His hands went to my head, his fingers encompassing the back of my head as he started to steer me, pushing me farther down on his cock, stuffing my mouth to the maximum. I could feel the stretch in my jaw as I opened to accommodate him. The back of my throat felt coated in pre-cum, his salty taste filling me up and making my vision turn to a velvet shade of lust. I grabbed his thigh where his tattoos were. Rocky winced and sucked in a breath, pulling back as if I had pressed a hot brand against him. I looked up, eyes wide, scared I had bitten him or something. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," I said.
No, don't worry, it's my fault. I should have told you. There's scar tissue under the tattoos. It still hurts when it gets touched."
I looked down at the colorful blast of flowers and stars on his thigh, realizing for the first time that the skin under the ink was slightly raised and twisted. It wasn't obvious, and I probably wouldn't have realized anything if Rocky didn't say anything. "Didn't it hurt getting the tattoos?"
It felt like acid was being poured on my legs and fire was spreading through my veins.
He gave me a grin. Not to be dramatic or anything. My eyes were still wide.
"Don't worry about it,"
he said. I wanted to ask how he got hurt, but before I could, Rocky stepped forward again, his cock practically begging to be back between my lips. I gently grabbed him in my hand, looking up at Rocky, wondering how many layers this man really had. I went back to happily sucking him off, my dick staying rock hard. This time I made sure to avoid touching the scarred part of him. "Come here," he said, pulling himself from my lips with a wet pop. A string of saliva fell from his shaft. I used it as lube, stroking him as I stood up like he'd asked me to. The heads of our cocks rubbed together as Rocky grabbed my face and pulled me into another devastating kiss.
"I want to play with you so fucking bad."
Rocky's words fell in a whisper against my lips. "I thought that's what we were doing."
"This is only the beginning."
"So, what were you thinking of doing next?" His eyes pinned me to the spot. I had a hand on his chest, feeling the soft hair under my palm, the warmth that seemed to grow hotter with every beat of his heart.
Do you feel comfortable?
I nodded. I do. And that was the truth. Even standing there naked, every part of me exposed, I still felt more comfortable than if I were standing fully clothed in the middle of a bustling street.
Get on the bed.
Rocky motioned to the queen-sized bed pushed against the wall. He licked his lips, watching me as I walked past him, doing exactly as he asked. I sat down on the bed, my body feeling like a sparking live wire.
No, crawl onto the bed, facing the wall.
I got back up. There was a new tone in Rocky's voice, like iron mixed with steel. It was hard and soft all at the same time. I crawled onto the bed, the sheets feeling like they were stuffed with clouds. My ass was up in the air, leaving me exposed to Rocky. I'd never done this before, not even to myself in the mirror. I had never shown another person this side of me, this raw part of me. My cock throbbed, a string of pre-cum falling onto the sheets. I dropped my head, watching the fabric darken where it stained.
Fuck me, you're so fucking sexy,
he growled from behind me. I was actually hoping you'd fuck me. Rocky gave a low grunt mixed with a laugh. I moaned as I felt his hard cock part my cheeks open. He rubbed himself up and down as he came down onto my back, biting on my neck. I rubbed myself harder onto him like a damn dog in heat. He made me slick and wet with his pre-cum. I felt him use his cock like a brush, rubbing his head against my hole, sending shock waves of pleasure coursing through me. I fisted the sheets, wondering how in the fucking world something could feel so good. He wasn't even inside of me yet, and I was already close to coming. He pulled off me, leaving my body feeling like a rag soaked in gasoline, only a single match away from exploding.
Stay right there.
I listened to him, not moving a muscle. My cock hung heavy and hard between my legs, my balls already like acorns against me, tight and ready to burst. I couldn't see what Rocky was doing, and for a brief moment that made me nervous. A deep breath helped push those nerves away. I trusted this man. From the second we met, even though it wasn't under the best circumstances, I knew that I trusted him. Whether he trusted me or not was a different story, especially at the beginning. But not now. I felt as though I could give myself fully to him without having any regrets. It allowed me to fight away the fear that poked at the corner of my thoughts. Behind me, I could hear Rocky open the drawer, and I could hear him grab something before the drawer shut again. I could hear his footsteps crossing the room. I started to hope he liked what he saw. What if he didn't? What if his hand stopped my train of thought dead in its tracks? He rubbed my ass, the bed shifting slightly as he put a knee on the mattress. He pushed his legs between mine, my balls now resting on his thigh. He continued to rub my cheeks with one hand.
Fuck, you're beautiful, Sam. Every part of you. I don't want to ever take my hands off you.
Don't. It came out almost as a plea.
Mm-hmm. You like it too? When I touch you?
I could only nod, my words snatched from my throat as his fingers slipped between my ass, pressing against my hole. He lifted his leg, applying more pressure to my balls, pressing my leaking cock against him. His hand squeezed my cheek, spreading me open. His hand held me firm, my ass feeling sore when he let it go. And I wanted more. I moaned into the bed sheets as he slowly rubbed his hand over the surely red skin. His touch was gone for a moment before he gave my ass a soft slap. I moaned louder and pushed back, showing him how hot that made me. Stars filled my vision, and I could feel my body pushing heights I'd never been to before. "Do it again," I said, my voice husky. "Slap my ass." I'd never thought of myself as the type to get off on the sting, but as Rocky's hand came down on my left cheek this time, harder than the last, I gave out a loud shout and thrust down on the bed, rubbing myself in ecstasy against the sheets, my legs twitching. When I found my breath again, I got back up on my fours, my entire body feeling the spasms that spread from my legs. Rocky's hands softly glided up and down my ass over my lower back.
We need to make a safe word, Sam. I want you to feel fully in control at all times. The moment one of us says it, we stop.
I smiled, turning over so that I sat cross-legged on the bed, my cock standing stiff. Rocky was at the foot of the bed, his own erection jutting out, his tip shiny with pre-cum. My eyes trailed up over the V muscles that framed his lower abs, creating a valley of dips and dives. A body I wanted to lick every goddamn inch of.
Sam.
Oh, sorry, I said, shaking my head and breaking out of the trance. You just have a way of leaving me speechless, especially when you fully look like the Abercrombie & Fitch bags I'd jerk off to all the time. Except you actually have a face. You know how annoying it was looking at the perfect body and not having any idea of what's going on above the jaw? Travesty. Rocky looked at me for a moment, his face slowly cracking before he gave a belly laugh, his dick bouncing with each guffaw.
Those are some serious first-world problems,
Rocky said, running a hand through his hair and messing up the light brown locks. A thick strand curled across his forehead, making him somehow look adorable and Adonis-like all at once.
So how about the safe word is Abercrombie?
I gave him a nod, almost forgetting what had started the conversation in the first place. Having Rocky Hudson standing there, naked and hard, would do that to absolutely anyone, especially since he had one hand lazily stroking his cock. And then I saw what was in his other hand. That's, what is that?
A feathered crop. The tip is a small square pad of thick leather covered in these peacock feathers.
And you're going to...
Get back on your fours and I'll show you what I'm going to do.
He held one hand open, bringing the feathered crop down onto his hand, a sharp slap sounding in the air. The devilish grin on Rocky's face grew. His thick cock throbbed in the air, crowned by a golden bush of well-trimmed pubes. My mouth watered. I did as he asked, getting back into position on the bed. I stroked myself as I waited for the spank. My heart beat faster and harder than before, my pulse matching the throbbing I felt through my dick. I continued to stroke myself, my ass in the air, and then I felt it. A soft tickle at first as Rocky brushed the feathers over my ass between my cheeks. The tickle disappeared, and seconds later was replaced by a sharp sting as Rocky brought the crop down on my ass. I yelped, more out of surprise than from pain. Rocky still asked, concern coloring his voice.
Are you okay?
Very, I said, surprised at how good it felt. Do it again? Rocky rubbed the tender skin, spreading me open. He let go and brought the crop down on my other cheek. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination or not, but this hit felt a little harder, stinging for a little longer. It made me leak as if I'd broken a faucet. I stroked myself, milking my pre-cum, relishing in the sting as it spread, softening into a delicious kind of warmth. Rocky brought it back down again. The crack filled the room, blending with my cry. I pushed back again, my eyes growing wet. Rocky ran the crop up and down my sensitive flesh, the feathers brushing against me, tickling me. I dropped on the bed, giggling, hard as all fuck. Rocky, with a lustful growl, grabbed me and lifted me back up, sticking my ass back in the air. Another crack, another cry. My cock pulsed, my balls tightening up into my body. I was getting so close.
God, Sam, your body is beautiful. A work of motherfucking art, this ass. He squeezed and rubbed to what you've got hanging between your legs.
He ran a hand down my ass, between my thighs. He grabbed my length in his hand and squeezed. As he did that, he kissed my ass, his lips pressing against the sensitive skin. Softly, he kissed each spot he had spanked, all while he still held me in his hand, squeezing and stroking.
"Everything about you is perfect,"
Rocky said, his voice low enough to make me think he was speaking more to himself than me. He kept stroking me. I dropped my head, grunting, my entire body tensing up. I could feel the crest of the wave. Rocky had me chasing a high with every slow stroke of his hand. "I'm going to come," I said, shutting my eyes, dropping my jaw.
"Fuck yeah. Blow for me, Sam."
"That's it. Oh, fuck.
"Go, Sam. Give it to me."
I did, unloading onto the bed sheets, my cock erupting as the orgasm hit me like a gut punch. I grunted and moaned, fisting the sheets. I couldn't see straight, or even string together a coherent sentence. The only sounds I was able to make were that of an animal's. And as the crest of the orgasm slowly subsided, I felt Rocky's climax hit. He had one hand holding my hip, which squeezed tighter as I felt the first rope of cum hit my ass. He covered me in his seed, his grunts keeping my dripping cock hard. I collapsed onto the bed with a "what the fuck is my life" kind of laugh, making sure to avoid the puddle of cum I had created. I felt blissed out, like I had just spent an entire week at an all-inclusive spa resort. My muscles felt like they were all replaced by wet spaghetti. Rocky moved off the bed and walked over to a small closet. I watched him, catching my breath even though his flushed body threatened to steal it all over again. He walked back to the bed, his softening dick swinging back and forth, the head glistening. I could feel his cum dripping down between my ass, over my balls.
"You good?"
Rocky asked me, sitting down on the bed and using a soft towel to clean me up. His touch was tender. I found myself almost getting lulled into sleep as he rubbed the towel over my lower back. I could smell the eucalyptus scent coming from the warm towel. I'm better than good. And then for some ungodly and unknown reason I decided to bring out Tony the tiger. I'm great. Rocky cracked up. We both ended up cry-laughing, Rocky lying down on the bed when the fit of laughter had subsided. He put out an arm, and I curled into him, resting my head on his bicep, taking in his scent and trying to memorize every single individual note I could pick up on. I put a leg over his, making sure it wasn't the tattooed thigh I was leaning on. As we lay there, drunk off the afterglow from the sex, I couldn't help but ask the question that had been nibbling at the back of my brain for some time now. "Rocky, how are you so rich?" Immediately, I regretted asking it. Sorry, dumb question. I could feel Rocky tense up next to me. The air felt heavier. Fuck, did I really step in it? Why did I have to ruin this moment with such a dumb...
My father. He was an investor. One of the sharpest, smartest, and most savvy. He took us out of the crime-infested neighborhood I spent my first birthdays in, and moved us into an estate with more property than any of us knew what to do with. He worked day and night, and he built an empire.
Whoa, that's amazing.
He was an amazing man. My mother, she hated feeling left out, so she started a business of her own. She created a few projects, but her biggest was by far the Sunny. Those sponges that last forever and are shaped like big orange suns.
No way, your mom made the Sunny? My parents swear by those things. Rocky nodded, a small smile curling his lips, but it didn't match the emotion I could see in his eyes. The shadow of sadness that crept into his normally bright gaze.
I remember when she was testing a bunch of different sponges. Our kitchens were covered in sponges. One time I had hidden a box of Twinkies where my mom had stacked about 50 different sponges. I really wanted those Twinkies, so I tried to open the cabinet just enough that I could fit my hand in without thinking to move the sponges first. I'm all contorted on the kitchen counter, and I can feel the damn box at the edge of my fingertips, and then my mom walks in. I get scared and pull my hand back, knocking down the tower of sponges. Good thing I did, because then I ended up falling back into the mosh sponge pit.
My jaw dropped. Oh my God, that could have been bad.
Yeah, my mom's sponges saved me. And then, when I dig myself out of the mess, I look up and smile at my mom, who's rightfully pissed off, except I was having a difficult time smiling. I reach up and pull out the sponge that's in my mouth. It's shaped like a sun.
You're the reason for the sunny? I asked, laughing.
Part of it, I guess. That's why she spelled it S-O-N instead of S-U-N.
He laughed, his chest rising and falling under my arm.
It is a damn good sponge, though.
I couldn't help but kiss him, smiling as I did it. It is, I said, lying back down on the bed, my heart feeling all kinds of full.
That was what was so great about my parents. They lifted each other up. When my mom helped my dad find success, he made sure he helped my mom find hers. She was the one who started him down the rabbit hole of YouTube videos and message boards where he learned all the basics. I loved that about them. They inspired me to open up my own business fresh out of college.
It clicked. They were gone. With the way Rocky spoke about them, I knew they must have passed. What happened? I asked. 2 simple words with the strength to bring down a solid brick wall.
I lost them.
Rocky's voice was choked with emotion. The quiet that followed felt heavy and dark.
I lost them,
he said again, his voice steadier this time.
A plane crash. They were flying into New York. It was for the opening of my store. A bookstore.
Oh, Rocky, I'm so... Jesus. I couldn't get many words out past the lump in my throat.
I loved books, something else my parents instilled in me. My brother got the love for video games. I ended up losing myself in stacks and stacks of books. It was my dream to open up a bookstore, and I had. I did it. Called it Hudson Pages. Took months of planning and prepping.
Rocky breathed in deep, his chest rising and shaking.
I closed it a week after their funeral. I couldn't stand it. It all reminded me of them. Even just the smell of books would make me nauseous.
I leaned on my arm, looking down at Rocky, who had his eyes glued to the ceiling. I could see a shine in them that came from unshed tears. When did this happen?
11 years ago. 11 years and 3 months.
The tears spilled over, silently trailing down Rocky's face. Something about the quietness behind his sadness resonated with me. Like striking a gong, I could feel his pain down to my bones. I had to look away, because my tears wouldn't be as silent. I swallowed, hoping a cough could disguise the sound that escaped my throat.
They would have really liked you.
The cough morphed into something louder. I managed to hold the rest back, looking into Rocky's eyes and finding strength in them. He had managed his way out of the storm, and he came through shining bright. I never would have known such an intense tragedy haunted him. There was always an air of mystery around him, but never would I have guessed he'd lived through the sudden loss of both parents. And at a time when everything looked so positive, he had the rug snatched from under him and then set on fire.
They knew I was gay, and they always supported me. Even back then, in the 90s, when the attitude toward gay people wasn't exactly kind, they had my back. They met my first boyfriend, Artie. He was a great guy. Had the same kind of energy as you, actually. My mom called him her little love bug in that musical southern accent of hers. Him and my brother would play video games all the time, and my dad learned how to make a killer pancake from him.
Part of me wondered if he had lost Artie, too, with the way he was speaking about him. I couldn't imagine any more tragedy following one man. But something in his distant gaze and the way he spoke started making me think. I stayed away from asking any potentially hurtful questions, though. I stuck with something a little safer. And you and your brother, does he live close by? Rocky's entire demeanor shifted. If there had been a dark cloud hovering over this conversation, it seemed to have just cracked open, as if the sky had split in half and spilled out a fury of lightning and thunder. His jaw set into a stern sculpture of what it once was, only a few lines of muscle twitching underneath his skin. If I had to guess, I'd say he was biting his cheek.
I have to go to the bathroom.
He said it suddenly, getting up from the bed. Confusion hit me. I sat up in the bed, wondering if I'd said something I shouldn't have. I didn't think asking about his brother would have such a big reaction. Maybe they were the type of siblings who always fought about one thing or another? The relationship could be a messy one. Why else would he clam up like that? He had plenty of silent moments before, but this was different. He was clearly affected by the question, in a way I wasn't expecting at all. I cracked my knuckles, sitting there, still naked and still confused. Rocky walked in about 5 minutes later, his expression still skewed toward discomfort, but the thunderous storm no longer lighting up his eyes. He seemed almost apologetic. He stretched an arm over and behind his head.
I don't know about you, but I'm beat. Want to crash here tonight?
Yeah, I said, managing to avoid sounding like an overexcited chihuahua yapping for a fresh bowl of human food. I looked around, wondering if this room also worked as a guest bedroom.
Come on,
he said, leaning down and picking me up. I laughed out of surprise, never having been scooped up like this. My feet dangled in the air as he carried me out the door and into the hallway. Both of us were still completely naked, and Rocky smelled like man and sex and cherries and heaven. I drank in his scent as I fit my head into the crook of his neck. He took us into his bedroom, the massive space feeling completely different to the room we had just spent hours in. There was a pleasant lavender scent in the air, most likely coming from the large diffuser sitting on his nightstand set inside a pot of bamboo, the soft clouds from the diffuser rising up through the sticks of bamboo and wrapping around the thick green leaves. Rocky laid me down on the side of the bed closest to the bamboo. I watched him walk around the bed, his entire body looking as if it were painted by a master painter, every shadow and highlight placed with intent and artfulness. He went around and shut the heavy drapes on the windows.
I set a glass of water there for you, too.
Sure enough, next to the bamboo was a glass full to the brim with water. I thanked him and grabbed the cup in both hands. I took a few big, grateful gulps. Lying down, I felt a pang of nerves, realizing this was the first time I'd ever spent the night over another guy's house. The nerves quickly evaporated when Rocky got into the bed and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into him and holding me for the 5 minutes it took for me to fall into the deepest, most restful sleep of my life. I couldn't remember my dreams that night, but it didn't matter. I woke up next to my dream the next morning anyway. 3 weeks later. My feet were curled up under me, my fingers dancing across the keyboard, my friends shouting through my laptop speakers. I was supposed to be focused on the tar-covered dragon we were fighting, but all I could really think about was one thing, and one thing only. I can't believe I got to go into his velvet room. It had been a solid 3 weeks and 2 days since the night I'd been invited into Rocky's room, and I still had not stopped thinking about it. That entire night went down as the certified best night of my entire 23 years of existence. Something had happened that night. Rocky wasn't the only one unlocking doors. There had been a dusty, cobweb-covered door deep inside me that I had long forgotten about until Rocky came around and handed me the key. Behind it was a well of endless confidence. The kind of confidence that had me wearing my mom's heels as a kid and dancing circles in the green living room rug. The confidence that had me speaking up in class whenever I knew the answer and sometimes when I didn't. A confidence that had me excelling in my karate classes and my Spanish classes and my art classes. It was a confidence that I'd slowly suppressed at some point in high school, when I began feeling more and more distant from the rest of the kids as the closet I was hiding in became stuffier by the day. I had sealed and cemented that door shut the night I was almost taken advantage of. That night had changed me in ways I didn't even realize until recently. "Sam, did you fall asleep on the keyboard?" Silk asked, her character casting a bright white light onto me, my health points shooting back up into the green. Sorry, I said, jumping back into the game. A ding rang through the living room, letting me know someone else had subscribed to my channel. I shot a wink at the camera and blew a kiss. "Thank you," I read the name on the side of my screen, "Miss Kitty69 for subscribing and joining Sam's Club." "Dude, I'm telling you," Icy said over the sounds of 10 different spells being cast at once, "you're gonna get sued." I laughed and thanked someone else who had subscribed right behind Miss Kitty. I peeked at the number of current viewers and almost tipped the flimsy desk over. 425 people were currently watching me. A new record for me. It was a welcome side effect of all this newfound confidence. I found myself letting go and actually connecting with the people behind the screen names and having more fun playing games than I'd ever had before. I thought it showed, and it propelled me to higher numbers even though my setup was janky and my laptop couldn't handle a constant 60 frames per second without sounding like a dual-engined jet plane getting ready for takeoff. Hazel walked over from the kitchen with a steaming cup of coffee, and the scent alone was enough to wake me up a notch. She took a seat next to me, the couch dipping in her direction. We'd only gotten in a couple of days ago, and truthfully, it was still weird. If it weren't for having 3 months left on the lease with a clause forbidding us to sublet, then we would have been out of here from the night everything had happened. Hazel leaned over, holding the coffee mug in both hands, a cute panda on the front of it. She smiled and waved at the camera. A dozen of my viewers all chimed in with a, "Hey, Hazel," having known her on the nights she'd jump in and play with me. I passed along the greeting and went back to focusing on defeating the very pissed-off dragon. Another ding, someone else had subscribed. "Thank you for subscribing, Rock..." I froze. My character was hit with a massive wall of flame, getting killed instantly. Rocky H85? That bastard. He signed up to be a subscriber. It had to be him. Not only were those his initials, but that was the year he was born. "Sam, hello, I just rezzed you, dude." Silk, who was on screen as a glowing pink and blue elf, left my side and went to go revive someone else. I still couldn't focus on the game. I became camera shy all of a sudden. The confidence I had found seemed to be a fickle mistress because that bitch bolted out of the room. All I could imagine were Rocky's eyes watching me through his computer, doing God knew what. Well, doing something I could picture quite vividly. A message popped up on the side of my screen, and this time the chime of a donation rose through the sound of magic and swords. My eyes bulged out of my head. Rocky had donated $700 with a note simply saying, "New camera." I tried to speak, but my mouth went cotton ball dry. Hazel must have picked up on it. She leaned over and read the screen before the notification faded away. She slapped my chest and said in a stage whisper, "Say thank you." It snapped me out of my daze. "Rocky H, thank you so much. You really didn't have to." My character was hit by another torpedo of fire and tar, dying instantly. Silk groaned and Icy complained, but for some reason the viewers were finding it funny. A couple were putting two and two together, commenting about the new subscriber and how I seemed to haywire when he arrived.
Holy shit, Sam, are you getting your dick secretly sucked or something? You can't keep dying like this.
Icy was pissed. Silk, always the more level-headed one, which probably made her the perfect healer, reassured me it was fine, and that the boss was almost dead anyway, but that I seriously needed to get my shit together. With a nervous laugh, I tried to shake off the thought of Rocky watching me, and I went back into game mode, ignoring the chat room until the boss was finally defeated and there was no chance for me to mess things up. "Whoa, finally," Silk said with a sigh of relief as we all rolled for the loot. There was an epic staff that had dropped, but I rolled a 20, which meant 3 other people after me rolled way higher. It ended up going to some random who rolled a 99. Lucky bastard.
Well, everyone can now go back to dick sucking or getting dick sucked,
Icy said, his character jumping up and down in the center of my screen. There was no fellatio going on, I assured everyone. At least not on my end.
It sure seemed like you were dickmatized, buddy.
Icy wasn't letting it go. And then Hazel made things a gazillion times worse. "Oh, he is. He's been dick-whipped," she said from my side.
"Huh?"
Icy shouted into his mic.
"I effing knew it."
Silk joined the fray. "You have been pretty out of it lately, like your head's been in the clouds."
"Yeah, in the sex clouds,"
Icy quipped.
"Those big, puffy clouds that are shaped like dicks, that's where he's been."
"You two are going to get me banned." I could see how red I was getting on the camera. Now my chat room was jumping into the fray with messages like, "Yes, get it, Sam," and "I knew there was a glow." Thankfully, none of them were coming from Rocky, so I just prayed that his computer had self-combusted and he was no longer even in my chat room.
"So, who is it?"
Icy asked as our group teleported back to the main city. We landed in a flower-filled courtyard with old stone buildings surrounding us, light bouncing off their stained glass windows. Someone on their glittering azure dragon mount landed right on top of me, disappearing as they logged off. He's, whatever. None of your business is what he is."
"So you aren't going to introduce us then?"
Icy, stop bugging him. Silk once again came to my rescue. "We have to go hand in this quest and queue up for the next dungeon. Why don't you do that for us? I have to restock on potions."
"Fine,"
Icy said, his character mounting up on a black unicorn and riding off into town.
"But I still think you should tell us who's making you all googly-eyed."
Then Rocky's name came up in the chat room. All I read was, "Wow, do I make you googly-eyed," before I yelped and said I had to log off, that someone was knocking. It must have seemed like I had either the government or the SWAT team banging at my door because I looked shaken to my very gay core. But I couldn't. I just couldn't have Rocky hear more about how I was dick-struck and googly-eyed and whatever else my friends would end up throwing out there. I loved them to death, even without ever meeting them in person, and yet I also knew when it was time to pull the emergency cord and slam the laptop shut. Hazel looked up from her phone, smiling, thin brow arched toward her bangs. "You okay there, Sam?" "Yep, fine, totally fine. Never been better." Never been so damn head over heels for someone either. Shit. Rocky really did make me googly-eyed, didn't he?
20. Rocky Hudson. My grin was wide enough to strain my cheeks. I sat back in my office chair, chuckling as the image on Sam's stream went black and he logged off in a panic. Right after I sent him the message about the googly eyes. I knew I'd caught him off guard just by subscribing, and I wasn't exactly sure how he'd react to the tip I sent him, but I couldn't help it. There was an easy option to give whatever amount I wanted to give, so I gave. He had mentioned to me before about how his gaming rig wasn't exactly up to par and that he felt it slowed down his growth, so maybe now he could get what he needed. Hell, I would have given him way more, but I felt like I'd really freak him out. I didn't want him to think I was trying to win him over with my money. And I certainly didn't want him running from me, not after these last few weeks of getting to know him. We hadn't been able to have another night like we had in the Velvet Room. My schedule had become tight with Hazel's case, but I talked to him as much as I could throughout the day. Either through texts or phone calls, we were always chatting, and sometimes we were just on the phone in silence, something I'd never experienced before. There was a lot about Sam that I'd never experienced before. He had such a bright way of tackling the world, and that brightness seemed to spread from person to person, whoever surrounded him. I noticed it whenever we were together. He had a way of lighting up the room without even realizing it. That guy is brighter than bright. Maybe that's why I'd been smiling so much lately. My phone started to vibrate with a call. Sam's name appeared on the screen. I answered it with a friendly hello, but Sam didn't waste a beat.
Rocky, you're crazy. $700? I can't accept that. And also, you've got to unsubscribe, or I'm blocking and reporting you.
He said the last part with a laugh, which of course spread to me even over the phone. Go ahead, I said, challenging his threat. I'll just make a new account to subscribe to you with.
I can't believe you.
Believe it. He sighed. I could almost hear his eyes rolling as loudly as I could hear the smile in his voice.
You aren't going to pretty womanize me, okay? I'm not going to be bought over by a big bank account.
Well, how about a knock on my door interrupted me. I could see two shapes moving behind the frosted glass. I'll have to call you back. We're still on for tonight, right?
Yes, of course, even though I'm super mad at you.
Perfect, I said, chuckling as we hung up. Come in. The door opened, revealing a smiling Holly and an equally smiling Angel.
I'm taking bagel orders for today. Want anything?
Holly asked.
Go for the everything bagel with strawberry cream cheese,
Jonah brightly said as he walked past my office. Angel nodded. Do it. I'll take an onion bagel with regular cream cheese, I said. I actually hated strawberries, but I didn't expect many people to know, especially not the guys at Stonewall. I wasn't very open with the detectives I worked with, something I was realizing more and more as the weeks passed and people seemed more distant with me. It wasn't what I wanted to happen, it was just a defense mechanism, a way to survive. But with Sam in my life, I was beginning to see that there were other ways to keep myself protected, and being an asshole wasn't one of them. It's why I had been making a conscious effort to open up and be, well, nicer. I'll try that one next, I called out to Jonah, hoping he heard me in the hall. Holly got my order and thanked me, stepping out and being replaced by Angel. He walked in, looking pretty sharp in a navy blue button-up and a light gray sports jacket, his khaki pants neatly rolled at the ankle to show off a pop of the blue and green socks he wore. Got a minute? Angel asked. For sure. I glanced at the clock on the wall. I had a meeting in about an hour regarding Hazel's case, but until then I had time for a chat. Old me may have turned Angel away. The old me may have preferred being locked up in a quiet office even if I had nothing else to do, only so that I wouldn't have to talk to someone else. What's up? I asked, leaning forward on my desk. All right, so get this. I'm working on a case where the wife thinks her husband is cheating on her, and she thinks he's doing it with her own daughter. My eyebrows shot up. Oh, whoa. Yeah, daughter from another marriage, but still, all kinds of fucked up. I wanted to run some details by you and see if you can help pick any weird things out. You helped me with the Silva case, so I was hoping you still had some of the same magic. All right, let's see what we can figure out. I sat back in my chair, and Angel and I went over his case, going through the details and the evidence he had compiled on the husband, from phone records to GPS tracking to eyewitness reports. All you're missing is a sex tape between him and the daughter, I said when my mind had been made up. He's definitely cheating. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I'm going to tail him for a couple more days and see if I get any undeniable proof. Thanks for talking this through with me, Rocky. Stonewall's lucky to have you. You did all the hard work, I said, pointing at the stacks of papers. "And how's your case going?" "It's going." I ran a hand through my hair. "And by going, I mean I've got 0 solid leads and about 100 thin threads going in every single direction. Anya's coming in soon. She said she found some things she think can help. That girl is a wizard with computers. She really is. Do you know that she figured out where the bomb threat had come from?" Angel leaned forward. "What? No. Fox is going to have a big meeting to discuss it. I think it's planned for this afternoon. I only know because I talked to her this morning about my case and she mentioned it." "So we know who's threatening Stonewall?" I crossed my fingers. "I hope so. She said it's not definitive, but that it's a big step forward." Ever since Stonewall Investigations had opened up a branch in Miami, we had experienced a few different threatening moments. Graffiti had been drawn on the building, telling us to get out, signed by a fallen angel. Then there had been a bomb threat, most likely made by the same person, someone who wanted us out. At first, we all suspected the threats were coming from religious extremists, especially since there was a very popular church just down the street from us that brought people from all across the world for their sermons. All the detectives had their eyes open, since pretty much everyone was a suspect at this point. But one thing was for sure. Stonewall Investigations would never close. "Good. I've got 2 things to be excited about this evening." "What's the second?" "I've got a date." The words practically fell out. That's how bubbly I'd felt at the thought of a date with Sam. "Oh, nice. What are you guys going to do?" "We're thinking of having a date night at the fair." Angel perked up in the seat. "No way. Peter and I were going to have a date night there, too. We should make it a double date thing." I hesitated for a moment. I could choose to keep Sam and I secluded, private from the rest of my life. It would keep things slightly safer, slightly less risky. The moment I began introducing him to people in my orbit, I knew it would push us into brand new territory. The hesitation only lasted a moment. "Yeah, let's do it. Want to meet there at around 8? "Sounds good to me." Angel clapped his hands, smiling before he grabbed up his papers and stuffed them back into the folder he had brought with him. He stood up, tucking the folder under his arm. "Oh, perfect timing," I said, seeing some shadows move behind the frosted glass of my door. "Looks like Anya's here." Sure enough, the door opened, and Holly stood there with Stonewall's resident star hacker, Anya. She was typing furiously on her phone, only briefly pausing to move a dread over her shoulder. Gold and silver rings caught the light in her hair as she looked up. I couldn't tell if her eyes were lit up because of the phone screen's glare or because she was that excited to talk to me about what she found. Probably both.
"Hey, Rocky, I've got Anya here to see you."
"Great, thank you." She gave a little nod and stepped back out, Anya stepping in her place. Angel snuck out behind her, waving a hand over his shoulder as he shut the door. Anya stood with well-earned confidence, rocking an artfully torn-up jean jacket with a dozen different patches sewn into the arms and chest, adding pops of color that matched with the various colorful rings she had placed into her long dark braids. She was Stonewall's helpful neighborhood hacker and came highly recommended by the rest of the detectives. I had only recently met her after needing her assistance on Hazel's case. Unlike most people I'd met, she seemed to have clicked with me right from the start.
"Hey, Rocky. Nice little office you got."
"It's not the penthouse view like you have, but I'll take it."
"I can hook you up with some cool VR goggles. It'll be like you're up in a penthouse all damn day."
She came over to the chair in front of my desk and sat down, posting an arm on the back of it. "I think I'll pass for now." She placed a black USB on my desk.
"All right, well, forget the goggles then. Let's get to the important stuff."
I grabbed the USB drive and plugged it into the computer. Almost instantly, a folder popped up with a couple of different files. I turned the screen so both Anya and I could get a good look at it.
"Click that one first."
She tapped on the last file in the row. When it opened, grainy black and white surveillance footage filled my screen. We were looking out into a parking lot. It was Sam's parking lot. I could see his building in the distance. "Where'd you find this?" I asked, leaning in.
"There's a closed-down outlet mall on the other side of the parking lot. Thankfully, one of their cameras was still plugged in and grabbed some footage I think you'd be interested in.
Two shapes moved in the video. It was hard to discern who they were exactly, but just judging from the tall and slightly overweight build, I could see which one was Jesse. He was facing the camera and was making out with someone. It happened quick, and when it was over, Jesse could be seen looking around, practically whipping his head in a full 360-degree turn. The long-haired girl he was with didn't seem all that bothered. She even tried to initiate another kiss, but Jesse pushed her off. And then the girl turned, and my jaw cracked open. "Wait a second," I said, leaning in. The girl who the neighbor had witnessed kissing Jesse and the one I was assuming was with Jesse now wasn't a girl at all. "Who is that?"
That's Jesse's best friend, Nick, and this was taken 10 minutes before the murder.
Holy shit. I watched as Nick and Jesse seemed to have a short shouting match before Jesse started to go up to his place, Nick following close behind. Nick, the homophobic asshole, was the very last person to see Jesse, and he was there when the murder happened. The video cut out. "Do you have any video of the moments after the murder? I want to see what Nick does."
The rest of the footage is corrupted. I've been trying to fix it, but I can't work miracles, unfortunately.
Fuck. I needed to talk to Nick. I'd been wanting to for weeks now, but I couldn't track him down. All I had was an old place of work, and they hadn't seen him in months. His social media had been filled with all those hate comments, but nothing telling me where I could find the bastard.
All right. Now click the next file.
I exited the video and clicked the unnamed file. "Anya, take back what you just said," I smiled as I read what was on my screen. "You really are a miracle worker."
Well...
She shrugged and brushed off some imaginary dirt from her shoulder. Filling up my computer screen was a phone bill, registered to Nick Ricks. But it wasn't the charges that interested me, it was the address at the top left corner. Nick's address. Wait a second. I narrowed my gaze, reading over the street 3 times before I spoke again. "He lives down the street from Stonewall. Are you fucking kidding me? He's been down the block this entire time?"
Yeah, crazy, huh? When I found this bill, I thought it had to be some kind of cosmic joke, so I dug around some more. The next file is a copy of his driver's license, registered to the same address.
Holy shit. I clicked out of the files and grabbed my phone from the desk, standing up from my seat and startling Anya. "Thank you, Anya, you're a boss."
"And you're about to go confront Nick, aren't you?"
"You're also a fortune teller," I said, smiling. I felt like this was the biggest crack in the case yet, and it could be exactly what I needed to finally get Hazel off the suspect list. If Nick was the one who murdered Jesse, which it was seeming more than likely based off timing alone, then I had to focus all my energy on putting him behind bars. And if he wasn't the killer, then he must have known who was. Either way, it felt like Nick was the answer, and I couldn't wait a second longer to talk to him. The last thing I needed was for him to leave the country or go into deep hiding, so I had to catch him, especially now that we were practically neighbors. And catch him was exactly what I headed out to do. 21. Sam Clark.
This wasn't the first date Rocky and I had been on, but that didn't make getting ready for it any easier. Especially since Rocky told me it was now a double date with another detective and his boyfriend. That surprised me at first, since I knew Rocky wasn't exactly close with a lot of other people. But it did make me happy to see he was connecting with people at work. And I was excited to meet another couple, even though it did make me a little anxious. I ran around my tiny bedroom looking for a matching pair of socks while also trying not to mess up the hair I'd spent about 5 hours trying to gel into just the right position, where it looked like I cared but not spent 5 hours moving individual strands of hair cared. And I think I nailed it. Now I just had to make sure I didn't make too many sudden movements and knock a strand out of place.
I found the missing sock and put it on, now having to spend the rest of my time looking for the sneakers I wanted to wear. They weren't in the closet. Trust me, I moved the pile of dirty clothes just to make sure they weren't underneath, so I checked the next best place. Under the bed. They were both there. I pulled them out and sat down on the bed, taking a breath. My door was closed, but I could hear Hazel chatting with Olive, our new roommate. She was a girl who loved New Age medicine and talking about The Bachelor, so she was a very welcome change to the situation we had been stuck in for so long now. I wasn't entirely sure if she knew what had happened inside of these four walls, but I certainly wasn't going to bring it up, and neither was Hazel. I gave myself one last look in the mirrored closet door. My blue and white plaid shirt camouflaged the wrinkles I couldn't seem to iron out. My dark blue jeans were new, my mom having bought them for me after I showed up at their house in a pair of jeans that was 4 threads away from ripping down the back. And then there was the new underwear I had bought off Amazon. That was the star of the show for sure. I couldn't wait to see Rocky's expression when my jeans came off and I was left standing there in my mesh jockstrap. He's going to start drooling. At least, I hope he does. In the living room, Hazel and Olive were sitting cross-legged on the couch, laughing as they shared different memes with each other. I loved hearing Hazel laugh. She may have been going through the absolute darkest period in her life, but my best friend always knew how to keep her spirits up and lift everyone else's around her too. They both looked my way when I entered, Hazel and Olive saying in unison, "Hello, handsome." They looked at each other and laughed before sharing a high five. "Hey, you two. Give us a twirl," Hazel said, spinning a finger in the air. "In slow-mo," Olive added. I couldn't help to laugh as I gave a slow twirl in the center of our living room, holding my hands up and sticking my butt out. Olive and Hazel both cheered me on, everyone laughing by the time it was over. It felt good to laugh. We hadn't felt happy in our own apartment for a long time. This felt different. It was like things were falling into place exactly where they needed to be. The bigger picture was forming, and it had us all smiling and having a good time. We almost missed the knocks that were coming from the door. Almost. But then they got loud, shaking the door frame. We all stopped laughing, Hazel's eyebrows coming together and Olive looking at the door like the SWAT team was about to bust through. I checked my watch. Rocky said he'd pick me up, but not for another 15 minutes, and besides, why would he be knocking so hard? We had a doorbell, and I didn't have any missed calls on my phone. Hazel's phone was on the counter, and it wasn't budging, so I didn't think she was expecting any hard-knocking visitors either. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. What the? I opened the door. Standing there was Nick Ricks, Jesse's sketchy best friend. "Hello?" I said, confused as all hell. What did Nick want? We hadn't seen him for what felt like months, not since Jesse died. "Have you seen my laptop?" And before I could even answer, Nick pushed past me, his skinny frame surprisingly strong. I could smell cigarette smoke in his greasy hair, which he seemed to have chopped off some inches from. It no longer reached the small of his back, ending closer to his shoulders now. On his arms, I could see what looked suspiciously like track marks, and some of them seemed fresh. "Whoa, what the hell?" Hazel said, standing up. Olive stayed sitting, looking around with confusion on her face. "My laptop, where the fuck is it?" "Dude, not here, I can tell you that for sure," I said, feeling more and more nervous. Nick did a lap around the living room while the three of us looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Calling the cops was on my mind, but I was scared that could cause a much bigger ordeal. Maybe he just needed to do a lap, seeing that his computer wasn't here and he'd leave our lives for good. "Fuck you all, it has to be here." I put myself between Nick and the girls. I didn't like the way he was looking at Hazel. "If you had left it here before Jesse died, then it's probably locked up in an evidence closet at the police station." He backed up, hitting the counter behind him. "I left it here. Are you bitches hiding it from me?" "Absolutely not," Hazel said from behind me. "Nick, you need to leave." I pulled my phone from my pocket. "Now,
or I'm calling the cops and you can check out their evidence room for yourself." He looked at the phone in my hand as if gauging how real the threat was. I unlocked it and dialed 9. He perked up. Stuffing his hands in the pockets of his baggy jeans, he huffed and stormed past me. "Fuck this shit," he hissed as he walked out the door, slamming it behind him. The three of us let out a relieved breath in unison. "What in the world was that about?" Olive asked. "Olive, when you signed the lease—" Hazel ran a hand through her hair, moving some auburn-brown strands from her face. "Did they tell you what happened to our last roommate?" She cocked her head. "No." Hazel and I both took deep breaths. My phone started ringing then. Oh, shit. It was Rocky. He was calling to tell me he was downstairs. "Gah, sorry you guys, Rocky's here. Go, Hazel said. "This is going to take a while." Olive, still looking scared and confused, waved me off. "Go, and have a good time. We want to hear all the X-rated details when you get back. I want a full PowerPoint presentation." That got a laugh out of me. "I'll make sure to use really cool effects." "You better," Olive said. "If Nick comes back, don't open the door, okay?" I grabbed my keys. "Call the police. That guy's no good." I left the apartment, feeling bad that I couldn't be there to help Hazel tell the story of what happened with Jesse, but I knew she could get through it, and I knew Olive would most likely understand. As I walked down the stairs, I tried to shake off the negative cloud Nick had left in his wake. It felt like I was walking through a thick fog. The heavy humidity that clung to my skin sure didn't help. Rocky was waiting for me in his Corvette, the engine purring as I approached. Growing up the way I had, I never really cared much for material things, but there was definitely no denying a certain sexiness about slipping into a car more expensive than all the things I owned put together, multiplied by 1,000. It was even nicer that Rocky wasn't very flashy about it. Sure, the Corvette was a bright red and clearly made a statement against the backdrop of Toyotas and Hondas, but Rocky never really flaunted it. He certainly never spoke or bragged about it, and was never the kind of douche that makes his car rev at every stoplight. Neither was he ever looking for a race. He drove it because he liked it, and that was that on that. And it made me like him more than I could ever like any kind of car. The sun was just beginning to set, splashing the sky in hues of gold and purple. I opened the door and practically melted into the bucket seat. "Hey, babe," Rocky said. I leaned over and gave him a kiss, placing a hand on his neck and turning the kiss into a steamier version. "Whoa, that's a good hello," Rocky said, sitting back with a smile on his glossy lips. He looked so handsome in his dark red polo shirt and light jeans. "Guess it's the adrenaline." "Adrenaline? Did you skydive into the parking lot?" That got a chuckle out of me. I feel like I did. No, it was a surprise visitor that got me worked up. I sighed, surprised at how on edge I still felt. It was Nick, Jesse's friend. Rocky almost jerked the car to a complete stop. I looked to my left, surprised. Nick Ricks? He was here?" "Yeah, minutes ago." Rocky chewed on his lip and scanned the parking lot, which we were just about to exit. "I saw someone running. Shit." "Rocky, what's going on?" Rocky made a sharp turn, heading back into the lot. "Sorry," he said, "but this could be my chance." "For what?" Confusion started giving way to fear. "What's going on?" "Nick and Jesse were hooking up. I've got them on video, and I've got Nick here moments before the murder. To top it all off, I found out he lives down the street from Stonewall. I went to his apartment before coming here, but no one answered." Even though Rocky had barely spoken 3 sentences, it was still information overload. Wait. He was here before the murder? And they were hooking up? Jesus, but Nick's super homophobic. Fucking hell. He did it? "I don't know. But I want to talk to him. I want to hear whatever paper-thin alibi he gives me for the time of the murder." "Okay. All right, let's go." "Let's go." "Let's find this guy. He couldn't have gotten very far. We'll let the other guys know we'll be a little late to the date." Rocky looked like he was about to argue, but there wasn't much time. He sent a message. Angel, being another detective, completely understood and let us know they'd meet us later. We circled the block, but didn't spot Nick. "Go up that street," I said, pointing toward a tree-lined street where cars were parked next to blinking green meters. Rocky drove slow, both of us keeping our eyes sharp. At one corner, I thought we spotted him, but when the guy turned, it was clear I was mistaken. "He could be anywhere," I said, feeling a little deflated. And then, since I was saying whatever was coming to my mind, I asked, "And why would he do it? Why did he kill Jessie? And he tried blaming it on Hazel, smearing it on her door. Why?"
Passion makes people do crazy things. Mix that with hardcore drugs and you've got a recipe for disaster. I've got a feeling they were high off something and started to argue. Maybe Jessie threatens to out their relationship? That could be a huge push for Nick to snap. And we know he doesn't like Hazel at all. He may have thought it would be a way to get out of it.
I shook my head, feeling a weird mixture of both relief and hopelessness. We felt so close to the answer, but that didn't erase any of the questions. Rocky and I brainstormed some more as we drove up and down the Miami streets, passing by bodegas and barber shops and swimwear stores, all of them potential hiding places for Nick. At one point, I called Hazel so I could fill her in on what we thought, but she didn't pick up her phone, so I called Olive next. I told them both to sleep somewhere else for the night and to not speak to Nick until Rocky or the police do. After about another hours of driving, Rocky called it.
"All right, we should head back. The fair's not far from here."
"He can't hide for long."
"No. I've got a feeling he won't be showing up at his house, but at least I've got the address. I'll be staking it out in between looking for him. I'll find him."
I didn't like knowing that Nick had been so close, especially if he was the one who had murdered Jessie and tried to frame Hazel. My throat felt dry as ash, and my hands were clamming up. Rocky must have sensed it because he reached out and rubbed my leg reassuringly.
"It's going to be okay," he said. "This is the lead I've been looking for. I have a feeling I can hunt down the murder weapon, too. I don't think Nick is smart enough to dispose of that without someone finding it, especially now that the spotlight's turning on him,"
Rocky said as we drove across the bridge that connected Miami Beach to the rest of Miami. I looked out on the bay, the water seeming so peaceful, reflecting some of the purple and blue lights that lit up along the bridge. There were a couple of boats lazily drifting across the water. "I hope so, Rocky. I really do." He grabbed my hand in his fingers slipping through mine. Suddenly the same peacefulness that seemed to rise up from the bay came over me. I held Rocky's hand tight as he drove, the conversation slowly turning away from Nick and back toward regular topics. There were a couple of times I looked in the rearview mirror and thought I spotted Nick's beat-up Chevy behind us, but I pushed away the paranoia and focused on the night ahead.
22. Rocky Hudson. The Florida State Fair was a massive event that attracted huge crowds almost every night of the week. Tonight was no different, the lines leading up to the ticket booth wrapping around a couple of times. There was the mouth-watering smell of elephant-sized turkey legs and turkey-sized elephant ears wafting through the air. Music was pumping through the speakers hidden inside the hedges that surrounded the main gate. Thankfully, Angel and Peter had already gotten in line, so we found them by the front and apologetically cut in, the dirty looks only lasting a couple of seconds.
"Y'all are so cute,"
Peter said, resting his head on Angel's shoulder and looking between Sam and me.
"Sorry, I know we just met, but I have to say it. Like, the cutest."
"Hey, I thought we were the cutest," Angel said.
"That's what I thought, too,"
Peter said with a laugh. I looked to Sam, whose cheeks were turning a rosy pink.
"How long have you two been dating? Wait, let me guess. 3 years. 4?
About 3 months, I said. Peter's face cracked.
"Are you? Well, fuck me with a buttered-up biscuit and dip me in gravy."
That got us all laughing. Even the couple behind us was giggling. Something about Peter, speaking in his southern drawl, talking about being fucked by buttered biscuits really drew the laughs. We reached the ticket booth. I made sure to buy everyone's ticket, even though Angel was about to tackle me down when he realized. I waved him off and told him to just buy me an elephant ear and we'd be even. Once through the gates, the energy of the fair seemed to explode. There were souvenir stands on either side of the wide path, shifting into big, whirling rides that were bound to have guests running toward the conveniently placed garbage cans, waiting for them right at the exit of each ride. Excited screams filled the air as the Spinotron did exactly as its name suggested, and spun its riders in a wide, open-air circle, making me nauseous even just looking at it. There were tents that promised to have jaw-dropping aerialist shows and magic shows, while another red and white striped tent held the petting zoo, the scent of goats and hay and hand sanitizer drifting out from the flaps. Kids ran past us, and teens clustered in groups were drifting around with their phones aimed toward the perfect shot for their social media. "Okay, who's a rider?" Angel asked. Peter shot him a look before saying in a loud, theatrical whisper,
"Give me a few whiskeys and I'll answer that question for you, babe."
Sam laughed.
"I can do tame rides, but I'm not sure about all that."
Sam pointed to a rickety wooden roller coaster that climbed up about 50 feet before dropping like a stone and disappearing inside a long, dark tunnel. Secretly, I was relieved. I would have ridden it for Sam, but I wasn't exactly a roller coaster fan either.
"All right, you two can hold my purse then."
Peter pushed Angel toward us before running off to the single-rider line. We could hear him laughing over the sound of the roller coaster speeding into the tunnel. "He's wild," Angel said. "I love it."
"How long have you two been together?"
Sam asked as we moved over to a covered area where there were benches of people waiting for their friends to get off the ride. "It'll be a year this weekend, actually."
"Oh, congrats. We've got to get a drink to celebrate."
"For sure," Angel said. "I'm glad you invited us out tonight, Rocky. I've had some double-date disasters before, but I can already tell us four are going to get along great."
"Disasters?"
Sam asked, perking up.
"Sounds like an interesting story territory."
"Oh, it for sure is." Behind Angel, a group of kids were trying to shoot a basketball into a moving, and most likely way too small, hoop. The craziest one was a few years back. I was dating this guy back then who had a few issues, and those issues had come up on the date. He ended up preaching to a table next to us where two guys were kissing and holding hands about how they're destined to go to hell. 2 minutes earlier, we had been playing footsie under the table. His closet had deadbolt locks on the doors. Peter came back, and we made Angel repeat the story for him because of how crazy it was. While we talked, we walked, exploring the fair, taking in all the fun stands. The conversation turned to us all trying to decide what fried food we were going to eat later.
"I think I'm going for the fried Oreo stack,"
Sam said. "A fried Snickers sounds good," Angel chimed in. Peter waved his hands in the air.
"I love that journey for y'all, but I'm ordering about a dozen fried pickles, and no one can tell me otherwise."
"Fried pickle," I said. Lips pursed, but considering it. Maybe I might have that too."
"Oh, honey, you'll forever be changed if you've never had a fried pickle from the fair."
I laughed, feeling a sense of connection between us four. There were moments when my instincts would flare up and I'd feel myself wanting to raise the walls again, but I fought that urge, instead staying as open as I could, allowing myself to enjoy the connection. It felt like we'd all been friends for years now, even though I had just met Peter hours ago and had never hung out with Angel outside of our break room. I had almost forgotten what the word even entailed. Friend. I had forgotten about the endless laughs and the easy conversations. It had been easy for me to lose myself in the all-consuming darkness that had come from the deaths of the people I loved the most. It was a darkness that seemed impenetrable. Hell, it was impenetrable for some time. But then Sam came along, his smile as bright as a star, lighting up the shadows and pushing them all away, throwing everything into stark light. I couldn't help but reach for his hand. He didn't even miss a beat, continuing his story about the time he was stranded at Disney World with his mom and dad. Our fingers locked together perfectly, and from the touch came a warmth that spread through me, pulling at my lips and giving me a grin I didn't even think about wearing. It just happened. We walked past the sweet-smelling cotton candy booth, its top shaped like a fluffy pink cloud of cotton candy. Angel asked to stop for some. He came back to the group with 2 buckets of mountainous cotton candy. Sam and I thanked him as we munched on the sweet puffs, continuing our stroll through the fair, stopping at different booths to play games or look at interesting art or catch a glimpse of a fun-looking show. The night was young, and the fair did not look like it had any plans to sleep. We reached the petting zoo tent, most of our cotton candy now gone. Sam was the one to lead us toward the entrance, the scent of goats replacing the candy scent as we tossed out our buckets and replaced them for handfuls of petting zoo pellets. I didn't really love petting zoos, but Sam seemed too excited for me to say anything otherwise. He went over to the cutest-looking pot-bellied pig and crouched down, giving the pig some belly scratches as it flipped over like a happy dog. "This one looks like it loves you," I said, crouching next to Sam so I could get some belly scratches in. A jealous-looking goat hopped over with its big yellow eyes locked on the pellets in my hand. "And that one looks like it wants to mug you." Sam pointed at the goat with his chin, laughing as we stood up. I looked around, scanning the petting zoo, feeling more than happy in the moment. Across the way there was a pen holding 2 sheep that looked as fluffy as the cotton candy we had just eaten. I started toward them, wanting to feel how soft they were, when I stopped cold in my tracks. Past the sheep pen, by a pretzel stand on the other side of the path, I thought I saw a face I recognized, one that had been set in my memory since seeing Anya's security tape. Nick. It looked just like him. The man had long, greasy hair and the same skinny build, but he was wearing a cap that concealed most of his face. The passing crowd grew thick, and before I could verify anything, the man had disappeared. I'm getting paranoid, that's all. Sam came up behind me. "Look at those 2 little walking clouds. Let's go pet them." He grabbed my hand and started me toward the sheep. Angel was standing by the wooden fence. He had been bending over and petting one of the sheep, but was now looking out to the thickening crowd, all walking toward a big tent where an aerial show was supposed to start. Peter was next to him, his fingers lost underneath the wool as he cooed over how soft the sheep felt. "That's weird," Angel said, loudly enough for me to hear, even though he seemed to be talking more to himself. "What's up?" "Nothing, just weird how I was talking about that crazy date I had, and now I think I just saw the guy. But there's no way." Sam and I both looked to each other. "What was your date's name?" I asked. "It was Nick. Nick Ricks. Why?" "Why do you 2 look like that? Do you know him?" Sam looked like he wanted to vomit. It was exactly how I felt. "Jesus Christ," I said, feeling like dots were being connected in ways I couldn't have foreseen. "Nick is the prime suspect in the murder I'm investigating. We think he had a secret relationship with Sam's roommate. I'm starting to think he murdered Sam's roommate and tried to frame Sam's best friend." Angel's face cracked with shock. "Are you joking me? Really? And get this," I said. "He lives down the block from Stonewall." Now it was Angel's turn to cover his mouth. "Holy shitballs," he said behind a closed fist. Peter looked between all 3 of us, confusion painted across his expressive face. "The Stonewall threats," Angel said. "They were against me?" "I don't know." I chewed on the inside of my cheek. "Nick has a history of homophobia. I think he may be lashing out at all of us." "Was he really here?" Sam asked, looking around the tent, no longer concerned with the sheep munching on a stack of hay. A few kids took our places as we moved back to the center of the tent, all of us keeping our eyes peeled. "Could he be following us?" Angel asked. "Following who? What in the dear good Lord's name is going on? Should I be grabbing my mace?" I briefly broke down the case for Peter, filling him in on what happened. Angel was able to fill in the gaps about Nick, noting he was in the closet and pushing drugs even back when they started dating. His parents were influential figures in the church where he came from, and he never shook off what he had been preached to about gay people. We dated for about 6 months, Angel said, crossing his arms against his chest. I didn't really feel it, but I was going through some shit back then, and he was hung. It made me stay with him, even though I saw some pretty big red flags early on. He had really fallen for me, though. Even though we only hooked up at night and hung out for a few hours in secret, he still fell hard for me. On the 5th month, he got a tattoo on his forearm dedicated to me. Angel wings. He said I had been sent from heaven, that it had to be the only answer. Angel shivered as if feeling a cold draft. My answer was to break up with him a few weeks later. How'd he take the breakup? I asked. Not great. He called me nonstop and confronted me on a few different occasions, begging for me to take him back. I gave him one condition: come out. I didn't want to be anyone's dirty secret. Sam shook his head. He didn't come out. Nope. Peter huffed. Good. He didn't deserve you. He leaned in and kissed Angel on the cheek, love and adoration mixed with concern in Peter's gaze. So is there a chance that he never stopped feeling things for you? I asked. Angel didn't get a chance to answer. Someone started to shout inside the petting zoo tent. We looked around, all of us confused and high-strung, the muscles in my body tensed, ready for anything. Oh, sir! Sir! The shouting was coming from one of the petting zoo attendants. Pennywise, stop eating his pants! Pennywise, stop! Her face looked equal parts amused and embarrassed. She ran over and grabbed a goat from behind Peter, the frustrated animal letting out a loud bleat. Peter cocked his head and turned around. Sam, Angel, and I only took a few seconds to register what happened. We all broke into laughter simultaneously. Peter's bare ass was out in the wind, a clear hole having been chewed into the back of his pants. His pale cheeks looked like 2 little spotlights. He covered himself with his hands and turned back to us, his cheeks, the ones on his face, looking like they were on fire. But laughter also coming from him. Oh, my dear baby Jesus in a Gucci handbasket. That bitch ate my pants. Peter's exclamation only made us laugh harder. Sam doubled over, holding his stomach. Angel was laughing as he grabbed the spare shirt another giggling attendant brought over. Angel wrapped the bright orange shirt around Peter's waist, letting Peter tie it off, all of us splitting in half at the surprise mooning. How did you not realize a goat was eating your ass? Angel said between chuckles as we walked out of the tent. I thought it was you. I thought you were reclaiming me or something, after talking about your psycho ex with your hand in my back pocket. I didn't realize a Stephen King-reading goat would chew through my jeans and expose my pale ass to the entire world. Dear Lord. Peter, laughing now, put his hands under the hand sanitizer pump. Also, who names a goat in a petting zoo after a child-eating clown monster? This torture was bound to happen. We continued to laugh our way out of the fair, Sam and I holding hands the entire way. I hadn't forgotten about Nick, or the discovery we had made tonight, but the laughter and cheerfulness about getting pantsed by a goat made the paranoia feel less real. I'd tackle the new information tomorrow, once the sun came up on a new day, when I had a full cup of coffee and nothing else to interfere with my thoughts. Right now, though, all I started to think about was how badly I wanted to take Sam home with me after this date. Not only to hold him safe and keep him against me, so that he didn't have to sleep alone in his apartment, but also because hand-holding wasn't nearly enough for me. I wanted so much more from Sam, and I wanted it tonight. 23. Sam Clark. I was having the time of my life. I couldn't have asked for a better date or a better way to end a date. The fair had been a freaking blast. Angel and Peter were great, too. I was glad to see Rocky connecting with another detective, someone else who was able to push past Rocky's tall but not impenetrable walls. I had learned that about him.
Rocky kept plenty of people at arm's length, but he didn't put up a fight when someone challenged him on it, when someone tried to get to know him. And tonight, as I was following Rocky into his home, staring at that sexy ass of his, all I wanted to do was get to know him. I wanted to get to know each little dip and divot of his body, the valleys of his muscular back and the curves of his ass, down to those strong legs I would totally let him suffocate me with.
Had fun tonight?
Rocky asked as we walked through his airy living room, the lights clicking on automatically as we passed through his house, moving toward the kitchen. It was a blast. I reached out for his hand and held it.
Ready for the after party?
There's an after party?
Oh, yeah,
Rocky said, walking over to his wine fridge. He pulled out a soft pink bottle of rosé. He ripped off the golden wrapper with his teeth and popped the cork, letting it fly across the room. The rosé bubbled up, but didn't spill over. Jeez, what else can you open with your teeth?
Well, not much. Just champagne bottles, condom wrappers, jeans, belts, those kinds of things.
I laughed, crossing my legs at the ankle. Even though the air conditioning was clearly working, I suddenly felt an entire 15 degrees hotter. Such a talented man, I said, grabbing the flute of rosé with a smile. Rocky moved to stand in front of me. Even though his kitchen was massive, probably the size of my entire apartment, he stood only a couple feet away from me, his sultry blue eyes raking over me, as if he were cataloging me. They landed on my eyes, something glittering behind them. His smirk cracked, showing his perfect set of pearly white. His tongue wet his bottom lip as he lifted the glass, taking a drink of the rosé. I watched Rocky's throat, freshly shaved, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. The air between us was a match away from catching fire. This is good. I swallowed, enjoying the rosé, but suddenly wishing I was swallowing something else. Rocky tipped the glass, drinking half of his rosé in one gulp. He set the glass down on the counter behind me. The move had him reaching past me, his cologne working as the match that lit my flames. It must have lit his fires, too. He grabbed my flute of rosé and set it down before grabbing me and crossing the distance that was left between us. His body pressed against mine, his strong, solid, warm body. I wanted to melt into him, let all my atoms become one with him. All I wanted was to lose myself in him, with him. I looked up, diving into those sapphire blue eyes of his. "You're amazing," I said, the words feeling more truthful than anything I'd said in a while. He answered me by leaning in, his lips brushing against mine.
Not as amazing as you.
He kissed me, soft and slow, his lips pressed to mine, his tongue slowly parting me open. A delicate moan rose from my chest. As he kissed me, his hands moved down to my legs. He wrapped me around him before picking me up. I chuckled into the kiss that still didn't break even now as Rocky carried me onto the marble island. He looked up, his eyes locking me in place as he opened my legs wider. His hand rubbed my growing bulge as he licked his lips. Instead of unzipping my pants with his teeth, he lifted my shirt, pulling it off my head. He ran his hands slowly up and down my body. His touch was making my vision fill with stars. And then he leaned forward, and he started to kiss my chest, and I almost came right then and there. He moved to my pebbled nipple, his breath sending chills down my spine. Rocky's lips closed around my nipple, causing me to take a sharp breath, feeling his tongue flick up and down, his teeth gently clamping down. His hand held my lower back as he moved to my other nipple, kissing his way there. My hands got lost in his hair as I dropped my head back, feeling as if the recessed kitchen lighting were the gates of heaven opening up for me. This had to be heaven. It had to be what heaven felt like. Rocky's hand moved to between my legs. I opened them, letting him rub on my rigid length.
Fuck, I love how hard you get. I can feel you throbbing through your pants.
He bit on his lower lip as he rubbed me. Another moan lifted from my lips as I started to rock upward, pushing myself into his hand. I never had someone talk so dirty to me, especially not someone who looked like Rocky. A muscle in his chiseled jaw twitched as he got down, the most devilish of grins playing on his face, highlighted by a little bit of sandy blonde stubble.
Open a little wider. There you go.
He was between my legs now, looking up at me. He leaned forward, grabbing the zipper of my bulging pants between his teeth. With that same devilish grin, he pulled down. "You weren't lying," I said. My black mesh briefs now exposed, my cock straining to break free, the pink of my skin showing through the paper-thin material.
I never lie.
Rocky leaned forward, taking a deep breath as he wrapped his lips around me. Instantly, I could feel the heat from his mouth radiating through my briefs. I could see Rocky's erection outlined against his thigh, but he was still fully clothed. I sat there in my mesh jockstrap, shirtless and hornier than I'd ever been.
You look so fucking good in these,
Rocky said, those blue orbs of his flashing with the red-hot heat that was beginning to overtake both of us. They're way different than my Hanes, huh?
Very.
He grinned as he rubbed me. I leaked right through the mesh. With a smile, Rocky leaned for and lapped it up before he pulled the waistband forward, my cock popping up, the tip still leaking. I gripped the edges of the island, and my eyes rolled back as Rocky took me into his mouth. An overwhelming sense of ecstasy enveloped me. There was no better feeling, I was sure of it. As Rocky's head bobbed up and down, saliva coating me, dripping down my already tight balls, I was sure there would be no better feeling in the world than this. Except for one thing I wanted to try with Rocky. He came up for breath, and I took that as my chance. I put a hand on his chin and lifted him up, making his lips touch mine. We kissed, and I could taste myself in an intoxicating mixture between me and Rocky. Somehow, though, I managed to stop. "Take me upstairs," I said against his lips. I didn't even need to be specific. Rocky grabbed me and picked me up off the countertop. I wrapped my legs around him and kissed his neck as he carried me through his house, up the stairs, through the hallway, and stopping just outside the locked door. With one hand, he input the code, my lips still trailing around his neck, sucking on his skin, leaving behind red marks shaped like me. The lights clicked on. The velvet room's pleasant eucalyptus scent came over me. I breathed it in, the scent reminding me of the first time Rocky had brought me here. He set me down, our stiff erections rubbing together through the clothes. I put my hands on his hips and brought him toward me, smiling, feeling my heart pounding so hard I was nervous Rocky would feel it too. "Your turn," I said, as I began to unbutton his shirt, revealing the tanned and corded muscles of his chest, covered in a dusting of light blonde hair. I moved forward, taking in a breath, kissing him. Soon I had him completely naked, his hard cock jutting out and throbbing in the air. I took him in both my hands, his heaviness turning me on in ways I couldn't even begin to describe. Blowing him gave me just as much ecstasy as I got from before, hell, possibly even more. I loved the sensation of fitting him in my mouth, feeling him tense as I hungrily sucked on him, using both my hands and lips to make sure I covered every goddamn inch of his dick as I possibly could. And fuck, I loved how he tasted.
"You're about to break through those briefs,"
Rocky said during a moment when I came up for air. "What were you saying? About taking things off with your teeth?" He smirked as I stood back up. I walked to the bed but made a turn, going to the sex swing instead. I grabbed it, steadied the thick black ropes, and sat down, the mesh of my underwear becoming fully see-through. "Maybe Don't take them off just yet."
"Oh, no?"
"No." I looked at him, my feet on the ground so the swing wouldn't move. "These are backless."
"Oh, I know that."
Rocky stood there, slowly stroking his cock, those thick trunks of thighs framing his heavy balls. "I want you to fuck me, Rocky. I want you to take my virginity." I said it before I could even have a second thought. Not that I could think of anything except, holy shit, how is that going to fit inside me? I was nervous as all hell, but I knew Rocky would never do anything to hurt me, and so I trusted him fully. I wanted to give myself to him, all of myself. His eyes took on an even deeper shade of lust. He stopped stroking.
"Fuck, Sam, you don't know what you're doing to me right now."
"Do it, Rocky. I want my first time to be here, with you, on this swing." I lifted my legs, the swing moving slightly back and forth. I held on to the soft ropes. He walked over to the table, opening a drawer and pulling out a condom wrapper and a bottle of lube. He opened the black and gold wrapper with his teeth and rolled it onto himself. I opened my legs wider. He grabbed my ankle and said,
"Here, put your feet in these straps."
He grabbed 2 straps I hadn't even noticed. I lifted my feet and slid them in, holding on to the swing so that I didn't fall back. My cock pushed against my briefs, but my ass was fully exposed, and my hole pulsed with the air that brushed against it. I looked at Rocky with wide eyes as he spread lube on 2 of his fingers.
"I'm going to stretch you open first,"
he said, running the slicked-up fingers down the bridge between my balls and my ass. I gasped, the pads of his fingers pushing against my entrance. At first, I wasn't even sure his fingers would fit inside me.
"Relax. Take a deep breath. Let it out. There you go. One more time. That's it."
One of his fingers pushed past the firm ring of muscle, entering me on my exhale. The swing moved as I dropped my head back and moaned as if I were possessed.
"You like that, huh?"
I was only able to get out, before Rocky slipped in deeper, making my eyes bulge.
"Think you can take 2?
He pressed his second finger against me, sending a barrage of firecrackers exploding through my core. "Yes. Please, Rocky." My toes curled in the air. The swing moved again, bringing me closer toward Rocky, moving me harder onto his finger. The momentum pushed his second one in, pulling another surprised gasp from my chest.
"That feel good?"
I nodded, chewing on my lip as I looked into Rocky's deep blue eyes. His 2 fingers moving inside me, pressing against me from the inside. My briefs were soaked through with pre-cum, the mesh doing nothing to stop the near-constant flow.
"Fuck, baby, you're so sexy,"
Rocky said, nibbling on my calf.
"Every piece of you. I want to memorize every fucking piece of you. I want you tattooed on my body, my fucking soul."
His words felt more genuine than anything I'd ever heard in my life. Maybe that was the effect of having the sexiest man alive finger you. I thought about it, very briefly, before all my thoughts were obliterated by Rocky curling his fingers and applying more pressure. "Oh, shit, Rocky. What? Oh, fuck. Keep going." I couldn't even get my question out. My eyes shut and rolled back as Rocky started sliding his fingers in and out, still curling them, still rubbing against my sensitive prostate. My lips were shaped into a permanent O, bliss replacing the blood in my veins. And then he pulled out of me, leaving me needy and hungry for more. I looked to him, our eyes locking, a mutual passion almost tangible between us. I knew what was coming next. My heartbeat pounded faster as Rocky took a step back, as if admiring me, his cock still rock hard and looking much bigger than his 2 fingers did. My gaze locked onto his, my lips forming the shape of a silent plea. "Please, put it in me." As if reading my mind, Rocky did exactly that. He pushed forward, his head parting me open, drawing gasps from the both of us. My entire world felt like it had been hit by the sun, consumed in a blaze of fiery glory. Of course, I had played with myself before, fingering myself in the shower with a sudsy finger, sometimes two. But nothing could ever compare with the feeling of Rocky's cock slipping inside me. Rocky's hands held onto the swing, keeping it steady as he worked his way farther into me, inch by inch. As I felt him get deeper, I listened to what he said earlier, and I relaxed, taking deep breaths. There was some pain, but it was fleeting, and not enough to make me consider telling him to stop. No. I wanted him to keep going. Forever, I wanted to say. I wanted this moment to last forever.
24. Rocky Hudson. Sinking into Sam Clark was pure paradise. I couldn't explain it any other way. There was something in the way his toes curled, in how his lips quivered, in those half-lidded eyes of his that wrapped me up completely in his spell. Making sure to take my time, I worked myself slowly into him, feeling him stretch around me. I also made sure to hold the swing steady so that he didn't accidentally rock forward and impale himself on me. We'd work up to that. "That okay?" I asked, seeing him wince before his face twisted in pleasure.
Yes. Oh, God, Rocky. You're massive.
"Sorry," I said, sinking in deeper. "And you're welcome." Sam chuckled before it morphed into a deep moan. I looked down, seeing myself halfway inside him. The swing moved slightly, but I held the straps. I kissed his leg, still hanging in the straps. His cock pushed against the mesh of his briefs. I wanted to free him, but I was becoming so consumed with wanting to fuck him into oblivion. "Breathe, baby," I said reassuringly. He listened, and on his exhale I thrust forward, sliding into him down to the hilt. His eyes bulged and he leaned forward, causing the swing to move, pushing him backward, my cock sliding halfway out of him.
"Again,"
he said, his toes curling as I thrust, listening to his pleading. He gasped as I sank fully into him once again.
"Oh, my God."
"You feel so fucking good, baby." I pulled out before slowly rocking my hips again, getting him used to my size, relishing in the intense heat that enveloped my cock. "That's it. Just like that." His big doe eyes locked on mine as I began to thrust in a rhythm. I let go of the straps and let the swing start picking up momentum, moving with each of my thrusts. It carried him away from me before swinging him back onto my cock, our skin slapping together. His toes curled in the air next to my head. I took one in my mouth, sucked and swirled, hearing Sam shout in pleasure as I continued to pound into him. His body convulsed. I held the straps as Sam's body pulsed around me, seeing thick white cum ooze out from the mesh of his briefs. His eyes were snapped shut. I kept fucking him, each thrust pushing out more of his seed, sending us both deeper into the oblivion of bliss. When he opened his eyes again, I slowed down my thrusts, holding us both steady. His face and chest were flushed a deep red, with sweat making his hair stick to his forehead. I leaned forward, still inside him, and kissed him, holding the swing so that we didn't fall. He was breathing heavy, smiling against my lips. "Keep going," he said against me, pushing himself onto me. He was still rock hard, his cock throbbing between us, sticky warm cum now painting my chest. "Here, let's take these off." I got back up and pulled myself out of Sam, drawing a moan from both of us. I helped Sam's feet out of the straps and helped him steady himself. I grabbed his wet briefs and tugged them off, his leaking cock springing out. I couldn't help myself. I kneeled down and got myself a taste before kissing my way back up, lapping up his seed on the way to his lips. "Let's try a different position," I said, if you're up for it. Sam playfully batted my hard dick with his.
Clearly I am.
All right, come here. I turned Sam around, his ass to me. Put your hands there, yep, and now lean forward. Sam had his stomach on the swing, his ass up to me. You feel okay?
Totally.
Okay, now I'm going to lift your legs. Each one goes in a strap. Comfortable?
Very.
I stepped back, admiring the sight of Sam's behind held in the air on the swing, his ass ready for the taking. His balls and hard cock hung down. I massaged him gently, getting him used to the position, enjoying him before I ravaged him. I managed to hold on to the slippery bottle of lube as I reapplied it, spreading it over my shaft, using my fingers to wet his twitching hole. 2 fingers now slipped easily inside him. You ready? I asked, pulling my fingers out and lining myself up with his entrance.
Mm-hmm.
He raised his head, looking across the room as I pressed the head of my cock against his hole. He took a breath. I watched his body, holding his hips as he took me in, readily, greedily. His ass felt like pure fucking heaven. This position made it a little easier for me to control, so I kept the swinging at a minimum at first, letting Sam get used to the new sensations. It wasn't long, though, before the clapping sound of our bodies filled the room, my thrusts growing more intense, my growls mixing with his. The swing started doing the work for me, pulling Sam off me and pushing him right back on. I just stood there, watching my cock disappear and reappear. My nuts tightened, my precipice rising up to meet me with every rock of the swing.
Oh, Rocky, that's hitting it. God, that feels so good. Oh, fuck.
I can feel your body pulling me in. Jesus, Sam, I'm about to blow.
Me too. Rocky, keep going. Oh, fuck, you're gonna make me come again? Oh, fuck.
One last thrust deep into Sam and we both blew, Sam's cum making loud splats on the hardwood floor and mine filling up the condom, still buried inside Sam's tight ass. Endorphins flooded me. Oxytocin floated through me. I saw a field of stars, even as I helped Sam out of the straps and back onto his shaky feet, his cock slowly softening, drips of cum still falling down onto the floor. He looked as blissed out as I felt. I pulled him onto me, both our faces cracking into wide smiles as we kissed, holding each other, his hands making soft trails across my back like starry constellations lighting up the night sky. I could almost trace back the airy symbols he was drawing. That's how sensitive my body felt in that moment.
That was... wow. Just wow,
Sam said, looking up at me.
I never thought I'd lose my virginity on a sex swing.
How was it?
Wow. Literally all I can say right now. Wow. Like, I feel like my birth certificate now just says wow on it. Name, wow. Doctor, wow. Parents, wow.
We both cracked up. I kissed him some more, holding him and feeling his heart beat against mine. Our sweaty chests rose and fell, his head coming into the crook of my shoulder. All right, I said. Before we fall asleep standing, let's go shower.
Sleep,
Sam said as we separated.
Oh, that's funny. Sleep. As if that's happening tonight.
Some water still beaded around my collarbone. I felt a few drops slide over and down across my chest. We both smelled like fresh lavender and vanilla as we lounged naked in my backyard, resting on a large outdoor couch. The night had been too nice to spend it all inside. After our shower, and another fuck, seeing as how Sam had officially turned into a hungry bottom, I popped us a bottle of champagne and got us set up outside, underneath the star-dotted ink-black sky. Happiness swelled inside me. It hit me from out of nowhere, a powerful sensation that practically pushed the air from my lungs. Sam moved his foot so that it crossed mine. He threw an arm over my chest and rested his head on me. I wondered if he could hear how fast my heart was beating for him.
Tonight's been... wow.
Sam must have still been at a loss for words. I laughed. So you enjoyed your time on the swing?
Enjoyed? I almost died. I seriously thought that orgasm was going to kill me. The second one. How embarrassing would that have been?
He chuckled, making me laugh along with him.
Death by sex swing, he continued through the chuckles. Imagine what my gravestone would look like.
More laughter. It felt so easy with Sam, just the two of us, skin to the wind, hearts to the sky. This was never in the plans for me. Never. I thought I had buried this piece of me, the piece that could feel. I thought I'd left it rotting 6 feet under the cold, hard dirt. But that part of me never died. I was foolish to think so.
You know,
Sam said, his long eyelashes tickling my chest as he blinked.
I've never done this with anyone. Sex swing aside, I've never been this intimate with anyone, and I honestly thought I'd be scared of it. Honestly, I thought I'd hate this kind of stuff.
Do you? Hate it?
Not in the slightest.
I nod, surprised at how good it felt to hear that. I thought I would hate it too. It was a moment of pure honesty, a crusted scab sitting over the wounds of my past, sloughed right off.
But you've been with other people, right?
I have. The world underneath me began to feel more distant, as if we were starting to float, slowly but surely, above the soft blanket I had laid underneath us. It's the intimate part I was worried about. Sex was... well, it turned into its own thing for me. I separated intimacy from what my body wanted. I didn't realize they were one and the same, not until now.
Why did you separate them?
The question was a simple one, but damn was the answer a tangled fucking mess. I lost a lot. It became very difficult to find the next words. My brain scrambled to form a cohesive sentence. Things happened. I felt safer. Keeping my emotions stifled, it made sense to me. Silence followed my jumbled-up answer. I knew it wasn't good enough, and that frustrated me to no fucking end. After how open and trusting Sam was with me, I felt like not reciprocating was equivalent to a slap across his face. And yet, still, I let the silence lapse, finding no words to fill it with.
Your parents?
They weren't the only ones I lost that day, Sam. My throat constricted, as if someone had tied rope around my windpipe and suddenly snatched it tighter. I never talked about this, not to anyone, not to a therapist, not to a friend, not to a random stranger online. No one. Sam lifted from my chest, holding himself up on one arm, the other resting comfortably on my stomach. His thumb made slow circles on my skin. He felt like an anchor in that moment, one I desperately needed. The waters were getting more than choppy. There was a tsunami cresting the horizon, and I felt fear for the first time in a long time.
What happened?
Sam's questions worked like a surgeon's scalpel, delicately cutting away until the bleeding red heart was exposed. Fuck, I can't do this. I literally couldn't fucking do this. My throat tightened by the second, my chest followed suit. The tsunami that had been roaring in the distance had reached the shore, wiping me out in the blink of a permanently shut eye. I choked on my words. The sound that came from my throat resembled someone's last cry before they drowned, a sob that tried to be disguised as a cough, fooling absolutely no one. I looked away from Sam, whose silver pools of gray eyes reflected a deep concern. He didn't need to be worried about me. No one did. This was why I kept the wall up, so that no one had to worry, no one had to care, because no one would know just how broken the pieces inside me really were. How shattered and devastated I felt every single morning when I woke up and dashed all hopes that the past 10 years was just a prolonged nightmare. Who would have thought? The man who I'd met under suspicion of murder was the man who knew exactly how to unravel me. And I almost lost him tonight. My pulse hammered, making my stomach twist into a tight fisherman's knot. I could keep silent. I could keep everything bottled in. My demons hadn't seen the light of day, not since the accidents, so why give them that power now? Why dredge up all that pain, all the suffering, especially after the night we had shared? From the tears Sam had shed when I'd rescued him to the explosive bliss that had taken us over only moments before? I should stay quiet. I shouldn't give in. I don't need to do this now. Sam didn't say a word. But what he did next might as well have been him placing a key into a cobweb-covered lock. With his thumb, he gently wiped away the streak of tears I had felt escape me. I looked to him, our eyes meeting, a message inside of his, a comfort. With just a look, he spoke to me, told me it was safe, that I could trust him the same way he had trusted me by giving himself to me tonight. And so I did. I gave myself to Sam, scars and all. My brother loved video games. The dam erupted open. He loved playing those online role-playing games you talked about. We would play them all the time together. We were close. So close. When our parents died, it was a darkness I could never describe. The darkness was everywhere I looked. Except when I'd look to Brian. When I'd look to my younger brother, I felt like I could see a light. No matter how distant it was, there was a light. He always shone brighter than bright. I choked, composed myself. We were together when we got the news. I was also with my boyfriend Artie at the time. We'd been together for 3 years at that point. When we found out what happened, the entire world seemed to stop. Nothing felt real, not even time. Once the shock wore off, we had to drive to the hospital to identify the bodies. I shouldn't have gotten behind the wheel. I should have let someone else drive. I swallowed what felt like a bucket of knives. I didn't see the other car. None of us did. He took the red, but I couldn't react in time. Sideswiped us off the road. Car caught fire. My lips shook as more tears slid down my cheeks. Images of the accident seared across my vision. I could begin to feel the heat of the flames building. I was the only survivor.
Oh, Rocky. No. No, Jesus, I'm so sorry.
Another dam broke. More tears. A prolonged silence followed, a heavy silence. One punctuated by even heavier breathing. Sam sniffled next to me, his hand on my chest, both of us looking out into the relative calm of my backyard. My leg was messed up, I continued after some time. Some of it was burned, some of it got scraped up. There was a long gash down the back that needed stitches. I was dragged out of the car by a cop who happened to drive by just as it happened. There was no time to pull out anyone else. Another choked sob. Had it come from me or Sam? Both, maybe. All in the span of 24 hours, my entire world collapsed in on itself. I took a breath, finding some kind of solid strength in my chest, pulling me back to shore. I hated connecting with anyone after that day. I didn't ever want to open myself up to the pain again, not even a shadow of that pain. I kissed the top of Sam's head and pulled him tighter. His warmth against my skin made me feel more at home than the walls behind us ever had.
I'm so sorry, Rocky. What you went through... I can't even picture how hard it must have all been. No one should ever...
I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. That day, I planted another kiss on his head. He smelled just like the flowery shampoo we had used earlier. We sat in more silence, the emotions of my past trauma still washing over us in intermittent waves.
Your tattoo,
Sam said through one of those waves. He put a delicate hand on my knee, just underneath the tattoos, underneath the scarred and wrinkled skin. It covers the scars I got from the accident. But doesn't that hurt like a motherfucker on steroids? Oh yeah, it felt like I was being dipped in a vat of acid over and over again. It took me 2 years to finish with all the breaks I had to take, but fuck, it was worth it. I stretched my leg out, letting him see the tattoo better. The octopus was my brother's favorite animal, and the elk was my dad's. The flowers were all my mom's favorite flowers, and the tree is the same tree I had asked Artie to be my boyfriend under. I looked at the tattoo with a fondness that reached the deepest parts of me. Sam sniffled again and wiped at his face. He looked up into my eyes, his reflecting some of the moonlight above us. I pushed a rogue strand of hair from his forehead.
Thank you, Rocky, for opening up to me, for trusting me. It means the world and more.
I should be the one thanking you, Sam, for saving me. I had let myself drift back down into the darkness. I had pushed everyone away, even my coworkers, before you came into my life, reminding me of what I had been missing. I think back to that day I chased Hazel's purse thief down the street, and I'm so fucking glad it turned out the way it did. With me knocking on your door a few hours later.
Nuts how life works, huh? 1 second you're accusing me of stealing panties, and the next you're falling in love with me.
The L word dropped like a bomb on the scene. Sam looked shocked he had let it slip.
Not that I'm assuming anything,
he hastily added, his cheeks growing into 2 rose-colored dots.
You know, it's not like I think
I stopped him with a kiss, swallowing his words, parting his lips with my tongue. His head in my hands, I broke apart for a second. I looked deep into his eyes, making sure he knew I meant every word I was about to say. Sam Clark, I'm not falling in love with you. Sam took a breath. I've already fallen. His eyes opened wide before I kissed that shocked smile right off his shocked face. 25. Sam Clark.
The smell of frying bacon was what woke me up. I yawned and rubbed the sleep out of my eyes, stretching under the soft, heavy bed sheets, rolling over and pushing my face deeper in the pillow. It smelled like Rocky. This entire room smelled like him, and I freaking loved it. More than I loved the competing smell of cooked bacon, which, let me tell you, was very high up in the ranking of things I loved. Flashes of the night before filled me. The swing, Rocky's sweat-beaded body, how it felt when he penetrated me for the first time, how my toes curled and my heart stopped and my brain melted. It had been a night I would never forget. It had also been a night I was ready to repeat. Under the sheets, I was butt-ass naked. I considered reaching over to the footstool where my briefs were sitting, neatly folded, but I decided against it, staying there with a semi growing into full-blown morning wood. I figured if Rocky was surprising me with breakfast, then I could surprise him with something else. It wasn't much longer until I heard footsteps coming toward the open bedroom door. I sat up on the bed, using the plush pillows to support my back. I rubbed my chest, smiling as Rocky walked in, wearing a simple pair of blue boxers that tented at the front where his dick swung. He held the tray of breakfast food high. I peeled my eyes off his crotch and toward a different kind of sausage, making my mouth water on overtime. "This smells so freaking good," I said. "Plus, I've never had breakfast in bed."
So many firsts for you, huh?
My hole reflexively pulsed. "I am so sore now."
Sorry,
Rocky said, placing the long tray down on the bed, being careful not to spill any of the flutes of mimosas. "Oh no, I love it. Reminds me of how it all felt." My dick started to push up against the table. I put a hand on it, holding it down. Rocky's boxers also seemed to be working overtime to hold him down, but he got into bed before he busted out of his own underwear.
"We'll need round two,"
Rocky said as he got under the covers and the bamboo table. His feet came to rest against mine. Before he got in bed, I noticed he must have been thinking about last night, too, with how stretched his boxers were getting. And round 3, and 4, and 5, but first, I grabbed a fork and took in the delicious spread. "First, we feast."
"Dig in,"
Rocky said, giving me the green light. I went for the fluffy scrambled eggs first, grabbing some maple sausages and bacon and moaning as my taste buds exploded with flavor. Rocky was not only amazing in bed, but it turned out he was incredible in the kitchen, too. "I don't know how you made breakfast food so orgasmic," I said, grabbing the mimosa, "but holy shit, this is great."
"It's a little family secret."
"Oh?"
"My mom. When she would cook us breakfast, she said she always used a special kind of butter. It's called manta ray butter. She'd throw 2 dollops of it into the frying pan first, and then 2 more when everything was near cooked. I still do the same. I can only buy the butter from this one tiny bodega on the corner of Collins and 34th, but it's so fucking worth it."
"It really is," I said, nearly swallowing an entire slice of bacon whole. I managed to restrain myself and chew off half of it. "Manta ray butter?"
"Yeah. I've searched around. The most I can find is that it was made by some guy in Ohio who ships it from his garage."
"Oh. All right, I feel like I'm asking the obvious here, but
No manta rays were harmed in the making of this butter."
Whew, thank God." I laughed, digging into the fluffy pancake drenched in sweet-smelling syrup, a square of manta ray butter already melting down the center. "What games did you and your brother play?" For a flash of a second, I thought maybe I made a mistake. Maybe it was too soon to bring him up. Rocky had shown a huge well of strength when he spoke about his brother last night, and my heart still felt the cracks across the surface with every beat.
Paradise Eve was the big one.
"I love that one. I would play it all freaking day. Team Elkhorn for life."
"You were an Elkhorn too? What server were you on?"
Juniper 1. I was a badass space fairy fighting the kobold for Elkhorn. I put my fingers up so that they look like 3 horns, the symbol for the faction.
"No way. We played on that server too. I was a Star Paladin, and my brother was a Cosmic Mage."
What a small virtual world. Imagine if we had been in the same clan or something. We could have known each other for years.
"I feel like I already do,"
Rocky said, his face smiling. I could see memories play in his eyes like an old film reel flickering on a wall.
"Brian would have loved you. He would have been the first one to subscribe to your streaming channel."
"I want to have a stream dedicated to him. Are there any charities he was really fond of? I'll give all the tips that night to the charity."
Rocky shook his head. "You don't have to do that, baby. It's all right."
"I know I don't have to, but I really want to."
Well, on his downtime, he always volunteered with our local LGBTQ shelter. It was after I had come out. Everyone in my family took it fine, but my brother... It was like another world had opened to him, one he hadn't seen before. He didn't really realize all the shit we go through as gay men, sometimes loud and terrible shit. Other times the quieter and sabotaging kind of shit. He started doing a ton of research, found out how disproportionate the numbers were when it came to homeless LGBT youth kicked out for just being gay, and how unsafe they were in most shelters, or worse, on the street. He went to Rainbow Alliance every single weekend.
I'll play Paradise Eve this weekend. Every cent will go to Rainbow Alliance.
Thank you, Sam.
I smiled and leaned over, making sure not to knock over anything on the tray. I kissed Rocky and wrapped my arms around his chest, feeling a rare kind of connection, one that went straight down to the soul. I love you, I said into the crook of his neck. His pulse gently pushed against the bridge of my nose.
I love you too, baby.
Rocky moved the tray from the bed, setting it on the floor before turning to me, his lips coming down on mine with heated passion. His stubble scratched against my skin as he worked to consume me, the intensity from last night carrying right over into the morning. A shaft of sunlight beamed through the window and highlighted the beautiful man now climbing on top of me. He got rid of his boxers while I threw aside the bedsheets, giving us room to roll and romp. I lay down as Rocky straddled me, both of us hard. He grabbed us in his hand and stroked. I dropped my head back on the pillow, closing my eyes as Rocky's cock rubbed against mine. I could feel his warm balls on me. I looked to see our cocks leaking together, the pre-cum dripping from Rocky and mixing with mine. He rubbed his palm over our wet cocks and used our excitement as lube, continuing to stroke us both at the same time. God, I never want to wake up any other way, I said, looking up at Rocky's chest, dusted with light blonde hair. I reached up, rubbing over the muscular pecs, rubbing a perked nipple as he kept jerking us off.
I can't promise breakfast in bed every morning.
Rocky licked his lips.
Well, I guess it depends on what you consider breakfast.
All I want are your sausage and eggs.
Then in that case,
Rocky said, giving one long stroke before he came down to kiss me. The morning could have lasted forever, and I wouldn't have blinked an eye. I wanted it to go on forever. Responsibilities like eating and sleeping be damned. Nothing else should have mattered, not when something felt so freaking good. But, of course, nothing can last forever. And this particular morning, things were going to be cut way too short, way too soon. Ring, ring. Rocky's phone vibrated against the nightstand, the ringtone chime piercing through the haze of the moment. Rocky leaned over and silenced the call, about to get back to kissing me, but something caused him to pause. He looked at me, confusion clearly drawn on his face.
It's Angel.
The confusion spread to me. It was way too early for a random call. What could he want? Rocky picked up the call. I could hear Angel's frantic voice over the phone, but I couldn't make out exactly what he was saying.
Slow down,
Rocky said, sitting on the edge of the bed.
Who's missing?
I felt a sudden wave of nausea, a very sharp contrast to the euphoria I'd been feeling only moments before.
Peter, what does the note say?
This wasn't good. In no way, shape, or form was this good. I tried listening to what Angel was saying, but could only pick out a few words. Stonewall, finished, Halo.
I'm headed to Stonewall,
Rocky said as he stood up, heading straight for his closet. He put on his clothes in record time, walking out in a wrinkled white shirt and jeans. What's happening? I asked as Rocky hung up.
Peter's been kidnapped. There was a note. It gave an ultimatum. Stonewall Investigations needs to close or Peter gets hurt. And the note said that Heaven's Gate will be left open if Stonewall isn't closed.
Rocky's face was set into a stern canvas, his jaw twitching.
Fuck, it's got to be Nick. He's the one behind it all.
I got off the bed and started tugging on my shorts. Wait for me, I said, grabbing my shirt. I want to help.
No, Sam, you stay here. Don't go anywhere. We've got all the detectives coming in. We'll put an end to this. But I don't want you getting involved.
I got involved when Nick framed my best friend.
That's different.
How's that different? Clearly, we were both getting worked up. I just want to help. Let me help.
You can help by staying here,
Rocky said. His tone gave zero room for negotiations. I took a breath. He was right. As badly as I wanted to help, I knew it would be smarter for me to just stay out of it. Fine, I said, not putting up a fight. Fine. I walked with Rocky out of his bedroom, down the stairs, through his living room. He stopped at the door where he took me into his arms and gave me a sweet kiss that held 1,000,000 different promises in it.
I'll be back soon, all right? Order some food and make yourself at home.
With another kiss and 2 shared I love yous, Rocky left, the heavy click of the lock echoing through his foyer like a gunshot blasting through a cave. I swallowed, trying to keep myself calm. I didn't know any details, but I had to hope that Peter would be okay, and that Nick would be caught soon. The fact that he had no remorse for killing Jesse while being in a secret relationship with him didn't comfort me in the slightest. But I had to believe that Rocky and the rest of the Stonewall detectives were 2 steps ahead of whatever Nick had been planning. I walked through Rocky's now empty house, heading to the one room I found the most comfort in, the kitchen. There I went to the fridge and grabbed myself what I needed to make a quick sandwich. As I was spreading a hefty amount of mayo onto the sliced bread, my phone started to vibrate. I expected Rocky's name to be on the screen, but it was Hazel's. She had sent me a message. It simply said, "Sam, I need you. Please come to the apartment." Without a second thought, I left the mayo and bread on the counter and hurried out of the house. I tried calling her on the way there, but no one answered. She didn't respond to any of my messages either. Something serious must have been happening. I didn't pay much attention to the speed limit as I raced back to the apartment, 100 different possibilities swirling through my head. Did something happen with the case? Is she in trouble again? My hands felt clammy as I pulled into a parking spot, not caring that I had parked at an angle. Up the stairs I ran, scared of what I'd find. "Hazel?" I called as I opened the door. The apartment was dark. All the blinds were drawn, the TV was off, none of the lights were on. "Hello, Hazel? Olive?" No answer. Where the hell was everyone? I flicked on the lights. Everything seemed to be where I had left it. I could see Hazel's room had the door shut, no light coming out from under the threshold. Was it a mistaken text? "Hazel?" "She's not here." The voice came from behind me. Recognition hit me, but not as quickly as the wooden pole that smashed against the back of my head. I crumpled to the ground, hitting it just as the lights went out, and I lost consciousness.
26. Rocky Hudson. Stonewall Investigations was a flurry of activity. Most of the detectives were in, crammed into the break room, where a laptop had been set up so we could video call with Zane Holden, the founder of the agency. It was early morning on a Sunday, so there were various different states of dress. Half of us were still in pajamas, the other in quickly thrown-on shorts and shirts. We sat around a table, chairs brought in from different offices to give people places to sit. Andrew, the manager of this Miami branch, sat at the head of the table, writing down notes in a bright yellow notebook as Zane spoke on the laptop. He had his 1-year-old daughter in the shot, suckling happily from a bottle of milk, completely oblivious to the panic and chaos that covered us all like slick from an oil spill. "All right, run us through it from the beginning," Zane said over the screen. "Rocky and I went on a double date yesterday to the fair. After the date, Peter and I went back to my place where he spent the night. This morning he tells me he has to wake up early. He needed to go back to his place to walk his dog. A couple hours passed by. I called him and didn't get an answer. I felt like something was wrong. I don't know how to explain it, but it pushed me to go to his place." Angel took a pause, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Everything there was fine, the door was still locked, and Zeus was jumping up behind a window. I could see he had relieved himself in the house, so I knew Peter hadn't been around. And that's when I saw the note." He raised a piece of napkin paper. "This note." "What's it say?" Andrew asked, leaning across Jonah and reaching for the napkin. He brought it over to his side of the table where Jonah and Fox leaned in to read it with Andrew.
Angel, I'm done playing games,
Andrew read out loud.
I've warned you and Stonewall to shut down. No one listens. And now that's put me in jeopardy. But I'm taking your boyfriend with me. And if Stonewall doesn't shut down within the day, there'll be more angels falling from heaven's gate. Angels you all care about.
That last line should have affected me as much as it did. It felt like Andrew had been speaking specifically to me. We do have a lead, I spoke up. We think the person behind this is Nick Ricks. He's Angel's ex and has been the target of a separate investigation for one of my cases. He lives right down the block. Did things end amicably between you two? Shiro asked, a notepad out in front of him, the page full with bullet points. It wasn't the easiest breakup, no, but the problem was more with him. Nick is extremely deep in the closet, the son to two influential church figures. He had a lot he needed to sort out. Do the cops know about this? Zane asked. They've been notified. My contact in Miami PD said they were working on getting an emergency search warrant to go into his apartment. Good. In the meantime, does anyone have any idea of where he and Peter could be? Zane's baby, Lily, gave a content burp as the bottle finished, and Zane moved her over his shoulder, tapping her back to move along the burps. The rest of the room was quiet. We all looked down at what we had, trying to put a string together, anything that would lead us in the right direction. Every second counted. Nick was unstable, and he'd already proved his capability of hurting others. Penny sat up in her chair, as if an idea had struck her.
Has anyone checked the church his parents are part of?
Angel shook his head. It's based out of Broward, so it shouldn't be too far a drive.
All right,
Penny said, moving to stand up.
I'm going to go check it out. Just text me the full address. My grandpa was a pastor, so I know how to maneuver my way around some pews. I'll scout the place out.
Call us if anything pops up, Zane said through the laptop. Thank you, Penny. She gave a small bow before squirming past the crowded table and out the door. I grabbed the scrawled-on napkin from Angel and went over each line with a fine-tooth comb, trying to pick up on any little detail that could potentially help. The handwriting was smooth, and the words were written in thick, bold marker that ate through some of the thin paper. A halo was drawn at the top of the napkin in red pen, encompassing the entire note. Fuck, I said out loud. All the eyes turned to me. I found a halo drawn in blood at a crime scene. I didn't realize it symbolized a halo when I saw it. So he's definitely involved with your case? Beckham asked, adjusting his silver necklace so that it slipped back under his black t-shirt. I'm about 90% sure this is the guy. And then things went from worse to infinitely fucked up. My phone started to ring. I pulled it out, not recognizing the number on the screen. Initially, I was going to decline the call, not wanting to deal with any telemarketers in that moment, but an instinct tugged at the corners of my brain. My finger slid across the screen, accepting the call. Hazel's voice greeted me.
Hey, Detective Hudson. Sorry to bother, but Sam...
Is he all right? My throat felt like it was beginning to close.
Yeah.
She paused for a brief moment.
At least I think so. That's why I'm calling.
What happened? I stood up. When had I stood up?
I've been trying to call him from my roommate's phone. I lost mine and thought he might know where it was. Maybe I had left it in his car or something. But he's not answering. It's been a few hours and it's radio silence, which never happens with Sam. He's an instant texter. Plus, we were supposed to have dinner together today, and that was an hour ago.
What's going on? Angel asked. Sam, I said, a bad feeling sinking into me. He's not answering his phone.
Maybe he's sleeping or watching a movie?
Andrew offered, always the little spot of optimism in the darkness. I shook my head. It's not like him. All right, Hazel, let me give you a call back. Where are you right now?
At the mall with Olive, my roommate.
Okay, when you're done there, I want you and Olive to go stay at a hotel, somewhere safe, just for today.
What's going on, Detective? Is Sam okay?
He will be, I said. We're getting close to tying Nick Ricks to the murder of Jesse, along with a lot of other fucked up shit.
Oh my God. Really? Okay. We'll stay at a hotel tonight. Please, keep me updated.
I will. And I hung up the call, feeling like ice had replaced the blood coursing through my veins. I knew, deep down to the marrow of my bones, that Sam had been taken. Angel's hand landed on my shoulder. He gave a few comforting circles. He was standing too, the rest of Stonewall looking up at us with worry painted in their gazes. I called Sam. The phone rang once before going straight to voicemail. I called him again, and again, and again. Voicemail each time.
Hi, this is Sam Clark. Please leave.
He sounded so upbeat and cheery in his voicemail, it made my stomach twist into knots. I had to sit back down, the room becoming smaller and smaller. It felt like my vision was beginning to tunnel inward. I shouldn't have gotten close. I knew this pain would come. I knew this loss would hit. They were intrusive thoughts. I had no control over them. The same way I had no control over this situation. Fuck. I wanted to shout it out. Instead, I looked down at the napkin on the table, the thick black letters seeming to taunt me now. They floated off the page and did a full fucking conga line across my vision. The answer was there somewhere. I could feel it. And that answer meant saving Sam and Peter's lives. But where was it? Rocky, you all right? The voice came from far away. I looked up, across the room at the computer on the table. Zane was looking at me, his baby girl starting to doze off in his arms. I'm fine. No, I was far from fine. The scar on my thigh pulsed in a phantom pain. One particular phrase jumped out at me from the napkin. Heaven's Gate, I said, more to myself than to the room. I could feel the eyes on me, and I knew the other detectives were wondering if I had snapped. Heaven's Gate, I repeated. Images of Sam filled my head, images of him smiling and laughing and looking out onto the horizon and being scared of heights, and that date we had when he overcame it all, when we could see all of Miami. When we could see Heaven's Gate. The skyscraper they're building in downtown, that's the nickname for it. I stood back up, the chair screeching as it almost tipped over. Nick left us a clue right here on this note. He's taken them to Heaven's Gate. Angel was on my heels as I turned to the door. Where are you going? Zane's voice said behind me. I answered without turning back. To save Sam and Peter. 27. Sam Clark.
There were lions. I was tied up in a cage of angry lions, and there was no way I'd get out of this. It was the only way to explain the near-constant roar inside my ears. The lions were furious, hungry. My heartbeat was loud, but not loud enough to drown out the roaring that seemed to be chiseling away at my bones. My eyes slowly fluttered open. Fear covered me like a bucket of acrid mud being dumped over my head. It was dark. My eyes took what felt like hours to adjust, even though only seconds ticked by. I blinked. There were no lions in sight. Instead, I was looking straight ahead at what seemed like the sky itself, as if I'd been dipped into the inky black sky, not a star in sight. I was sitting down, my ankles tied together with my hands tied behind my back. This wasn't the afterlife, was it? It couldn't be. I could still feel the burn of the tight rope against my skin. The afterlife wouldn't have pain, would it? And then more details started to appear through the dark. I began realizing I was in a room, but it wasn't a finished room. There were exposed beams all around me, almost like the columns inside of a coliseum, except these were hard steel beams that reflected the very little light coming from a flickering lantern, swinging wildly in the whipping winds. Where the hell am I? I struggled against the rope as my survival instincts began to kick in. Something told me I needed to fight. This wasn't the afterlife, but this very well could be the end of my life. Sam? Sam, you're awake? The voice came from behind me, hushed whispers that barely carried over the roaring winds. A voice I recognized. Holy shit! Peter? I struggled harder against the rope, trying to turn my body in the chair I was tied down to. All I could do was turn my head, which was a move I instantly regretted. Turning my head gave me a view that chilled me down to the marrow in my bones. It made my stomach twist into a pretzel, pushing my breakfast up into my throat. I gagged, holding it down by a mere miracle. I no longer struggled against the rope. My entire body went limp with fear, my muscles turning as useful as wet paper napkins, the slightest move ready to tear them apart. We were on the edge of a building, looking through the scaffolding of a soon-to-be-built wall, down at the entire city of Miami, lights glittering beneath me like a grid of orange and white ants. A tarp whipped back and forth in the wind. I tried focusing on that instead of the paralyzing view. Sam! Sam, we've got to get out of here, Sam! Peter's voice sounded like it was coming from the far end of a deep cave, his words echoing and bouncing without making any sense. Sam! Sam, snap out of it. We don't have much time. We're so high up. I could have been talking to myself for all I knew. Terrifying fear sunk its rusted claws straight into my heart. So high up. My teeth were clattering, my jaw shaking. Don't think about that. Think about getting out. There's a sharp-looking piece of glass over there, Sam. If we could shimmy together, maybe we could reach it. Heights. I'm scared of heights. Another ball of bile shot to my throat. This one made it to my lips before I swallowed it. All I could think of was how much space was between me and solid ground. So much empty space. So much of nothing. How long would it take to fall from here? To smash against the pavement? Okay, then don't think about the heights. Think about that shard of glass. Come on. The chair started to shimmy, but since I didn't move, it threatened to tip over. I panicked, seeing us tip over and falling straight over the edge. We were so close. I pushed in the other direction, trying to compensate, but I pushed too hard. The debilitating fear didn't sap strength from my muscles, but instead infused me with it. The two of us went falling onto the floor, still tied to the chairs. My arm took a hard hit against the floor as my world turned upside down once again. Fuck, I said, logic starting to show through the panic a moment too late. Fuck, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Peter was crying. This wasn't okay. This was so fucking far from okay. Whoa. What happened here? Another voice I instantly recognized. Nick Ricks, the dirtbag of a friend Jesse had brought into our lives, the one who Rocky suspected was behind it all, something I could now confirm. Nick? I asked as the world righted itself. Nick pushed Peter's chair back onto its feet too, making us face each other now. I could see Peter was in worse shape than I was. His left eye had swollen into a nasty purple thing the size of a grapefruit, and his lip had been busted down the center, covering his chin in dried blood. Somehow, though, he still managed to give me a smile when he saw me. It was the kind of resigned smile given to people on death row, where the fates were signed, sealed, and delivered. Finally, both of you are up. As if he even had some control over the weather, the winds seemed to have died down. Nick stood there, the glow of the dim lantern behind him, his long hair fluttered up and down like the snakes on the skull of Medusa herself. He wore an all-black outfit, his long-sleeved shirt and skinny pants clinging to him as if he were becoming a shadow. His eyes were sunken and distant. It was the same kind of expression he'd have when he walked out of the room with Jesse, finished doing drugs together. "What's going on? Where are we?" Peter asked. "We're at Heaven's Gate, and I've brought you two here to prove a point. Those who help the sinners will be prosecuted just the same. What? What are you talking about? The words were hard to get out. My mouth felt like it had been filled with sand. Who are you prosecuting? Why us? Because you both are important people. You two mean a lot to Angel and Rocky. I saw that when I followed you all on your double date. Off our surprised looks, Nick continued. Earlier in the day, I realized Rocky was starting to follow me. I knew he must have started to figure things out. That I was the one who killed Jesse. And even though I told Stonewall repeatedly to shut the fuck down, he was about to nail me. It infuriated me. I knew I had to do something. So I went to your place, Sam, and I made up some bullshit story about my laptop when all I really wanted was Hazel's phone. I needed it for my plan. I got the phone, and then I kept my eye on the date. When it was over, I followed Angel and Peter, waiting for an opening. I found it, knocking you out after a struggle. You've got a fist on you, Peter. Nick rubbed his jaw, but he didn't look nearly as beat up as Peter was. The drugs must have given him some kind of strength. And then you baited me, I said. Yep. He lifted Hazel's phone before he tossed it over his shoulder. The phone went twirling in the air, disappearing over the edge of the building. It reminded me of how high up we were. How easy it would be for us to follow the same path as the cell phone. How'd you even get us up here? Elevator, he said, pointing toward a steel box that seemed to be suspended in midair only feet away from us. Don't worry, I cut the power line. No one else is going to use that tonight. Black stars popped at the edges of my vision, threatening to overwhelm me. I took in a deep breath and tried not to start hyperventilating. Nick cocked his head, his expression becoming similar to that of a tiger cornering a mouse. You're scared of heights, aren't you, Sam? I didn't want to give him any kind of answer. I just stared straight ahead. Part of me went back to that date with Rocky where I thought my fear of heights had been conquered. It was such a perfect time back then, even though my life didn't seem perfect by any stretch of the imagination. What I wouldn't give to go back to that moment right now. Nick looked to me, to the edge, and then to me again. His sinister smile seemed to spread on his face like a deadly virus. Stand up. He pointed at me with the knife. I didn't move. I didn't want to. I couldn't. Stand up. I did. But the bindings around my ankles threw me off balance. I fell back into the chair. Nick came over, and with one swift move bent down and sliced the rope off my ankles. Good thing I kept this, he said wickedly. The same knife I used to kill Jesse. I was planning on dumping it in the ocean, but this seems so much more resourceful. He waved the knife inches from my face. Stand up, he said again, a little more controlled. This time standing was more successful. My hands were still tied behind my back, but I could move, even though my legs felt like they were filled with cement. Think. I'm standing. I can fight. But Nick's knife was now pressing against my belly, the sharp point cutting through the fabric of my shirt and pushing into skin. If I tried anything, that knife would find its way into my stomach. I swallowed what felt like a boulder. Come, let's take a walk. He led me toward the edge of the building, where two steel beams framed the horizon like some fucked-up kind of portrait. It felt like I could see from one edge of Florida to the other. It was beyond sickening. I couldn't feel my legs, or my hands, or any other part of my body. A powerful numbness came over me. Oh, look at how pale you're getting. What's wrong, Sam? You don't like being so high up? He pushed me. My eyes bulged wide as a muted shout tried to tear through my throat, blocked by fear. I wasn't plummeting through the air, though Nick had a hold on me. Come on, let's get over this fear. Take a step. Go. Take a step. The knife pushed hard into my back now. I took a step, the smallest step I could, I was crying, the wind pushing the stream of tears across my cheeks. The tips of my sneakers were now over the edge, with nothing beneath them except air. The fear was primal, fear the cavemen must have felt at the sight of a saber-tooth.
All right, other foot now.
I can't. Please, stop this, Nick.
Other foot.
The knife was drawing blood. I could feel the warm trickle of it down my back. I took another centimeter-long step, my knees shaking. I started to pray they wouldn't buckle.
How's it feel, Sam? Huh? Being so close to the edge?
I couldn't answer. Couldn't get anything out.
You don't like it, do you?
I shook my head. My eyes snapped shut.
Open your eyes. Look out. Open!
The knife dug deeper. Through the sharp pain came an even sharper realization. The knife was also cutting into the rope around my wrists. If I moved just the tiniest bit, I could feel the rope start giving way, becoming weaker, thread by single thread. I realized that if we wanted any chance of surviving this, I had to keep him talking. I had to stay with my toes suspended above thin air. I opened my eyes. Strength filled me from some unknown source. Why'd you kill Jesse? The question seemed to catch even Nick by surprise. Huh? Why did you kill him? Because you loved him? Because you thought loving him was a sin?
Because I got too high on ketamine and hallucinated that he was a zombie. So I stabbed him to death.
Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. But, well, you did love him, didn't you? Secretly?
No, I didn't. We were hooking up, yes, and I've repented for those sins, but I never loved him, no.
The rope felt like it was giving way around my wrists. The wind whipped at my cheeks, howling in my ears. Bile rose up in my throat, but I swallowed it down. I had to keep asking questions. And then you tried to frame Hazel. Did you secretly love her? Nick gave a twisted laugh.
No, I didn't. I just hated everything Hazel was. I didn't deserve to be caged for my mistakes, but Hazel did. I was doing everyone a favor. When I smeared the blood on her doorknob, I knew she'd open it. I knew she'd get it all over her hands. I figured it would be the best-case scenario. The way he spoke about Hazel made my blood boil, aiding me in getting over the crippling fear. I could feel the tension in the rope around my wrists becoming less and less. I just had to keep him talking for a little longer. And then Stonewall Investigations had to get involved. Not even fucking bomb threats could get them to shut down. Nick pulled me back, away from the edge. I took a relieved breath, but I wasn't sure if I needed more time. The rope still felt pretty tight. Sit back down. Nick pushed me down on the chair, my hands still behind my back. He moved to Peter now, but he didn't cut Peter's ankle ropes. Instead, he grabbed his chair and dragged him, chair and all, to the same edge we had just been standing at. All right, now for you. The one who ended up with my actual true love, Angel. The man who condemned me to an eternity in hell.
Angel? You loved my Angel?
Yes. How do you think I knew when Stonewall was opening an office in Miami? Because I've been following Angel for years now. Ever since he walked out on me, I've never let him go too far out of my sight.
Peter's chair was perilously close to falling right over. Nick had one hand on the back, but I knew that wouldn't be enough if Peter's chair tipped over. Behind me, I could feel the straps around my wrists getting loose, almost loose enough for me to slip my hands free.
You know, I considered myself a fallen angel for a little bit, and I found it ironic that my first real love was named Angel. I went against everything I was taught for him. I made myself a fallen angel.
He shook his head, flashing a wicked smile.
Fitting that I'm creating 2 more fallen angels tonight. The Holy Trinity is real. 3 is a powerful number.
Nick had lost his mind. Somewhere in his past, something had done irreparable damage. I've already resigned myself to my fate, spending an eternity in hell. I accepted that when Angel fucked me. I accepted it. So tonight I can do no more wrong. He pushed Peter's chair closer to the edge. Peter's big eyes, full of life and cheer at the fair only hours before, were now blown into two black orbs, radiating with the fear he must have felt. Stop! Nick, stop it! I had to try something, had to try and talk some reasoning into him. You've got to see where this is wrong. Being gay is nowhere near the equivalence of throwing someone off a building. Please, Nick, let us go. We can get help. We can sort through everything. Sort through everything? You think a therapist can sort through everything with me? I speak only to God, and he's been very silent lately. Another push. Another strangled shout from Peter. I think I know how to make him talk, though. My wrists came loose at that moment. Nick had no idea. I could launch up and grab them both. I had split seconds to decide what to do, and my decision could very well end up costing our lives. But I made the decision anyway, hoping against all hope that I didn't make the wrong choice.
28. Rocky Hudson. My car's engine roared like a caged tiger down the Miami streets, no longer crowded from any rush-hour traffic. I took sharp turns and sped around cars, Angel in the passenger seat, his knuckles pale as one hand held onto the door handle and the other held onto his seatbelt. He gave a little yelp when we sped over a hill and caught some air, landing on the other side with a rough screech, the bottom of my car scraping across the concrete. I didn't give a flying fuck. My entire paint job could scratch right off, and I wouldn't have cared. All I cared about was making it to Sam. I drove toward the giant structure on the horizon, the blinking light on the highest level of the building working as a North Star, guiding me down the streets and toward Sam and Peter. They had to be there. They had to be at Heaven's Gate. And we weren't the only ones on our way, either. We had called the police, and I was sure they were sending officers out there. So I was surprised when I pulled up to the gravel parking lot that there were no police cars lined up blocking our entrance. I thought for sure we'd have cops here. Instead, we pulled right up to the gate, which had been cut open and was now swinging back and forth in the wind. We got out of my car, a cloud of dust still in the air. That must be Nick's car, I said, pointing at a beat-up Chevy with the passenger door still thrown open. Come on, let's go, Angel said, running ahead of me. The Heaven's Gate building, officially named the Diamond Bank building, was mostly finished, with everything but the upper floors enclosed and furnished. We ran through the lobby where paint buckets and ladders still waited to be put away, tarps covering the check-in area and waiting area. The elevator had been installed, but there was no power except for some emergency lighting throughout the room, so I knew we had to take the long way up. The stairs, over there. I ran toward the closed door, hoping to God that it wasn't locked. The door swung open, revealing a staircase that still smelled like wet paint and wood chips. Think they're at the top? Angel asked, looking up. Some of the scaffolding hadn't been fully completed in the stairwell, so we could see a long way up. They've got to be. And I started to run, taking 2 stairs at a time, both hands on the rails. Angel followed close behind me, neither of us wanting to lose another second. By the 20th floor, we were starting to feel it. My legs burned, but I pushed past the pain. I'm not losing you, Sam. I'm not. That thought alone kept me climbing. As we got higher, the building felt less and less completed, until the concrete stairs we were running up turned into just steel, our shoes making loud echoes off each step. The doors that led out onto the floor from the stairwells were gone, letting us looking into the long and empty halls. Around the 40th floor, I could see that there were no longer any walls on the exterior of the building. It started to get colder, too, the farther we climbed. Come on, we're almost there, I said, encouraging Angel. Neither of us were strangers to physical exertion, but running up 40 flights of stairs would wind even the strongest athlete. Still, we kept climbing. Every step, every heartbeat taking us closer and closer to Sam and Peter. What if they aren't here? The thought hit me like a dump truck tearing through a solid brick wall. I kept running up the stairs, faster now. I couldn't entertain those kinds of thoughts. They had to be here, had to. And they had to be alive. Because if they weren't... Faster I ran, Angel right behind me. Finally I could see where the topmost flight gave way to pure sky, the ceiling not having been built yet. The wind whistled down the steps, penetrating my ears like the cries of dying birds, sharp and shrieking. We reached the flat landing on the highest floor. No more stairs to climb. Nothing. And I saw them. The three of them. Sam sat on a chair, his back to me, while Nick held Peter's chair against the edge of the building. The fear on Peter's face reflected like moonlight. He didn't see us, no one did, but I saw him. And I saw how close he was to being pushed over, tumbling down to the ground while he was tied to a rickety wooden chair. I shouted, but could barely hear myself over the wind, which started whipping up even more, causing a big blue tarp to slap outward, the corner coming dangerously close to taking out my eye. That's when it all exploded. I watched as Sam's wrists came free, the rope that was tying him falling down to the ground. He jumped upward, straight toward Nick and Peter. Nick, caught by total surprise, seemed to freeze in place. Sam reached for both of them, grabbing Nick by the arm and Peter by the chair. For a brief moment, time seemed to have stopped. I thought Sam was going to be carried away by the momentum, and all three of them were going to go flying to their end. I started to run, but there'd be no way I could get there in time, zero way. But Sam didn't fall over. He pulled them back. All three of them came falling backward, away from the edge. Peter's chair fell and shattered, Sam managing to avoid being splintered by any of the wood. Nick fell hard off to the side. His head hit an exposed brick, bouncing back up at a scary speed. His body went limp. "Sam!" I was at his side, kneeling down, looking him over to make sure he wasn't hurt. "Sam, baby, are you okay? I'm here. I've got you."
"Rocky,"
he said, looking up at me and managing a smile.
"You found us."
"And you saved the day." I kissed him. God, I kissed him. Never had I felt so relieved to press my lips against someone else's. I kissed him, and I kissed him. I held him. I breathed him in. Angel was at Peter's side, helping him up onto his feet.
"I was so scared, Rocky."
"But you did it. You were the hero tonight." Sam's lip quivered. The shock must have been wearing off. "Come on, let's get you both back down on solid." Ah! The pain was severe. A molten hot shot right through my shoulder, radiating outward so that my toes curled inside my shoes and my lungs contracted with the gasp. I twisted, the pain turning lava hot. Nick stood there, blood on his hands, a twisted smile on his face. "Fuck you," I said and went forward, pushing past the pain that still radiated from my shoulder. I lifted my hand, a balled fist ready to come crashing down on Nick's face, but the move did something. Whatever was in my shoulder cut into me, slicing something that must have been pretty fucking important, because my entire hand went limp and I fell to the floor. Angel took my place. He rushed Nick. With a shout, they both tumbled to the ground. Angel landed blow after blow, but Nick rolled them over and somehow grabbed the upper hand. He may have been thin, but he must have found some reservoir of strength. He lifted Angel and pushed. They went to the edge. I couldn't move. Sam and Peter were both paralyzed in the way someone is when they watch a fatal car crash happening before their eyes, knowing there was nothing they could do to help. Not until the aftermath. Nick pushed Angel to the edge. He pushed him again. Angel's feet couldn't find purchase. He grabbed onto Nick's shirt, but the fabric tore, the sound of it competing with the wind, competing with the desperate shouts, seemingly carried on the wind from 1,000 different directions. And then Angel was gone. Just like that. Nick stood there. No Angel in sight. "No!" Peter cried out. He got up, but Nick whipped around and landed a kick to Peter's already swollen face, sending him falling back to the ground. He stood there, his shirt torn open, his dirty tattoos showing through them. I recognized one of those tattoos. The jagged cross on his chest. He had reached out to me on my hookup app months ago. This monster had cast his shadow on my life, and I was done. Fucking done. He wasn't going to take anyone else from me. No one would. With a roar as loud as the wind around me, I stood and ran forward. For Angel. With the shoulder that wasn't damaged, I pushed forward, ramming into Nick's chest. I saw his eyes bulge in surprise as he flew backward, back over the edge, into the empty night sky. His hands flailed around as if he were a baby bird just learning how to fly. And then he dropped, falling through the dark expanse, his cry swallowed whole by the night. I fell to my knees, exhausted, pain still flooding through me, but sadness beginning to push it all aside. A profound sadness that left me as empty as the night sky. Help! I thought it was a hallucination, surely a trick of the wind. I looked down anyway. There, staring up at me, fingers holding death tight to an exposed beam, was Angel. The beam shook as Angel tried to get a better hold. He's here! I need help! I shouted behind me. Peter and Sam were at my side in seconds. The three of us reached down. I helped steady the beam with my good hand. Peter and Sam both grabbed hold of one of Angel's hands, and on the count of 3, they pulled. Angel fell onto the floor, Sam and Peter falling back with him. I let go of the beam, which dislodged and went spiraling down, clattering against other beams as it fell. I looked around at the scene, unable to really digest everything that happened, or even what had happened to me. I craned my neck, trying to see my shoulder for the first time since the searing hot pain sliced through me.
Oh, Rocky, geez, don't move.
Sam was looking at me, sweat on his face, concern on his brow, but reprieve in his eyes. I wanted to kiss him and never let him go, never let him out of my sight. I moved in, feeling a little lightheaded, wanting to stabilize myself with my lips on his.
You're losing a lot of blood, Rocky.
What? What is it? I craned my neck again, unable to see anything.
It's a massive shard of glass,
Sam said. He put a hand on my arm, and it was all I really needed. I took a breath, finding strength in the knowledge that we were all okay.
Think you can make it down the stairs?
Peter asked, holding a still shaking Angel. I nodded, standing up on wobbly but working legs. I could feel the blood on my back now. I can do it. Let's get off this thing.
Are you sure?
Sam asked, still holding my arm. It seemed like he didn't want to let me out of his sights either. He put another hand on my head, moving aside the hair that had matted to my forehead with sweat. There's only 2 ways off of this. I looked toward the edge. And I'm not planning on taking Nick's shortcut. The 4 of us, mangled up, bruised, and bleeding, made it down the 55 flights of stairs, making it to the ground floor just as the cops were arriving. From there, I was taken to the hospital, where my shoulder had to be stitched up. Thankfully, no major muscles were damaged in the hit, so the little loss of motion I had would resolve itself with time. Through it all, Sam had been there by my side. From the moment I'd been wheeled into the ambulance to the moment I walked out of the hospital doors, Sam was there, holding my hand, giving me kisses, reassuring me that it was all going to be okay now. And it truly was. Finally, I could genuinely say that things really did seem brighter than bright. Epilogue. 2 years later. Sam Clark.
The yard had been completely transformed. The rolling hill behind my house served as a backdrop to a white gazebo, gold and navy blue trim set around the banisters and inside delicate flower carvings. In front of the gazebo, a section of golden-backed chairs had been set up with an aisle running down the middle, a trail of navy blue rose petals leading up toward the gazebo. There was music playing and kids laughing, chasing each other around the emerald green grass, their parents chattering excitedly as they looked for their seats. Everyone dressed in sharp-looking shirts and silky dresses. It was a breezy spring in Miami, but still not cold enough to justify wearing a suit or jacket. It made the tailored jacket I slipped on feel a little stuffy, but I really didn't even think twice about it. My brain couldn't focus on any one particular thing. It kept bouncing around from, holy shit, I'm about to get married, to holy balls, I'm about to get hitched, to holy crap, I better not trip down the aisle. There was a lot going on in my head. Inside my house, we had the downstairs guest bedroom set up so I could get ready while Rocky got dressed upstairs. I grabbed a full flute of champagne and downed it in one breath. Hazel looked at me with an impressed smile. "Nervous? Scared?" she asked. She looked spectacular in a dark blue dress that looked like a swirling ocean whenever the light hit her just right. When she turned, golden straps popped against her tan skin, matching the golden Tiffany bracelet and necklace I had bought her for the big day. Ever since I was able to cash my first huge streaming check, I made sure to spend most of it spoiling everyone around me. Hazel wasn't the only beneficiary of my found success. I had also purchased a sprawling home for my parents, moving them out of the dingy apartment building we had called home for years. I bought my grandmother a new sewing machine, and I bought my cousins a ton of video games for their birthdays. It felt good, being able to give, and I made sure to give whenever I possibly could. "I think I'm a mix of all the things," I said. Hazel straightened out my navy blue bow tie before realigning the golden pocket square. "Mainly dazed, though. I think that's the biggest emotion." "I can't believe the big day is here." Hazel smiled wide, the sunlight streaming in from the huge window casting a spotlight on her, making her eyes glow as gold as her jewelry. "Is everyone ready?" I asked, looking out the window but unable to see the yard. I could hear the music through the cracked open window. "I think so. The big question is, are you?" "More than ready." I took a deep breath and made sure my shirt was tucked in nice and my suit sat on me right. "I can't believe I'm marrying the man of my dreams today." A knock on the door made us both jump. My mom peeked her head into the room. "5-minute warning," she said in a bubbly voice. She had been almost as giddy as me since this morning. "Thanks, Mom. Wait, let me get in here. I need to see my son." She came in, looking stunning in a silver dress that shimmered and glittered as she moved. "Oh, my dear baby Jesus, you look so handsome." She grabbed my face in her hands and kissed both cheeks. Hazel rubbed off the leftover lipstick. Both women looked me over with pride and love in their eyes. Behind Hazel, another knock came. It was my dad. "Ready, Sammy?" "Ready," I said, straightening my suit and looking once more in the mirror as an unmarried man. In a few minutes, I'd be walking down that aisle toward the man of my dreams, surrounded by family and friends. I couldn't be any happier. After everything we had been through, this moment felt all the sweeter. Hazel and my dad left the room. My mom hooked her arm, and I looped mine through it. We walked through my house, my mom saying some encouraging words, but nothing really registering. I was nervous and excited and on the verge of freaking the hell out. As much as I enjoyed the spotlight when I was behind my computer screen, things changed when the attention was turned to me in the real world. We crossed through the living room toward the massive sliding glass doors that were left open. The piano set up outside filled the air with its soft music. I could hear the chatter of all the wedding guests start to lessen as they realized I was about to step out. "I love you, Sam, and I love Rocky, too," my mom whispered, and then we started to walk, crossing the threshold. Everyone turned in their chairs, but I couldn't really see any of their faces. The only face I could focus on was straight ahead of me, his bright blue eyes working as dual lighthouses, guiding me toward him. We walked down the aisle, every step feeling as if I bounced on a cloud. I managed to look into the crowd, spotting two faces that surprised the living heck out of me. I gave a small wave and an excited smile in Icy and Silk's direction. My two besties from across the country. We had met in person about a year ago, Icy living in Texas and Silk living in Portland. Icy's real name was Frank, and Silk's real name was Meredith, although we still called each other by our screen names. They beamed in my direction, Icy holding Silk's hand as Silk dabbed a tear from her eye. The walk down the aisle felt like it took only a couple seconds. It surely took more, but dream time must have worked differently. This had to be a dream. It had to. As my mom handed me to Rocky and he grabbed my hand, I knew it couldn't be a dream. It was better than a dream. It was real. This was all real. I looked up into Rocky Hudson's eyes as we stood in front of Hazel, who had gotten her officiant license for today's special occasion. Rocky mouthed an "I love you" that almost made me break out crying. I mouthed it back, both my hands in his. He held on to my heart, too. From the moment he knocked on my apartment door all those years ago, this story had been set into motion. It had been a roller coaster ride getting to this moment, but one I would happily ride over and over again, so long as it always ended in this moment. With my husband, Rocky Hudson, slipping a ring onto my finger, our future solidified in unbreakable amber. Rocky Hudson. Married. I was married to the love of my life, my husband. I kissed him, my husband, over and over, a smile on both our faces, our bodies fitting as perfectly as the rings fit on our fingers. The sun had already set, but the party was only just now starting to kick into high gear. The open bar had people walking in zigzags and shaking their asses on the dance floor without a care in the world. I walked through the dance floor, getting grabbed and pulled into a twerking contest with Holly and Andrew, who both busted it down way better than I could have ever done. My knees cracked in protest the second I tried to get as low as they were, making their booties clap to the beat. I laughed and admitted defeat, leaving the two behind so they could cause an earthquake all on their own. Declan, Andrew's partner, took my place in the twerk circle. He also surprised me with how well he moved his ass, but then I remembered he lived with Andrew and thought they must have had plenty of practice sessions together. It wasn't long before Shiro was dragging his boyfriend Nick onto the dance floor, a bunch of Sam's family following them after Shai had captured all their hearts with a story of the holiday cruise that led him to his prince. Literally. Nicholas Silva was the Prince of Spain. Shai had moved to Spain a few years back and opened up his own agency, so him flying with Nick across the world to our wedding really meant a lot. By a long table sitting under the shade of a tall palm tree and holding all kinds of different sweets was Zane and Enzo, their 3-year-old daughter Lily reaching for the castle of colorful macarons with determination in her large green eyes. "Congratulations, Rocky," Enzo said, clapping me on my shoulder. Zane helped Lily grab a macaron before grabbing one for him and Enzo. "Congrats, Rocky." Zane put a hand on my shoulder, his smile causing a dimple to appear. Zane Holden had given me a chance by bringing me into Stonewall, and even though we lived states away and didn't get a chance to work together, I still considered him a close friend. A close friend. Who would have thought I'd have close friends? "Thank you both for flying out. It really means a lot." Lily waved her half-bitten macaron in the air. I kneeled down so I could be at her level. "And thank you, Lily, for being such a magical little princess." She smiled and giggled before she waddled behind Enzo's leg, holding on to him with one tiny arm while holding the macaron in the other. "Of course, Rocky. We wouldn't have missed this," Zane said. I nodded, overcome with a sudden swell of emotion. As I looked around, seeing all the people who had shown up to celebrate our love, I realized that the Rocky who had craved solitude and loneliness was no longer. Today I was different, changed. Instead of barriers, I built friendships, long-lasting and solid friendships that changed how I saw the world.
It made the sun shine a little brighter and the birds sing a little louder. Life was better when it wasn't spent pushing people away. Sam came over then, holding his stomach as he laughed, Maverick Gold right behind him, no doubt having told one of his many stories. He was a stand-up comedian with a degree from Harvard and a job at Goldman Sachs. The guy was the definition of interesting, and his charisma carried through, spreading to everyone he was around. Hell, the entire Gold family was pretty much the same. They were old friends of Sam. Maverick's moms, Mia and Ashley, had grown up with Sam's mom. His mom was the one who pushed them together, seeing how complete they were with each other, but both having been too scared to pursue anything. Fast forward 15 years, and they had a huge and vibrant family. They'd adopted all their children, 4 of them having come from broken homes that shattered even more when they had come out. Behind Maverick and Sam were the identical twins, Dusty and Benji Gold, though they both carried themselves very differently, even though they had the exact same faces, smiles, even haircuts. Benji was the sportier one of the twins, with more muscle and the physique of a soccer player. Dusty was thinner and wore thick-rimmed tortoise-shell glasses that made his amber-brown eyes pop under the lens. "There's my husband," Sam said, coming over to me with a kiss on the lips, his smile transferring to me. God, I love saying that. Husband. I held on to Sam as I introduced Zane and Enzo to the Gold family. Ashley and Mia came over with Caitlin, their youngest. She was a teenager with a bright blue streak of hair through the jet-black strands, and she looked at her mom's glasses of wine like she was plotting on grabbing them and running. "It smells like marriage over here," Ashley said, hugging me and then Sam. "Oh, that's what the smell was," Maverick said. "I thought that was me." He lifted his arms and sniffed. The entire crowd laughed, Ashley playfully slapping her son's chest. "Mom, what does marriage even smell like?" Caitlin asked. "Definitely not like Mav's smelly armpits," Dusty said. Benji scoffed, smiling. "God, why is my family so weird?" "We're not weird," Mia said, kissing her wife on the cheek. "We're unique." "That's a good way to spin it." Caitlin arched a brow, but the love that emanated from her as she looked around her family was as clear as the sunshine beaming down on us. We chatted with the entire group for a while, the group devolving into tears as Maverick told the story of the time he and Benji got locked inside of Toys R Us on Halloween. Both of them dressed like 2 old ladies, tits sagging to their ankles and all. "Oh man, I wish I could show you the surveillance footage," Maverick said when the laughter died down. Ashley and Mia, both holding empty glasses, excused themselves to grab a refill. Benji and Dusty stayed speaking with Zane and Enzo, while Maverick spotted a cute guy he clearly wanted to take home with the way he practically bolted toward him, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. It gave me the perfect opening to have Sam all to myself. I kissed him again, standing under the palm tree, finding pure love in his eyes. I adored this man. The way he looked at me always made me feel like I was the only person in his world. The only one who held his heart the way I did. More kissing. The heat started to notch up, and it wasn't because the evening was growing warmer. I broke from the kiss before I could get hard enough to pitch a tent. "You're so special," Sam said to me, holding both my hands in his. He kissed me again, his tongue parting my lips. This time I didn't stop quick enough, my cock growing rigid between us. I angled myself away from any prying eyes. Behind Sam, near the line of trees that bordered the back of his property, was the small guest house, its door open and inviting us in. "Come here," I said, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the guest house. This couldn't wait. Sure, we were set to leave on our Fiji honeymoon by tonight. I just couldn't wait another second. I had to have him. Had to have my husband. In one easy swoop, I picked Sam up in my arms. He giggled, his head fitting into the crook of my neck and my shoulder, his breath tickling me as he laughed. I carried him over the threshold and shut the door. The guest house smelled like oranges, the entire place having just been cleaned. I carried him through the living room as he started to kiss me, lighting the inferno that was already roaring to life inside my chest, spreading through my body, my briefs feeling tighter and tighter. I went to the bedroom and placed him down on the king-sized bed, the mattress giving him a little bounce. The window blinds were drawn open, looking out into the woods behind the property. The party was going on the other side of the house, so I had no worries that any of our guests could spot us. Besides, I couldn't even wait a second longer to shut the blinds. I fell on top of Sam and started to undress him, my mouth claiming him. I could feel his excitement through his slacks, pressing up against me just as hard as I was. I kissed him until we were both out of breath. I unbuttoned his shirt, admiring his flushed chest, running my hands softly up and down, pinching one of his nipples before moving to the next. He groaned, pushing his hips upward, reminding me just how hard he was. It looked like his slacks were about to split in half. Fuck, I'm so fucking in love with you, with this. A growl escaped me as I reached down and rubbed him, feeling him throb through the slacks. He pushed up again, his eyes shutting as I unzipped his pants. God, you're leaking right through your briefs. Clean me up, Sam said, a cocky tone in his voice as he spread his legs wider. His white briefs were practically see-through with how wet he'd gotten, his cock leaking even as I mouthed him through the briefs, kissing and licking, tasting him through the fabric. He'd gotten so confident over the years. It's what helped him become so successful at his job, but it also turned me on to no end. I'd been walking around with constant erections, just thinking about Sam. How he'd wait for me at home, naked with his ass in the air, inviting me in. Or the hours we'd spend in my velvet room using all kinds of toys, exploring each other until the sun came up, and then until it went back down. From the first time he'd surrendered to me, I found myself surrendering to him. Not in a sexual sense, but more so an emotional one. We both found a way to give each other the world, and today I wanted to do exactly that. I pulled off his briefs as he kicked off his shoes. I didn't bother taking off his long black socks. His cock throbbed for attention, and I gave it to him, holding him in my hand as I brought him to my lips, rubbing him on me, painting my lips with his pre-cum. He moaned as I licked his wet slit, taking in everything he was giving me. He tasted like heaven. He lifted his legs, putting them on my shoulders. I sucked him off, stuffing him down my throat, saliva dripping down his tightening balls. I then grabbed his legs and lifted him higher, exposing his hole to me. I spit down on him, making him nice and wet. Fuck me, Rocky. Put it inside me. I didn't bother with my clothes. I unzipped my slacks and pulled my cock free. Sam took in a breath as I lined myself up with him, spitting some more, spreading it along my shaft, pushing it inside him with a finger. I loved how his body took me in, almost pulling me like he wanted more, so much more. I grabbed his hips and pushed forward, feeling his velvet heat envelop the head of my cock. He was so tight. I could have stayed right there and would have still reached an orgasm, but with the way Sam was beginning to writhe on the bed, I knew that my job wasn't anywhere near done. My cock disappeared inside him as I thrust, his entire body wrapping around me. He moaned so loud, I was sure it could be heard over the music outside. I pulled back and slowly sank back in. Nirvana. His heat was intense, his hole tight. I kept my rhythm slow at first, but Sam never really liked slow. He urged me on. Give it to me, please, please. Oh, fuck. I rocked into him, slamming my cock into his ass. His dick bounced up and down as I fucked him. He started to stroke himself, his eyes rolling to the back of his head as I plowed into him. Sweat started to make the skin under my shirt damp, the shirt starting to stick to me. I kept fucking him. Oh, God, baby, I'm gonna come. Keep going, I feel you inside me. Oh, oh. Sam stopped his stroking and held onto the base of his cock as he exploded, cum splattering the wall behind him, spraying onto his chest, pooling on his stomach. creamy white cum slipping down his shaft. Sam brought me right to the edge, and I fell, flying. My body went rigid as I blew my load, filling Sam with my seed. Shot after shot, I unloaded inside him, my hands digging into his hips as my balls emptied themselves. The orgasm felt never-ending, my body flooded with euphoria, my brain firing off every single network that dealt with pleasure. I couldn't even think properly, all my thoughts turning into pure mush. Sam looked up at me, his eyes also clouded with bliss. His smile told me everything I needed to know. I bent down, still inside him, and I kissed him tenderly, letting him slowly melt into me the same way I had melted into him.
I love you so much,
Sam said against my lips.
So much.
I don't think I've ever been happier, I replied. Sam surprised me, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye, falling down his face. I wiped it away. You're my everything, I said to him, kissing him again, still held inside him. You make this world brighter than bright.
And you make my world brighter than bright.
No more tears slid from his face, but I could still see the tidal wave of emotions that carried us both out to sea. And I kissed him again, and again, and again, until the sun had fallen, when we were sure people were beginning to wonder where we had run off to. And even with the sun gone from the sky, my world was still bright, lit up by my husband's illustrious and ever-present smile. This concludes His First Surrender by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Bedreau. Copyright 2020 by Max Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Walker and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.